Chapter 1501W. When Zhou Wen and Li Xian were alone at Zhou Wen's residence, Li Xian said, "Old Zhou, what are your plans? Don't tell me you really want to establish a human city here? Although this is your hometown, there's no barrier here. There are unexplored dimensional zones everywhere. You can't stay here forever, right? I originally wanted to find a dimensional zone to establish a city, but unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable place for the time being. I can only make do here for the time being," Zhou Wen said as he stroked the baby bear's back. "I did some research on the nearby dimensional zones before coming here. There really aren't any suitable places to build a city. Originally, Guide Ancient City was a good choice. Once the city gates are closed, it wouldn't be easy to storm in. But that place is now too dangerous. There's no way to enter, much less build a city," Li Xian said. "If it was that easy to establish a city, this place would have long been occupied by others. The various factions are eyeing this place covetously, but they haven't done anything yet. I know how difficult it is to establish a city here." Zhou Wen also knew that it wasn't easy to establish a city here. "Since you are aware of all of this, why are you erecting a city here?" Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement. "What's the point if it's easy?" Zhou Wen said with a smile. Li Xian curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? If it wasn't for something interesting, would you be setting up a city here? I think if you have the time and energy, you'd rather play games in bed." Zhou Wen laughed. "You know me the best. I won't hide it from you. Guide Ancient City has something very important to me, but I currently don't have the ability to retrieve it. Therefore, I have to establish a city here and guard it, so as to prevent the item from falling into the hands of others. Do you still remember what you said back then about establishing a city that belongs to us? How about it? Stay behind. This city will be ours. You're full of nonsense. Why else would I be here? Do you think this is a tourist attraction?" Li Xian curled his lips. "That's good. I can be relieved with you around," Zhou Wen said with a smile. "What do you mean? From what you're saying, you want to be the boss that shirks responsibility." Li Xian immediately felt that something was amiss. "That's not what I meant. However, I do wish to make a trip to Dubhe to take a look," Zhou Wen said. "Sure, but don't enter," Li Xian said. "I know. Familiarize yourself with the situation here. I'll make a trip when you are done." Zhou Wen planned on giving Li Xian some time. "Do you think our Li family's intelligence network is useless? I'm afraid I know the situation here better than you. Alright, go do what you need to do. Leave this to me. With Qin Jin's help, nothing will happen as long as a calamity doesn't descend," Li Xian said smugly. "Is your brother alright?" When Li Xian mentioned the intelligence network, Zhou Wen thought of Li Mabai. The Li family's intelligence network had nothing to do with Li Xian. It was all built by Li Mabai. "He's fine. He's doing very well. He eats, sleeps, and curses. If it wasn't for his eyes still in the cabinet at home, I would have wondered if he was blind. He's even more normal than a normal person, so normal that he appears a little sick," Li Xian said with a smile. "I cultivate an essence energy art with healing abilities. I can try to see if I can heal his eyes," Zhou Wen said. "It's useless. He said it himself. His eyes are ghost god eyes. Healing abilities can't treat it, and he'll be like that for the rest of his life. However, he also said that looking at things doesn't necessarily need eyes. It's even more useless looking at people with eyes. Therefore, it doesn't matter if he has eyes or not." When Li Xian said that, he looked somewhat helpless. Zhou Wen guessed that Li Mabai was definitely educating him in a reprimanding tone when he said that. The two chatted a lot more. The next morning, Zhou Wen summoned Qin Jin, Fang Ruoxi, and company and introduced Yu Qiubai and the other core members to them, making it easier for them to work in the future. Before leaving, Zhou Wen took Chick away, but he didn't tell the others that he was leaving for a period of time. Apart from Li Xian, Zhou Wen didn't plan on letting anyone know about this matter. He would be back soon if everything went well. There was no need to alarm the others. After returning to his room, Zhou Wen used Singularity Universe's teleportation ability with Chick. With Dubhe as his target, he teleported over. When Zhou Wen finished his teleportation, his vision was filled with light and flames. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Despite wearing the prison dragon armor, Zhou Wen still felt his body heat up. Chick seemed excited as it opened its mouth and sucked. Large swaths of flames around it surged into its mouth and into its stomach like spring water. Zhou Wen immediately felt the temperature around him drop significantly. He focused his gaze and realized that he was very close to Dubhe. The flames that surged upwards from the planet were like fountains that reached a height that exceeded where Zhou Wen was levitating. Even steel would instantly melt. Zhou Wen pushed Truth Listener's ability to its limits and flew close to the huge planet with Chick. This planet was many times bigger than the sun. Wherever Zhou Wen flew, there were flames everywhere. The dazzling light made his eyes feel uncomfortable. With Chick around, the high temperature was bearable. The nearby flames were swallowed by Chick. He didn't discover any dimensional zones within his detectable range. However, the light and fire essence energy on this planet were extremely terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that there was a planet nearby that emitted a terrifying glow. Although Zhou Wen had long heard that Dubhe was a binary star, meaning that it had a companion star, he was still shocked when he saw it. However, Zhou Wen failed to find any dimensional zones after circling the two stars for quite some time, much less the tiny palm symbol. Strange. Could it be that the dimensional zone is inside the planet? If that's the case, it will be difficult to find the dimensional zone without entering through the cube. Zhou Wen looked at the planet that was even more terrifying than the sun. If he wanted to rush in, he wasn't sure if the prison dragon armor could withstand it. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over how to find the dimensional zone, he suddenly saw Chick's feathers stand up as it stared intently at the flames below. What is it? Zhou Wen traced its gaze and saw a huge shadow flickering in the flames. It was like a giant whale in the sea. He could only see a shadow, not enough to determine what it was. Zhou Wen didn't wish to take the risk as he watched it swim in the flames. The shadow looked bigger than an aircraft carrier. He planned on returning to Earth with Chick. However, to his surprise, Chick suddenly let out a long cry and spread its wings to rush towards the shadow in the flames. Chapter 1502 Chick starting a fight. Don't be rash. Zhou Wen wanted to stop Chick, but it was already too late. Chick was too fast as it rushed into the flames. Chick's entire body burned with phoenix flames. It was still dazzling amidst the already dazzling flames as it quickly charged at the gigantic figure. Roar! The liquid on the planet spewed out, producing a terrifying glow and releasing massive amounts of energy. The explosion and radiation were accompanied by a terrifying shockwave and light spots. Instantly, all Zhou Wen saw were all sorts of strange light blasts. His vision became useless. The prison dragon armor was affected by the terrifying energy. The armor turned red like a piece of red-hot metal at high temperatures. The constantly erupting shockwaves sent Zhou Wen's body into a retreat. As he retreated, Zhou Wen saw a monster's head that resembled a rainbow crystal extend out from the various energy explosions. Just its head was comparable to an aircraft carrier. It widened its mouth and devoured Chick, who had flown into the flames. It was unimaginably huge. Chick was like an ant in the monster's mouth. It was close to being devoured. A phoenix cry tore through space as Chick flapped its wings. Its phoenix flames burgeoned as every golden feather spewed out golden phoenix flames, instantly melting Chick's body. A huge golden flaming phoenix appeared, flapping within the monster's mouth. Space seemed to distort as Chick slid out of its mouth the instant the monster closed it. Its actions were extremely elegant and light. It didn't seem fast, but it managed to escape the monster's lightning-like bite. The monster's figure rushed out of the liquid. Its body was like a rainbow-colored glass whale. It had horns on its head and wings on its back. It looked strange and beautiful. Although it was huge, it didn't appear bloated. Its contours were smooth as they exuded indescribable power. Chick dodged the monster's bite and circled around the flames. The surrounding flames condensed towards its body, causing the phoenix flames on its body to burn brighter and brighter. It went from slow to fast, from stillness to movement, from grace to swiftness. Instantly, Chick's speed increased to its limits. It was like a golden blade of light that crisscrossed the monster. Chick appeared behind the monster, and a long golden burn mark appeared on its abdomen, as though it was a melted magma dike. Nicely done. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Chick's strike seemed to have sliced open the monster's abdomen. The monster had probably been severely injured. Zhou Wen saw the monster's flames burn as the wound on its abdomen rapidly healed the very next second. It flapped its wings and infinite flames rose, forming a huge flaming barrier that enveloped the nearby area. The barrier's range was too large. It was already too late by the time Zhou Wen realized it. His body was trapped in the barrier as the energy inside constantly erupted. It was as though countless hydrogen bombs were exploding as they filled the area with light blasts. Bang! Zhou Wen's body slammed into the barrier as the prison dragon armor turned redder. If not for its absolute defense, it would have long been destroyed. What level is this fellow at? Just the power in the domain is already so terrifying. Zhou Wen used spatial instant transmission to rush out of the barrier to avoid the outcome of both armor and human dying. Thankfully, this barrier can't block spatial powers. Zhou Wen stood outside the barrier domain and could still sense the terrifying energy inside. The fire phoenix formed by Chick constantly danced in the light, leaving behind golden phantoms that constantly flashed around the monster. It left a long burn mark on the monster every time. However, as fire elemental creatures, the monster's fire elemental immunity and self-healing abilities were equally terrifying. The injuries Chick left on its body weren't enough to injure it. After the monster unleashed the barrier, it stopped attacking Chick. It floated in the barrier and allowed Chick to attack it. However, the barrier constantly shrank. As the barrier shrank, Chick's range of activity decreased, and the energy blast within the barrier intensified. If one looked at it with their naked eyes, the barrier was like a miniature sun, and it was a miniature sun that was constantly shrinking. Joe realized that Chick's situation wasn't going south. Chick looked very strong, but it ultimately hadn't reached the calamity grade. The reason Chick could exchange blows with the monster was that it was a phoenix with a top-notch fire elemental bloodline. This could almost be considered its home ground. The monster also had fire elemental powers, so Chick was immune to its fire elemental powers. It could even absorb them, allowing it to fight the monster. The problem was that no matter how strong Chick was, it was still much weaker without entering the calamity grade. If it was imprisoned, it would be impossible for it to fight the monster head-on. Joe summoned the golden WYRM scissors and threw them at the barrier. The golden WYRM scissors instantly cut a hole in the barrier and rushed into it, but the hole in the barrier was immediately filled with flames. None of this was important to Joe. His target wasn't the barrier to begin with, but the unknown monster. The golden WYRM scissors transformed into a golden beam that slashed at the rainbow-colored glass-like monster. With a crack, the monster's massive body couldn't withstand the golden WYRM scissors. It was sliced into two. The golden WYRM scissors is too amazing. Joe was gratified. It was worth combining the three calamity-grade creatures. However, Joe immediately realized that something was amiss. The monster had been sliced into two, but the barrier domain didn't vanish. Furthermore, it was still shrinking. This meant that the monster wasn't dead. Indeed, large amounts of flames spewed out from the monster's severed body. The flames on both sides intertwined, causing its body to fuse together again. Golden WYRM scissors, kill it! Joe ordered the golden WYRM scissors to attack again. The golden WYRM scissors was activated again as they transformed into golden beams of light that slashed at the monster. The monster didn't dodge. The golden WYRM scissors snipped off its head into two, but still failed to kill it. Its head quickly fused again. Chick also used its wings to attack the monster again and again. The blade-like wings left wounds on the monster's body, but they quickly recovered. Joe couldn't help but frown. The golden WYRM scissors was very powerful, but due to the limitations of his essence energy, he could only produce a maximum of 3 clean breaks when he used all his strength. Then, he needed time to recover his essence energy. He had already used clean break twice in a short period of time. If he still couldn't kill the monster with a final strike, he could only give up. As Joe was in thought, the golden WYRM scissors had already used all its strength to slice apart the monster's tail using their third clean break. Chapter 1503 The golden WYRM scissors shows its prowess. Joe reeled with anxiety. He couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed when he saw the monster's tail heal. However, Joe saw the golden WYRM scissors split into two the next second. Their might didn't show any signs of weakening. It looked like their essence energy remained abundant, and there wasn't any problem of essence energy depletion. How did this happen? Joe was first taken aback before he immediately thought of the reason. The golden WYRM scissors calamity zone was called True Gold Fire Refinement. Joe never understood what use this calamity zone had. This was because no flames were produced when he got the golden WYRM scissors to use its calamity zone. Joe finally understood that the power of the golden WYRM scissors domain seemed to be effective only in flames. How can there be such a strange domain? Wouldn't this domain be useless if the place didn't have any flames? Yet, it really came in handy. I'll write this off as luck. Joe was pleasantly surprised. The golden WYRM scissors exerted its powers again and again, as though it didn't need to worry about essence energy. Joe also discovered a strange phenomenon. The golden WYRM scissors' body was slowly changing. The golden scissors became heavier and heavier as the scales on the WYRM's body became more and more crystalline. He took out his phone and took a look. Indeed, he realized that the various stats of the golden WYRM scissors had increased. Only then did Joe understand that the golden WYRM scissors calamity zone wasn't a combat domain. It was considered a zone that allowed self-evolving through the power of the flames. The monster was probably at the hell level as well. Coincidentally, it was fire elemental. Under the high temperature of W, it allowed the golden WYRM scissors to unleash its strongest might. Upon seeing this scene, Joe hoped that the monster could be killed later. He wanted to use its calamity zone to help the golden WYRM scissors raise its stats. Even if it couldn't advance to the heaven level, he could raise its basic stats to the peak of the hell level. Joe had already summoned his sniper rifle, but he put it away when he saw this situation. After being attacked again and again, the monster also realized the danger. It no longer suffered a beating passively. High temperature beams shot out from its eyes as it spat out high temperature energy bullets. However, such an attack wasn't of much use to Chick and the Golden WYRM scissors. Instead, it gave the Golden WYRM scissors better tampering, significantly increasing its stats. Joe became fonder of the Golden WYRM scissors as he watched on. It was very suitable for combat in such an environment. Their powerful offensive strength, coupled with the evolutionary domain, only made them stronger. I'll probably need the Golden WYRM scissors to be my primary force when clearing the Dubhe dimensional zone in the future, Joe thought. The monster could only blame it on its luck. It was clearly at the hell level, but of all creatures, it encountered Chick and the Golden WYRM scissors. It couldn't unleash the combat strength and suppression it should have. This also made Joe understand that even if one reached the Calamity grade, creatures with the strength of a single system would find it difficult to unleash their full combat strength when facing their nemesis. There was no absolutely invincible power in this world. Every power had a nemesis. The ability of the Lost Immortal Sutra gave Joe undoubtedly gave him a huge advantage. Although he might not be able to crush peers at his level, and there might be someone who could match Joe in some aspects, Joe would have a huge advantage in relatively complicated environments and battles. It was almost impossible for him to be restrained, as he could adapt to various combat situations. Ordinary people definitely couldn't fight like Joe. They could only use companion beasts and other methods to make up for their flaws. However, compared to companion beasts, Joe had a greater advantage. Few people on Earth had a Calamity-grade companion beast. It's no wonder so many people wanted Venus's companion beast. There are many stars in the universe. As long as I fight in such an environment, the Golden WYRM scissors can produce extremely powerful combat strength. Unless there's an overwhelming disadvantage, they'll become stronger the more they fight. Joe looked at the stats on his phone. As the barrier domain shrank, the energy in it erupted stronger. The Golden WYRM scissors stats increased. Crack! The Golden WYRM scissors snipped off the monster's body again, but this time, the sound was somewhat strange. As the monster's body cracked, the barrier shattered. The energy inside scattered and quickly vanished. The monster's body had already been snipped into two several times, but this time, it was somewhat different. Its two halves were rapidly collapsing rather than fusing. The massive glass-like body constantly shattered as the crystal turned to dust. It melted under the celestial body's high temperature as its body gradually plummeted. Chick let out a long cry as it grabbed half of its crumbling body with one claw and dragged it into space. Even without the high temperatures, the monster's body rapidly disintegrated. Soon, there were only two halves of a crystal ball. The crystal ball didn't collapse as strange energy flowed inside. It was likely that the monster died only after the crystal ball was hit by the Golden WYRM scissors' clean break. Chick cried out in joy as it flew over and swallowed the two halves of the crystal ball. Soon, the phoenix flames on Chick's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, they formed an egg-shaped barrier that constantly shimmered with light. Is it about to advance to the Calamity grade? Joe called out a few times, but he didn't receive any response from Chick. He knew that Chick might have entered an evolutionary state again. He reached out and stored Chick in its egg form into the chaos bead. Joe looked at the Golden WYRM scissors floating beside him. Although he couldn't count on Chick anymore, with the Golden WYRM scissors, there shouldn't be much danger as long as he didn't enter the dimensional zone. Joe decided to continue searching to see if he could find the dimensional zone on Dubhe. As he searched, he checked the information on the Golden WYRM scissors and realized that its 4 stats had already reached 267. If that monster hadn't died too early, it would have increased even more. Joe attempted to get the Golden WYRM scissors to enter the high temperature area of Dubhe, but his companion beasts couldn't be too far from their owners, and Joe didn't dare go too close. The Golden WYRM scissors also found it difficult to venture deep. The surface temperature wasn't of much help to its evolution. The Dubhe was massive. Joe searched for a long time, but didn't find any traces of the dimensional zone. All he could do was teleport to the other companion star to take a look, but he still didn't find anything. Strange, why can't I find the dimensional zone? Joe knew that there had to be a dimensional zone that could be reached through the cube, but he couldn't find it outside. Could it be that the entire dimensional zone is inside Dubhe? In that case, I probably won't be able to enter the dimensional zone without sufficient fire elemental defensive equipment. Joe was already thinking about where to get such immunity-providing equipment. It would be best if it was at the Calamity grade. Chapter 1504 4-Star System. It wasn't completely impossible for Joe to enter, but he didn't wish to take the risk. It took quite some time to search both celestial bodies. Just as Zhou Wen was about to return, his heart suddenly stirred. The Dovehy is one of the Big Dipper stars. Now that Dovehy has changed, have the other 6 stars changed as well? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and felt that it wouldn't be a problem to take a look. The stars that humans could see in the night sky were mostly stars, not planets or other celestial bodies. The other 6 stars of the Big Dipper were also stars. Although they were somewhat different from Dovehy, the environment of the stars was somewhat similar. After Zhou Wen teleported over, he only took a look from a close distance, but he didn't discover any dimensional zones. When he arrived at the 6th star, Mizar, he didn't discover anything beyond it. He even deliberately looked at the companion star, Alcor. Mizar was a famous binary star. Its companion star, Alcor, was one of the few binary stars that could be resolved with the naked eye on Earth. As Alcor had a lower magnitude, it was used in ancient times to test the eyesight of soldiers. To be able to see this star was believed to have a visual acuity of 20/12.5. When Zhou Wen found Alcor, he realized that there wasn't only one companion star nearby, but 3. The 2 pairs of stars revolved around each other. It was far more complicated than what he had seen on Earth. It was a 4-star system. The 4 stars revolved according to a certain trajectory, allowing for a scene of 4 suns rising at the same time. It looked extremely magical. Earth was in a single star system, so it was impossible for it to see such a scene. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of an ancient myth. Legend had it that the sun was a golden crow. And in the past, there wasn't only one golden crow, but 10. Under the restrictions of the Celestial Arch, only one golden crow came out every day to provide light to the land. However, there was once a time when 10 golden crows appeared together, nearly roasting the ground dry. A god, Ho-Yi, shot down 9 golden crows with divine arrows, leaving only one golden crow to bring light to the land. If this wasn't just a legend, but an actual event, Zhou Wen wondered if it was possible that the solar system was a 10-star system that possessed 9 other companion beasts at some point in time. Of course, Zhou Wen was only musing. After all, companion beasts didn't randomly appear, much less come and go as they pleased. Even if they really existed, who could really shoot down 9 stars? Furthermore, a 7-star system was the most that had been found to date. 10-star systems had yet to be found. Zhou Wen chose one of the stars because he wanted to take a look. However, when he teleported near the celestial body, he was surprised to discover a monument erected on it. The monument didn't look like metal or jade. It was unknown where it was made. Erected on the celestial body, the terrifyingly high temperature and energy blasts couldn't damage it at all. Most of the monument was enveloped by flames and high-temperature magma, but the exposed parts were thousands of meters tall. It was black like metal, and it was densely engraved with symbols that Zhou Wen didn't recognize. The tiny palm symbol. Zhou Wen looked at it for a while, and realized that there was a tiny palm symbol on the side of the monument. He was overwhelmed with a pleasant surprise. He quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture of the tiny palm symbol. Immediately, the phone entered the download screen. Unfortunately, I only have one of Mizar's stars. It's not Dovehy that appeared on the cube, Zhou Wen thought regretfully. As the download didn't show any signs of completion and Zhou Wen didn't wish to waste any time, he circled all 4 stars before heading to the last of the 7 stars Eta Ursae Majoris. In the end, the stone monument was found only on one celestial body, not elsewhere. Zhou Wen took quite some time to make such a huge trip. Based on Earth's calendar, it took him a few days, but the dungeon didn't finish downloading. Downloading the Venusian Instance dungeon didn't take that long previously. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. There was no point in staying any longer. Zhou Wen teleported back to Earth and looked at the time. He realized that he had been away for more than half a month. However, compared to interstellar travel that could easily be measured in light years, Zhou Wen's teleportation ability was already crazy enough. His trip wasn't long at all. Zhou Wen realized that Guide City had changed drastically when he returned. The people who were originally crowding near the school were living in the nearby city. They weren't camping outside the school. Li Xian is pretty good. I never expected him to have such talent. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw that everyone was behaving in an orderly manner without the panic from before. Zhou Wen returned to school and went straight to Li Xian. He realized that there were 2 people who were chatting with Li Xian in his room. Zhou Wen wasn't unfamiliar with the 2 of them. One was Feng Qiuyan, and the other was Ming Xiu. When Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan saw Zhou Wen, they stood up and shouted in unison. "Coach! Why are you guys here?" Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. "Coach, I heard that you wish to establish a city. My family got me to come over to take a look. If possible, they plan on moving over," Ming Xiu said. Feng Qiuyan also nodded and said, "My family plans to do the same. Coach, if you establish the city, I hope you can leave some space for my Feng family. Are you guys joking?" Zhou Wen knew that the two of them had terrifying strength. Furthermore, with the strength of their families, they had their own cities to begin with. There was no need for them to join Zhou Wen. Even if they really wanted to choose a place to settle in, the conditions the 6 families, and even the various warlords could provide them were much better than Zhou Wen's. Coach, I'm really not joking, Ming Xiu said with a smile. Although our Ming family is in quite a comfy environment, it's a pity that there isn't much room for development in that area. The lack of Dimensional Zones resources has already limited the Ming family's future achievements. We have long been searching for suitable locations. Since you want to establish the city, I naturally won't miss such an opportunity. I'm afraid you don't know much about Guide City's situation, right? It's not that easy to survive here. It's still unknown if it can be built. Zhou Wen wasn't completely confident that he could build a city here, nor did he wish to lie to them. Danger and opportunity are two sides of the same coin. How can we gain anything if we don't take risks? Our Ming family has long studied the situation in Guide City. To be honest, our Ming family had considered occupying Guide City in the past, but we ultimately gave up because of a lack of confidence. Ignoring our Ming family, even the 6 families wouldn't dare set up a city here. Ming Xiu paused for a moment before saying solemnly, Now, all the major factions are waiting to see your outcome. No one thinks that you can really establish a city here, but I think that you will definitely be able to get a foothold here. Therefore, no matter what the family chooses, I will stay here. Me too, Feng Qiuyan added succinctly. Chapter 15:05 The Strangeness of the Wind God Cave. The two of you. Don't blindly make a decision. Think about it again. Zhou Wen originally wanted them not to blindly believe in him, but after some thought, it didn't seem appropriate to say that. He changed his mind at the last minute. Ming Xiu smiled and said, It's not blind faith. We know that there are risks, but all investments carry risks. High risk, high reward. We think we can bet on you, coach. Whatever suits you. Don't regret it if you lose the bet. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and asked Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan, What's your cultivation level now? Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan's eyes lit up while their expressions turned solemn. Ming Xiu said, I've already advanced to the terror grade. The mythical serum I used was created from a temporal dimensional creature. It's quite a coincidence. It was originally a calamity creature, but when it was released, something happened. It was invaded by an enemy and was severely injured. I lucked out by touching it while it was on its deathbed. I got Senior Haifeng to help me create the mythical serum. Now that I've advanced to the terror grade, the terror transformation ability I obtained is temporal arbitration. Everyone's life providence, life soul, wheel of destiny, and terror transformation abilities were their greatest secrets. However, Ming Xiu explained his abilities in detail in front of Zhou Wen without any intention of hiding them. Coach, do you think there's anything I need to correct? Ming Xiu looked at Zhou Wen with anticipation. You have your own ideas and cultivation direction. Furthermore, I'm not good at temporal powers. It's not appropriate for me to give you any suggestions. Zhou Wen paused before saying, However, if you want to advance to the calamity grade, you can pay attention to temporal dimensional zones. You might gain something. Coach, you actually know how to advance to the calamity grade. That means you should have already advanced to the calamity grade, right? I understand, coach. In the future, I'll especially search for some temporal dimensional zones to train myself. I hope I can comprehend time. I hope I can advance to the calamity grade as soon as possible like you. Ming Xiu nodded in enlightenment. Feng Qiuyan continued. Coach, I've also advanced to the terror grade, but my situation is somewhat special. My mythical serum comes from the Wind God Cave that our Feng family guards. Zhou Wen wasn't too surprised when Feng Qiuyan told him the details of his situation. Back then, Feng Qiuyan had summoned a very strange companion beast. It was said to be from the Wind God Cave protected by the Feng family. Zhou Wen had long felt that it wasn't simple. Feng Qiuyan originally wanted to hunt a dimensional creature that was suitable for him in the Wind God Cave before creating the mythical serum. However, to his surprise, the magical companion beast on him led him deep into the Wind God Cave. There was a strange cave there with a small pool at its bottom. It had a little spring water inside. Feng Qiuyan was pushed into the pool by his companion beast. When he came out, the spring water in the pool had already dried up, and he had advanced to the mythical stage. Later, Feng Qiuyan went to look for Hui Haifeng. After Hui Haifeng helped him check his body, he told him that his physical condition had advanced after using the mythical serum. The clear spring water was likely a natural or man-made mythical serum. Even Hui Haifeng couldn't tell what type it was. Feng Qiuyan's essence energy didn't seem to have any special attributes, but at times, it could produce unbelievable power. Feng Qiuyan himself wasn't too sure of the attributes of his powers. He had always cultivated with the wind elemental in mind, but the power of his terror form had nothing to do with wind. Its name was Rebellious. Ming Xiu still had some traces of influence from a dimensional creature's bloodline. For example, his ears looked a little like cat ears. As for Feng Qiuyan, there was no sign of the effects of the mythical serum. He was no different from a human who hadn't used one. Coach, should I cultivate in a wind elemental dimensional zone? Feng Qiuyan asked Zhou Wen in anticipation after explaining his situation. In fact, Feng Qiuyan had previously been to dimensional zones where many wind elemental creatures appeared, but the effects weren't ideal. Let's find a place to first show me your powers. With Feng Qiuyan's description, he couldn't tell what Feng Qiuyan's powers were, so he decided to take a look. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't believe that he could teach Feng Qiuyan anything. He only wanted to help him figure out what attributes his powers belonged to. It's been a long time since I received your personal guidance. Count me in, Ming Xiu said excitedly. When Li Xian saw Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan looking extremely excited, he thought to himself, could it be that these two fellows are born masochists? Do they feel uncomfortable not being beaten up? If that's the case, they should learn from me. Why are they looking for old Zhou? My skill at enduring beating suits them better. However, it's too late for them to change to my essence energy art now. What a shame for these two good seedlings. The four of them, and a bear arrived at an uninhabited spot in the wilderness. When the baby bear saw Zhou Wen return, it had stuck to him and refused to leave. While Zhou Wen was away, he got Li Xian to help take care of the baby bear. The baby bear was barely willing to let Li Xian approach it, but the moment Zhou Wen returned, he ignored him. An ingrate! To think I fed you so many good things! Pooey! Li Xian muttered gloomily. Coach, please enlighten me! Feng Qiuyan summoned his saber. At the same time, a mysterious force circulated around his body, as though the wind was flowing around him, causing his clothes and long hair to dance. What kind of power is this? It even has a hairdryer effect? Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan in envy. He looked like an immortal riding the wind, exuding an indescribable elegance. However, Feng Qiuyan didn't think too much about it as he slashed. Zhou Wen's eyesight was definitely top-notch at the Terra grade, but at the instant Feng Qiuyan's saber slashed out, it vanished from his vision, making it difficult for him to keep up with the saber's speed. This left Zhou Wen somewhat alarmed. However, even though Feng Qiuyan's saber could make Zhou Wen's vision unable to keep up, he couldn't escape Truth Listener's enhanced hearing. Zhou Wen extended 2 fingers and instantly clamped the blade that Feng Qiuyan had slashed out. The blade was less than 3 centimeters away from Zhou Wen's neck. Again! Zhou Wen said to Feng Qiuyan as he released his fingers. Feng Qiuyan seemed to expect it. After sheathing his saber, he attacked Zhou Wen again. Feng Qiuyan's saber was terrifyingly fast. It was already close to the speed of a calamity grade. Furthermore, as he constantly struck out with his saber speed constantly increased. However, this speed wasn't enough to injure Zhou Wen, but it already left him somewhat alarmed. Chapter 1506 Coach's Gift. Zhou Wen only defended without attacking. He could handle the attacks easily in the beginning, but at any moment, Feng Qiuyan's saber speed would become faster and faster. This gave Zhou Wen no choice but to activate the power of Human Sovereign and raise his physical stats to the calamity grade. Only then could he suppress Feng Qiuyan in terms of speed, preventing him from hitting him. This fellow's saber is really fast, abnormally fast. It should be related to his terror transformation ability, right? However, his powers don't seem to be purely wind elemental. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Ming Xiu's eyes lit up as he watched from the side. He subconsciously moved his toes back and forth, having the urge to join the battle. As expected of Coach. If I want to defeat Old Feng, I can't let him have a chance to deliver more than 3 strikes. Otherwise, I'll definitely lose. However, no matter how many strikes Old Feng strikes, he can't even touch Coach's clothes. This is no longer in existence on the same level, praised Ming Xiu. Li Xian curled his lips and said, Aren't you spouting nonsense? You and little Yan Yan were taught by old Zhou. It would be strange if you could hit him. However, Li Xian had spoken too soon. He originally imagined that no matter how fast Feng Qiuyan's saber was, there was ultimately a limit. It was impossible for it to reach the speed of a calamity grade. However, this pattern clearly didn't apply to Feng Qiuyan. In the end, Feng Qiuyan's saber speed really broke through the speed of light. It was a speed that only a calamity grade could reach. How does this fellow do it? From the looks of it, the Wind God Cave isn't simple. There's more to the thing inside. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. To reach the speed of light at the Terra grade was definitely not something an ordinary Terra creature could do. Zhou Wen wanted to visit the Wind God Cave. If he could find the tiny palm symbol, he would be in for a killing. If I let Feng Qiuyan's saber speed increase as he continues slashing like this, I might not be able to dodge it. I should quickly end it. With a thought, Zhou Wen extended 2 fingers into the saber beam and grabbed the blade that resembled a stream of light. Instantly, the swift saber came to an abrupt halt. At the same time that Zhou Wen grabbed the saber, Feng Qiuyan's legs went limp as he fell to the ground. He panted heavily as sweat gushed out. It made him look like he had just come out of a bathtub. His clothes were drenched, and he looked like he had been enervated. As expected of Coach. You could even tell that I had reached my limit and ended the battle at the right time, preventing me from overexerting myself. Feng Qiuyan felt somewhat ashamed and felt that he shouldn't have continued fighting. Zhou Wen released his fingers that were holding the saber, and used Truth Listener to scan Feng Qiuyan's body. Seeing that he had just expended too much energy and hadn't injured his body, he immediately felt relieved. However, he muttered inwardly, what are the attributes of Feng Qiuyan's powers? Zhou Wen failed to figure out what Feng Qiuyan's attributes were despite the long observation. It looked like the power of wind, but it was somewhat different. They aren't anything like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, nor are they spatial or temporal. There don't seem to be any special attributes. They seem to be somewhat similar to my Tao Sutra and Qi Refinement Sutra, but there are also some differences. If I have to give an answer, they are much more similar to the Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. However, my Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation has the power of an array formed from multiple skills combined. His power is singular, but it's so similar to the power of the Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. This is somewhat odd. Zhou Wen wasn't too sure because Feng Qiuyan's powers were actually very different from his Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. It wasn't completely the same. Coach, how can I make myself stronger? Feng Qiuyan was still panting as he asked Zhou Wen eagerly. His stamina had yet to recover. Zhou Wen didn't know what Feng Qiuyan's powers belonged to, so it wasn't appropriate for him to spout nonsense. However, when he saw Feng Qiuyan's expectant gaze, he couldn't bear to say that he didn't know. After some thought, Zhou Wen said to Feng Qiuyan, I'll give you a small item. Take it and take a look. Perhaps you will gain something. As he spoke, Zhou Wen took out a coin and circulated the Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation to attach to the coin. The coin instantly spun, like a spinning top. When Zhou Wen released his hand, the coin floated in the air and kept spinning as though it was being propelled by infinite power. It showed no signs of falling. Coach, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. I'll figure out the mystery behind this. Feng Qiuyan said, as he stared at the spinning coin as though he had obtained a treasure. It's just a trinket. Just take a look. There's no need to mind it too much. Zhou Wen didn't know if this could help Feng Qiuyan figure out his powers. However, studying the Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was definitely not a bad thing. With Feng Qiuyan's high talent, he might gain some insight. Coach, you've already given old Feng something. Shouldn't you give me something too? You can't favor one over the other. Ming Xiu shamelessly asked for something. I'm really not good at temporal powers. I'll give you one move. Zhou Wen pointed at Ming Xiu. Ming Xiu extended his hand to block, but he realized that he couldn't block Zhou Wen's fingers. The sword beam that bloomed on Zhou Wen's fingers appeared half a beat later, and flew past Ming Xiu's cheek. Isn't this my tomorrow sword art? Coach, you've made it much stronger than mine. Ming Xiu couldn't help but be secretly delighted. Zhou Wen had actually practiced his tomorrow sword art. Although he had higher attainments than him, it was still his sword art after all. He felt honored that Zhou Wen was willing to practice it. This isn't tomorrow's sword art. Its name is Spacetime Bandit. You can use it to verify your tomorrow sword art. Perhaps you will gain something. Zhou Wen told Ming Xiu some key points of Spacetime Bandit. As he didn't have the skill crystal, Zhou Wen couldn't teach it to Ming Xiu. All he could do was tell him some of his experience. Whether he could use it depended on him. Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan acted as though they had obtained a treasure, and stopped pestering Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen led the baby bear, and Li Xian back as Li Xian explained the situation in Guide City in detail. It turned out that in the past half a month, Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan weren't the only ones who had come. Many experts had come to Guide City as well. Only then could Li Xian stabilize it. Otherwise, just the manpower they had wouldn't have been enough to defend such a large area. Those experts came from different places. Most of them were sent over by the various factions. Hui Haifeng had also sent quite a number of people over. There were more than 10 mythical experts who had advanced using the mythical serum. What gave Zhou Wen a headache was that Hui Wan had also come. Is Hui Haifeng crazy? He sent his only son to such a place? Zhou Wen felt his headache. Hui Haifeng got Hui Wan to deliver a message. He said that it's safer for his son to be with you than with him. Li Xian said. From the looks of it, Hui Haifeng isn't that comfortable being president. Zhou Wen could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Chapter 1507 Descent Through the Corpse. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky as bolts of lightning crisscrossed. A bolt struck the ground, creating a huge crater in the wilderness which revealed coffins. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck one of the coffins. The coffin was made of some unknown wood. When the lightning struck it, sparks flew and enveloped the entire coffin, but it didn't damage it at all. Lightning bolts descended one after another, but as though they were individually sentient, they landed on 5 different coffins. Lightning flashed over the 5 coffins. After a while, the lightning surrounding the coffins vanished. The dark clouds and storm in the sky also dissipated. With a few soft sounds, the lids of the 5 coffins were slowly pushed open. The corpses sat up in the coffins. Although they were corpses, their bodies were no different from living people. There were no signs of decay. Apart from the lack of a heartbeat, it was impossible to tell that they were dead. The 5 corpses crawled out of the coffins. 4 of them bowed at another corpse and said, "Your Excellency Berserker Immortal, those fellows from the League of Guardians must have never expected that we had long left a backup plan on Earth. They thought that we had to rely on them and Skysplit Tower. Do you want to visit the League of Guardians to teach them a lesson?" Berserker Immortal glanced at his body and said coldly, "The power these 5 ancient corpses can withstand is limited. The power of a calamity grade will cause irreversible damage to them. Once we lose the protection of these ancient corpses, the rules of Earth will deal too much damage to us. Therefore, our goal is to find a new representative. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to teach them a lesson. Furthermore, we still need them to rebuild Skysplit Tower. It's not appropriate to let them know that we have other methods to descend to Earth for the time being. Your Excellency, according to the information we previously received, there are many warlords on Earth, but many are wanting. In the East District, the Yin family in Luoyang is the strongest. Their strength is enough to fight the big families like the 6 families. It even vaguely feels like it can surpass them. If it can be used by us, it will naturally be the best choice. However, one of the ancient corpses didn't finish his sentence. If you have something to say, just say it. It's not the style of the 4 immortals of the arts. Berserker Immortal said indifferently. Due to the League of Guardians' slow progress in repairing Skysplit Tower, Berserker Immortal didn't want to be limited by others. In order to escape Wang Mingyuan's restrictions, he didn't hesitate to use the Immortal's trump card in the mythical era. He wanted to find a new representative as soon as possible to replace the League of Guardians. As he had used an ancient corpse to descend, his strength was limited by the ancient corpse's physique, preventing him from unleashing Berserker Immortal's true strength. To be safe, Berserker Immortal had even invited the 4 immortals of the 4 arts to descend with him. The 4 immortals, Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all at the calamity grade. Although they hadn't reached the heaven level like Berserker Immortal, they were still existences at the hell level. Even if they were affected by the ancient corpses and couldn't unleash their full strength, they were not to be underestimated. Calligraphy Immortal, who had just spoken, continued. However, Wang Mingyuan comes from Luoyang. It's difficult to guarantee that he has nothing to do with the Yin family. Furthermore, Zhou Wen, who is hand in glove with the Yin family, is one of Wang Mingyuan's disciples. It doesn't seem appropriate to choose the Yin family. Painting Immortal continued. Although the Yin family didn't resist contracting guardians, they are more inclined towards developing technology. They aren't very enthusiastic about contracting guardians. The chips in our hands aren't that attractive to the Yin family. Berserker Immortal quietly listened to them before saying, "The Yin family has already reached such a state. It won't be easy to rope them. Furthermore, there's the risk of exposing our trump cards to Wang Mingyuan." The 4 immortals believed that Berserker Immortal had no intention of targeting the Yin family, but to their surprise, Berserker Immortal changed the topic and continued. Now that Zhou Wen has already left the Yin family and wants to establish a city in Guide City, this is an opportunity. To establish a city in a place like Guide City, even the Yin family might not be able to succeed. Furthermore, Zhou Wen is alone. Now is the most difficult time for him. It's also our best chance. But Zhou Wen is Wang Mingyuan's disciple. Isn't that inappropriate? The 4 immortals looked at each other, clearly doubting Berserker Immortal's decision. Berserker Immortal said indifferently, "The best way to defeat an enemy is to destroy his confidence. The reason Wang Mingyuan shows such arrogance in the dimension is that his disciples control almost all the strongest factions on Earth. We have no other choice. If we can destroy the assets he's so proud of, Wang Mingyuan will definitely be in a mess. It will be up to us whether we kill him or not." Thinking back to Wang Mingyuan's slap, an indiscernible killing intent flashed in Berserker Immortal's eyes. Zhou Wen is Wang Mingyuan's disciple after all. How can we ensure that he will be used by us and not go against us like Jiang Yan? Calligraphy Immortal said after some thought. It's precisely because even Wang Mingyuan can't think of it that it's more valuable. In comparison, Zhou Wen, who has left the Yin family, is the easiest to deal with among Wang Mingyuan's disciples. As long as I can crush his will, I'll take him for myself using the art of immortal opportunity. I definitely won't allow any accidents to happen. said Berserker Immortal. When the four immortals heard that, they revealed looks of enlightenment. Painting Immortal said with a smile, I never expected you to be able to use the art of immortal opportunity. We are relieved. Calligraphy Immortal pondered for a moment and said, I heard that the art of immortal opportunity is somewhat similar to a contractual art. It can only be used if the other party is willing to accept it. Your Excellency, how do you plan on subduing Zhou? The easiest moment to breach a person's defenses is when they are in danger. It's very easy for something to happen in a place like Guide City, isn't it? When he is facing an insurmountable problem, we will descend from above to save him from danger. It will naturally be effective. Berserker Immortal said as he headed for Guide City. The four immortals understood what Berserker Immortal meant and hurriedly followed. At that moment in Guide City, Zhou Wen looked at Hui Wan with a headache. The essence energy art Hui Wan cultivated was Zhou Wen's Qi refinement art. The greatest characteristic of this essence energy art was the need for extravagance. As long as one had enough essence energy crystals, there was basically no threshold that prevented one from advancing all the way to the epic stage. Hui Wan's family was so poor that all they had left was money. He could use all sorts of high-level essence energy crystals. At a young age, Hui Wan had already advanced to the epic stage. He was just short of advancing to the mythical stage. Hui Haifeng didn't rashly get Hui Wan to use a mythical serum. He had sent Hui Wan over firstly to ensure his safety, and secondly, to get Zhou Wen to help him choose a path. Hui Wan was Hui Haifeng's only son. Apart from Zhou Wen, Hui Haifeng was worried about leaving Hui Wan's future to others. Chapter 1508 Super AI. Zhou Wen could roughly guess Hui Haifeng's thoughts, but this matter gave him a headache. It was impossible to gather the 9 life providences and 9 life souls and advance to the mythical stage as a pure human. At the very least, Zhou Wen hadn't discovered any other method other than the Lost Immortal Sutra. The only path left was spirit casting, mythical serum, and guardian contracting. In the past, spirit casting and mythical serum were indeed good choices. Hui Haifeng was also an expert in producing mythical serums. It wasn't difficult to create a mythical serum that was suitable for Hui Wan to raise his success rate. However, Hui Haifeng didn't do it. Instead, he handed Hui Wan over to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen roughly guessed that Hui Haifeng wasn't completely confident of success. Hui Haifeng didn't wish to take it even if there was only a 1% risk. This wasn't the crux of the problem. The crux was that Zhou Wen had heard from the humanoid monster in ancient sovereign city that it was best if humans could ensure the purity of their bloodline. If the premise was to ensure the purity of the bloodline, contracting a guardian was a more suitable path. Therefore, after some thought, Zhou Wen felt somewhat stumped. Master, I've tried many times and used a large number of high-level essence energy crystals, but I just can't advance to the mythical stage. Did I do something wrong? Hui Wan came in front of Zhou Wen and took out his notebook. As he asked Zhou Wen, he recorded his teachings. Zhou Wen thought to himself, it would be a surprise if you could advance to the mythical stage. In ancient times, this was called the limits of the Deva realm. Since ancient times, there haven't been many humans who could break through the limits of the Deva realm with their pure human bodies. As far as Zhou Wen knew, even human sovereigns like Sui Renqi couldn't do it. Among the people Zhou Wen knew, other than himself, only Jing Daoxian had that possibility, but it was impossible to confirm that he advanced to the mythical stage with a pure human bloodline. Show me your life providence and life soul, Zhou Wen said, unwilling to dampen Hui Wan's enthusiasm. Hui Wan put away the notebook and stood up. He circulated the Qi refinement art and quickly condensed his Qi, turning it into a life soul that floated in front of him. What's this? Zhou Wen sized up Hui Wan's life soul and found it odd. When Zhou Wen cultivated the Qi refinement art, the life soul he condensed was Sword Pill. The life soul Hui Wan condensed was completely different from his. Not only was it not Sword Pill, but it wasn't a blade or saber. It looked like a phone no matter how he looked at it. Your life soul is a cell phone? Zhou Wen sized up the life soul and asked. It's not a phone. You can call it a super AI. Hui Wan explained the detailed abilities of his life soul. The more Zhou Wen listened, the more he found it odd. Hui Wan said that it wasn't a phone, but many of the functions of this life soul were similar to a phone. Hui Wan could even connect to the Federation's internet through his life soul. What was even more terrifying was that this thing could also quickly crack all kinds of passwords. Opening an electronic lock was very simple. The bank vaults that used high-tech protective equipment were no different from naked beauties in front of Hui Wan's life soul. Of course, this wasn't the only effect of the Super AI life soul. There were many other uses, but they had nothing to do with combat. Your life soul is somewhat special. Can you enter the Zhang family server to search for information with this life soul? Zhou Wen asked Hui Wan. Currently, the server controlled by the Zhang family had the highest encryption and defense in the Federation. No one had been able to hack into it to search for information. Of course. I've accessed it a few times before, but there wasn't much interesting content inside. I only found a few pill formulas and spirit talisman creation methods. There wasn't much else of value. Hui Wan said to Zhou Wen as he skillfully got the Super AI Life Soul to connect to the internet. Before Zhou Wen could say a word, he saw plenty of data appear on the Super AL screen. Clearly, it had succeeded. You've done this a lot in the past, right? Have you seen the private servers of the other families? Zhou Wen knew that Hui Wan had done this quite a number of times when he saw how adept he was. I've taken a look, but there aren't many interesting things. The various families have the intention of keeping important information and equipment without network access. Most of the information I can find is useless, Hui Wan said casually. Zhou Wen thought to himself, you sure are gutsy. It's no wonder the Hui family has been doing so well recently. Although Hui Haifeng doesn't have much power in the Federation, he has been advancing step by step. He has been doing well, and hasn't made any major decision mistakes. I reckon some of this is thanks to Hui Wan. This is the first time I've seen a life soul like yours. I need to consider it before giving you some suggestions. Before that, you should learn more combat techniques, Zhou Wen said half-truthfully. I'm already very familiar with my combat techniques, Hui Wan said confidently. Actual combat techniques aren't something that can be mastered with practice. Actual combat naturally needs to be honed through actual combat. How about this? Go to your uncle Li Xian and get him to arrange for you to participate in the defense. You can continue training on the battlefield. When Hui Wan heard that he could enter the battlefield, his eyes lit up. Can it really be done? Dad has always refused to let me participate in real battles. He only wants me to fight those dimensional creatures at home. It's so boring. Of course. I call the shots here. It's useless even if your father comes, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Long live master. I can finally go on the battlefield. Hui Wan immediately became excited. At that moment, he looked like a child. After sending Hui Wan to Li Xian, Zhou Wen was still worried. He deliberately gave Li Xian a call to ensure Hui Wan's safety. This was Hui Haifeng's only heir. He couldn't die here. After hanging up, Zhou Wen picked up the mysterious phone and realized that the dungeon hadn't been downloaded successfully. It was still the download screen. Strange, why is this dungeon so huge? Could it be that the dungeon I downloaded this time isn't a single Alcor, but a dimensional zone of the entire Big Dipper? Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to download a single dungeon. Zhou Wen was very suspicious. While Zhou Wen was studying it, he received a message from Li Xian saying that something had happened in the Dubhe Instance dungeon. Zhou Wen hurriedly launched the livestream app on his phone. On the homepage, there were many streamers live streaming the cube. He clicked on one and indeed, he discovered a problem. Previously, the scene of the cube had been fixed on Dubhe that constantly emitted flames. However, at that moment, the scene of the cube seemed to rapidly sink into Dubhe's extremely hot celestial body. Soon, the scene was completely filled with dazzling bursts of light. However, not long after, the scene suddenly darkened, and a strange palace appeared on the cube's screen. Chapter 1509 Dubhe Dimensional Zone. The palace was purple, as though it was carved from purple jade. Only a door was revealed. The subsequent parts were in the high-temperature liquid that constantly radiated light. There were only strange patterns on the door, but no words were found. It was unknown what the name of the dimensional zone was. In front of the door stood a majestic creature. Is that thing a dinosaur? Zhou Wen looked at the creature in front of the palace in surprise. It had long hind legs and short front claws. Its tail looked like a lizard's, and its mouth was filled with razor-sharp teeth. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a Tyrannosaurus from Earth's prehistoric civilization, not a Western dragon or flying dragon. There were many dinosaur fossils on Earth, but up to now, there was no uniform explanation as to why the dinosaurs had gone extinct. The creature that had appeared at the palace's entrance was like the Tyrannosaurus in movies. However, what was different from the movies was the Tyrannosaurus's red body that was burning with red flames. The dimensional zone on Dubhe is indeed in its interior. That Tyrannosaurus can break through the high temperature and radiation outside to reach the entrance of the dimensional zone, so it should be at the human realm at the very minimum, right? The Tyrannosaurus had already slammed into the palace door, while Zhou Wen was still in thought. The door to the palace was slammed open by the Tyrannosaurus with a loud boom. However, there was a resplendent orange-red light inside. Nothing could be seen. The Tyrannosaurus rushed through the door without any hesitation. The cube's screen finally became clearer, allowing everyone to see the scene inside the palace. Huge pillars propped up the massive palace. There were a total of 24 pillars in 2 rows. Each pillar seemed to be carved from amethyst, and was more than a meter in diameter. Furthermore, every amethyst pillar had a mysterious symbol engraved on it. One couldn't tell what the mysterious symbol represented for the time being. At the end of the 2 rows of pillars, at the back of the palace, sat a creature wearing amethyst armor. As his entire body was enveloped by amethyst armor, Zhou didn't know what he looked like or if he looked like a human. The Tyrannosaurus roared and charged at the amethyst-armored creature sitting there the moment it rushed into the palace. Its hind legs exerted strength as it charged forward like light. Its speed wasn't inferior to Zhou. Zhou had long expected it to be at the Calamity grade. It wasn't surprising that it had such speed. The Tyrannosaurus rushed in front of the amethyst-armored creature, but the latter continued sitting as before. It was like an old monk in meditation, motionless. The Tyrannosaurus's gaping mouth was lined with razor-sharp teeth. It was about to bite the helm. The amethyst-armored creature raised its hand and pressed it on the Tyrannosaurus's chin in a split second. This was the last scene Zhou saw. In the next second, a light blast erupted like a volcano. The Tyrannosaurus's body and the entire palace were drowned by it. When the light dimmed, the cube screen had already returned to the outside of Dubby. It meant that the Tyrannosaurus was dead and hadn't successfully cleared the level. The Calamity-grade Tyrannosaurus wasn't even able to withstand a single strike. What are the origins of that fellow in the amethyst armor? Zhou was secretly surprised. At the same time, he was somewhat glad that he hadn't rashly entered Dubby's dimensional zone. Otherwise, he would have been vaporized by the terrifying strike. Although the footage inside the palace was very short, the amethyst armor on the creature left a deep impression on Zhou. The mysterious purple color appeared noble and beautiful in the radiance. It was as crystalline as the divine battle armor worn by gods, but it was impossible to see what kind of creature was inside the armor. That armor should be at the Calamity grade, right? Zhou was somewhat tempted. The armor looked like it had a very powerful defense against the fire element. Of course, that was only an amusing thought. Before figuring out the origins of the amethyst-armored creature, Zhou wasn't willing to take the risk to head to Dubby. Although the Tyrannosaurus was killed in one strike, it finally allowed people to see the dimensional zone of Dubby. All the major media outlets scrambled to report the amethyst-armored creature. People were guessing the origins of the amethyst-armored creature, and whether it had anything to do with the myths involving Dubby. Some people studied the killed Tyrannosaurus. They wanted to verify if the Tyrannosaurus was related to the dinosaurs on Earth. They hoped to crack the mystery of the dinosaurs' extinction. Mount Mandang, also known as Fairy Peak. It was here that the Han Dynasty's Liu Bang slew the White Snake Uprising and became the hegemon of history. After the dimensional storms, Mount Mandang became an extremely complicated large dimensional zone. It contained many small dimensional zones that were somewhat similar to Dragon Gate Grotto. This was originally under Guide City's jurisdiction, but few people came here after the dimensional storms. Even if someone came here, it was highly unlikely that they would return. At that moment, there were 5 expressionless people standing in front of the snake-slaying monument. The person in the lead was reading the tablet text on it. It was none other than Berserker Immortal and company. "Zither Immortal, I'm counting on you," Berserker Immortal said indifferently, as he looked at the snake-slaying monument. Zither Immortal, behind him, responded and sat in front of the snake-slaying monument. He took on a zither-playing posture, but there was no zither in front of him. Zither Immortal strummed his fingers in the air. Despite having nothing but air, Zither Immortal's fingers produced faint music from his finger plucking. The sound of the zither was like immortal music. Even someone who didn't know music could sense the beauty of the zither music. Accompanying this beautiful zither music was a strange sound coming from Mount Mandang. Not long after, dimensional creatures that looked like wandering ghosts walked out of the mountain, and their numbers constantly increased. When the wandering dimensional creatures passed by Berserker Immortal and company, they didn't even spare them a glance. It was as though Berserker Immortal and company didn't exist as they headed straight for Guide High School. More and more wandering and wild ghosts rushed out of Mount Mandang, forming a tidal wave-like army. Their numbers were uncountable. Boom! Boom! A terrifying sound suddenly came from the depths of Mount Mandang. Before long, a huge white snake that resembled a dragon swam out from the mountain range's depths. Wherever it passed, wandering ghosts either automatically ducked or were crushed by it. The white snake was crystalline white. It wasn't ugly. When it raised its head, it gave off an elegant beauty. "I never expected that there would be a calamity creature in Mount Mandang." Upon seeing the white snake, Berserker Immortal was somewhat surprised. He hadn't known that there were calamity creatures here. He had originally just planned on releasing the wandering ghosts inside to attack Guide High School. Chapter 15:10 Danger. A few soldiers in charge of sentry duty were surrounding a bonfire on the roof and cooking with metal basins. A young man held a hard pancake in his hand. He used his hand to break it into small pieces before soaking them in a bowl of boiling water. As he ate, he asked the middle-aged man beside him, "Old Gang, how long do you think we have to endure days like this?" Old Gang said, "Don't read too much into it. If Zhou hadn't come here, Guide City would have long fallen. There wouldn't even be food to eat. Of course I know that this is already the best situation, But we can't continue like this. My parents and sister live in a temporary building. If a dimensional creature rushes in, the consequences will be unimaginable, the young man said. Old Gang sighed and said, There's nothing we can do about that. I heard that other places use dimensional zones as natural barriers to build human cities, but the dimensional zones in Guide City are too strange. Where do you think we can build a city? That's true. What's that? The young man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The few soldiers hurriedly got to their feet and looked into the distance. They saw ghosts on the streets in the distance. There seemed to be countless wraiths wandering around as they approached. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Old Gang rubbed his eyes and realized in horror that a ferocious ghost was already in front of him. He fell back in fright. The ferocious ghost followed like a shadow and pounced at Old Gang. Old Gang! The young soldier beside him summoned his companion Beast Saber and slashed at the ferocious ghost. However, the steel saber transformed from a companion beast slashed across the ferocious ghost's body without any obstruction. It was as though the ferocious ghost was only an illusion. The ferocious ghost pounced on Old Gang and immediately vanished. However, Old Gang's eyes changed. His eyes glowed red. It was terrifyingly strange. His body was like a puppet as he stood up straight. Old Gang! What's wrong? Before the young man could figure out what had happened to Old Gang, ghosts landed. The few soldiers brandished their weapons with all their might, but they were unable to injure the ghosts. Soon, they were pounced on by the ghosts and behaved strangely like Old Gang. It wasn't just that. There were wandering ghosts everywhere in Guide City. They rushed to Guide High School from all directions, and anyone they encountered was quickly possessed by them. What the hell are these? Ah! There were screams everywhere. In a short period of time, all hell had broken loose in Guide City. The dimensional creatures on Mount Mandang had special attributes. They were pure souls. Typical attacks didn't seem to have any effect on them. In a short period of time, a large number of people were possessed as they charged towards Guide High School with a legion of ghosts. The troops in charge of suppressing the ancient city were also possessed by ghosts. Not only did they stop suppressing the Skeleton Legion, but they also charged towards the city they were guarding. The Skeleton Legion rushed out and wreaked havoc on the ground again. At the top of an abandoned building, Berserker Immortal and company were admiring the dance of the monsters. The city was filled with screams and explosions. It's difficult for ordinary powers to injure soul-type creatures. Although the levels of these soul-type creatures aren't very high, it's not that easy to destroy them. Furthermore, it will be even more difficult to destroy them after being possessed. Unless Zhou is willing to kill the humans that have been possessed. Painting Immortal said with a smile. Zither Immortal added. Originally, just these soul-type creatures were enough to leave Zhou in a terrible fix. Now that the Calamity Grade White Snake has appeared, even if Zhou can withstand it, Guide City will definitely fall. Hundreds of thousands of people will be possessed by wandering ghosts, turning them into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. When the time comes, your excellency will appear to save them. Zhou will have no choice but to yield. Berserker Immortal said indifferently. To make a person like Zhou serve me, this isn't enough. I need greater pressure to completely destroy his psychological defense. Do you plan on taking action personally? Chess Immortal asked in surprise. Not yet. Just Zhou are enough. Although Berserker Immortal felt that Zhou wasn't someone ordinary humans could compare with, it wasn't to the point of him personally taking action. From Berserker Immortal's point of view, Wang Mingyuan was worth him taking action. After all, Zhou was only Wang Mingyuan's disciple. The strength of anyone immortal was enough to suppress him. Perhaps there's no need for us to do anything. Just those soul-type creatures and the White Snake are enough to make Zhou collapse. Calligraphy Immortal said as he looked at the burning city. Tens of thousands of people had already been possessed by wandering ghosts. At this rate, the entire Guide City would fall in less than an hour. Zhou, Li Xian, and company had already rushed out from Guide High School. They were alarmed when they saw the wandering ghosts everywhere on the streets. Seeing a few wandering ghosts rush over, Feng Qiuyan drew his saber and slashed. His saber wasn't an ordinary saber, but his life soul. This strike sliced through the ghosts, dissipating their souls. A dimensional crystal dropped. Ming Xiu's sword also stabbed at one of the ghosts, but it passed through its body without injuring it. These are soul-type creatures. Typical physical attacks are useless. Zhou had seen such creatures before. They were basically pure spirit bodies. Physical attacks were useless. Truth Listener and Chick were best at dealing with such creatures. Unfortunately, Truth Listener was still in earring form and couldn't be released. Chick was also evolving, so it wasn't able to be used anytime soon. However, even without Truth Listener and Chick, it wasn't difficult for Zhou to deal with these soul-type creatures. What really worried Zhou was the people who had been possessed by ghosts. Their bodies were controlled by the ghosts as they attacked their family. They were in a dilemma as to whether to kill them or not. Due to the lack of defensive barriers, Guide City had fallen too quickly. There were too many people possessed by ghosts. This was a thorny issue. Old Joe, these dimensional creatures are too king annoying. The Zhang family is best at dealing with these things. But it's too late to hire them now. Li Xian's physical attacks weren't of much use against the ghosts. All he could do was use Planet Devourer to devour them. However, there were too many people here. Many people had been possessed by ghosts, and Li Xian couldn't devour them all. It would be too troublesome to find the ghosts one by one. It was even more troublesome with the possessed ones. Li Xian was thrown into a dilemma. With a thought, Zhou Wen summoned Great Brahma. The terror-formed Great Brahma appeared behind Zhou Wen like a four-faced, eight-armed Buddha. He was as huge as a mountain. Great Brahma had four sides. There was no sadness or joy on the front, and the back was enveloped by a black hole. The left side smiled meaningfully, while the right side wore a look of pity. Chapter 15:11 Zhou Wen defends the city. Apart from Great Brahma's back, the other three faces didn't have powerful offensive strength, but that wasn't an absolute fact. They had different effects. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Wen used Great Brahma's frontal defense and the terrifying black hole-like power on its back. He seldom used the power from both sides. Now that he saw many soul-type creatures, he could use the power of the compassionate face on the right. Ordinary people couldn't see the terror-formed Great Brahma at all, but as his lips trembled, he let out a chant. Everyone heard the chanting of Buddhas. Although it wasn't loud, nor did it have a mighty force, preventing ordinary people from feeling much when they heard it, it was enough to make the wandering ghosts let out painful wails. The low-level ghosts couldn't withstand the pain and tumbled on the ground. White gas spewed out from their bodies as they quickly dissipated. The ghosts within a radius of dozens of kilometers were reduced to white mist amidst the chanting, filling Guide City with rising white gas. Many dimensional crystals and companion eggs landed on the ground, but the average person wasn't affected. I never expected Wang Mingyuan's disciple to master the ability of deliverance. He must have obtained Wang Mingyuan's help, Zither Immortal said with a frown. Deliverance powers were the nemesis of ghosts. Among the Buddha race, only a few experts had mastered them. Wang Mingyuan was only a subsidiary of the Buddha race, not a member of the Buddha race, and he didn't seem to have mastered the ability to provide deliverance. Zither Immortal and company never expected Zhou Wen's terror form to have a deliverance ability. From their point of view, Wang Mingyuan was a vassal of the Buddha race. Zhou Wen had definitely received Wang Mingyuan's help to master such an ability. The people who had been possessed by ghosts also spewed out white gas. After the white gas spewed out, they fainted. Instantly, the entire city was littered with unconscious humans. The people who weren't possessed by the ghosts, and the people who had woken up from their unconsciousness saw Zhou Wen floating in midair. The Buddha-like chanting came from him. As for the wandering ghosts that rushed over from all directions, once they entered the range of the chanting, they quickly turned into white mist. No one could approach the vicinity of Guide High School. The wandering ghosts rushed over like a tidal wave. They looked extremely terrifying, but none of the ghosts could take half a step into the pool of destruction. Zhou Wen is still the best. As expected of a human expert who can enter the cube's ranking. He's just too powerful. How terrifying. It's like a Buddha's descent into the world. With Zhou Wen guarding Guide City, perhaps we really don't have to think of a way to flee to other cities. Upon seeing Zhou Wen's might, everyone felt a lot more at ease. Many people who were in a panic gradually calmed down. The troops that Li Xian had just established were organized again to suppress the skeleton legion that rushed out of the ancient city. Everything seemed to be improving. Just as everyone thought that the crisis was about to end, they saw a behemoth approaching from afar. The moonlight-like brilliance easily attracted everyone's attention. They saw an extremely huge snake, with a body seemingly carved from white jade. It separated from the tide of ghosts and swam over. Just raising its head was enough to make it look like a skyscraper. The surrounding buildings looked as laughable as toys. Everyone retreated in horror. Even if such a huge snake's level wasn't high, its physical strength was something ordinary people couldn't match. The Buddha race's deliverance powers are effective against ghosts, but against a creature like the white snake, they won't be able to gain the upper hand. The chances of a terror grade against a calamity grade are slim, Chess Immortal said. The white snake flicked its tail and split a 30-story building. Half of the building flew up and smashed in the direction of Guide High School. Humans scrambled to dodge it. Such divine might left the humans dumbfounded. The power of its tail was already so terrifying. The students and ordinary people in the school fled the school in horror. The entire school, or even the school's surroundings, would be reduced to ruins if half a building smashed down at such terrifying speeds. Death was a certainty if they didn't escape. However, with their speed, it was impossible for them to escape the school before the building flew over. Seeing the building shadow rapidly envelop the school, everyone revealed looks of horror and despair. Some of the more timid girls screamed and cried. Boom! Jowin appeared in front of the building as Great Brahma's god-like body appeared. He sat cross-legged behind Jowin. The face at the back had already turned around. 8 palms blocked the building. At the same time, the black hole at the back constantly devoured the crumbling building, preventing the fragments from shooting out and injuring the people in the school. Everyone looked at Jowin and Great Brahma, which was floating in front of him, as though they were looking at an immortal with a demonic slave. What powerful terror transformation power! Thankfully, he's only at the terror grade. If he were to advance to the calamity grade, I'm afraid that the white snake wouldn't be his match. Painting Immortal exclaimed. The stronger he is, the more beneficial it will be for us. In the future, it will be much more convenient for you to use Jowin. Calligraphy Immortal said. That's precisely the logic. When he's no match for the white snake in battle, His Excellency will take action. He won't have a choice when it comes to submission. Chess Immortal echoed. As the few of them conversed, the white snake had already leaped up. Its body was huge, but its speed was unbelievably fast. It transformed into a huge white beam that rushed toward Zhou when in a bid to devour him. Just the shockwave caused by its body breaking through the sound barrier shattered the glass in the surrounding buildings. Many buildings collapsed from the shockwave as trees were uprooted. Thankfully, there were only ghosts. Otherwise, countless people would have died. Jowin remained levitating in midair without any intention of dodging. He watched as the white snake arrived in front of him. Just as Chess Immortal and company were wondering why Jowin didn't dodge, they saw a golden light flash from Jowin's body that met the white snake. Before anyone could see what had happened, they saw that the white snake's head had been chopped off. Blood spewed out like a fountain as Jowin remained floating there without even moving his hand. As for Great Brahma behind him, he extended his palm and grabbed the white snake's head and body, preventing it from falling and smashing into the humans below. Long live Jowin! He's utterly invincible. So other than human sovereign, there are other humans who are this powerful. I was right to stay in Guide City. Pooey! You stayed because you couldn't leave. Do you have the shame? Everyone was amazed at Jowin's strength. The 4 immortals, Zither, Chess, Calligraphy, and Painting, as well as Berserker Immortal were somewhat alarmed. Although they felt that the white snake might not necessarily be able to kill Jowin, they never expected the white snake to be killed by Jowin in one strike. It was a calamity creature after all. It was already shocking enough to be at the human realm. Chapter 15:12-2 Drawing a Circle. He actually has such a powerful calamity grade companion beast? Chess Immortal said in surprise. There's nothing strange about that. Earth is rapidly changing. Humans have already found a way to break through to the mythical stage. It's not impossible for top humans to obtain a calamity companion beast. Berserker Immortal said indifferently. Your Excellency, are we still going to other dimensional zones to lure dimensional creatures over? Painting Immortal pondered. There's no need. We aren't familiar with the other dimensional zones, so we might not be able to lure the dimensional creatures out. Besides, we don't have that much time. It's best we meet Jowin directly. Berserker Immortal glanced at Jowin in the distant sky and slowly walked towards the stairs. Jowin placed the white snake down and quickly realized that there was a companion egg and a dimensional crystal in its body. The companion egg was obviously the white snake's companion egg. As for the dimensional crystal, it was crystalline like a dragon pearl with a white snake shadow swirling inside a skill crystal. Jowin grabbed the companion egg and dimensional crystal, but the companion egg was a little too big. It was half the height of a person and was crystalline like white jade. Jowin took out his phone to see what attributes the white snake companion beast had. Although it had been sliced apart by the golden WIRM scissors clean break, it was a calamity grade companion beast after all. Its skills hadn't seemed strong when fighting the golden WIRM scissors, but that didn't mean that it wasn't strong. There weren't any useless companion beasts. Their potential was fully dependent on the user. Therefore, Jowin placed great importance on this companion beast. Before taking out his phone, Jowin suddenly frowned slightly and turned to look in a direction. 5 people came from afar. They walked in the crowd and didn't look too conspicuous, nor did they have any special auras. However, for some reason, the people in front of them would subconsciously make way for them, as though this was how it should be. Are these fellows human? Jowin carefully observed them, and didn't discover any dimensional creature auras on them. They looked like humans. However, Jowin didn't hear their heartbeats. How could humans not have a heartbeat? Jowin realized that the arrival of the ghosts and the white snake might not be as simple as a breakout of an ordinary dimensional zone. Old Zhou, what's wrong? Li Xian saw that Jowin's expression wasn't right. He traced his gaze and saw Berserker Immortal in company. Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu also walked over. Clearly, They had also sensed the abnormality of the 5 of them. This was because even the soldiers in charge of guarding the area subconsciously made way and didn't stop the 5 of them. What's their background? Li Xian looked at Berserker Immortal and company and whispered to Zhou Wen. I don't know. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. Berserker Immortal and company came nearby just as Li Xian was about to say something. Who are you? Li Xian stared at them and shouted. Berserker Immortal ignored Li Xian and walked to Zhou Wen. He stopped and looked at him. I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. I don't like tragedies, Zhou Wen said. I can help you clear Dove's dimensional zone and enter the cube's rankings to take first place, said Berserker Immortal seriously. Who do you think you are? Even Immortal from the League of Guardians wouldn't dare say such things in front of us brothers, Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips. Immortal? He's nothing. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, Immortal can only bow before you, said Berserker Immortal. Do whatever you need to do. We don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Li Xian naturally didn't believe it. Apart from Human Sovereign, the publicly recognized strongest faction on Earth was the League of Guardians. As for the Holy Land's strength, no one knew. What's the bad news? Zhou Wen asked again. Berserker Immortal said. The bad news is that you will have to spend more time thinking about how to manage Earth's Federation in the future. That's interesting. How may I address you? Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes and asked Berserker Immortal. Although Berserker Immortal didn't emit any aura and looked like an ordinary person, Zhou Wen sensed extreme danger from him. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is what I can give you, said Berserker Immortal. Li Xian was amused as he walked over and patted Berserker Immortal on the shoulder. Brother, you sure are good at bragging. Did you not ask around who us brothers are before you came? There's no one on Earth who can brag in front of us brothers. Go do whatever you need to do. When the 4 immortals saw Li Xian patting Berserker Immortal's shoulder, they were immediately enraged. Just as they were about to attack, they were stopped by Berserker Immortal with a wave of his hand. I know you are considered top figures in the Federation. I'm afraid I won't be able to convince you without showing some feats. Berserker Immortal gestured at Painting Immortal. Painting Immortal tacitly understood and walked in front of Zhou Wen and summoned a brush. Then, he drew a circle on the ground. He stood in the circle and looked at Zhou Wen. I'll stand here motionless. You can try your best to see if you can injure me. Others might not understand, but Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised when he saw the circle drawn by Painting Immortal. The circle drawn by Painting Immortal was actually similar to his minor, Heavenly Cycle Killing formation. They were both periodic spatial skills. The circle drawn by Painting Immortal was static. It borrowed the space on the ground, and was far inferior dynamically to Zhou Wen's minor Heavenly Cycle Killing formation. It could be said that the skill Painting Immortal used was actually one level lower than Zhou Wen's. Zhou Wen, wasn't your companion beast quite powerful? You can try to see if it can injure me. Painting Immortal stood in the circle with his hands behind his back. He looked like a sage, as though he didn't take Zhou Wen seriously. Zhou Wen naturally knew that a weapon, like the golden WYRM scissors, was useless against such periodic spatial skills. Even if he released the golden WYRM scissors, it would only circle around the ring and not injure the Painting Immortal inside. Of course, Zhou Wen was good at such skills. It wasn't difficult to crack Painting Immortal's skill. Why? Don't you dare? Painting Immortal provoked Zhou Wen smugly when he saw him remain motionless. Coach, this level of competition isn't worth you personally taking action. Let me do it. Feng Qiuyan suddenly stood forward, hoping to request permission to fight. The immortals didn't think much of humans to begin with. Even Zhou Wen was only of value to them because he had been born on Earth. Without eyeing Zhou Wen, would they even think anything of Feng Qiuyan? Since Feng Qiuyan addressed Zhou Wen as coach, he was clearly a student taught by Zhou Wen. How could Painting Immortal take a fancy to him? Young man, this isn't playing house. It will kill you, Painting Immortal said coldly. Give it a try. Zhou Wen saw the determination in Feng Qiuyan's eyes, as though he was very confident, so he nodded in agreement. Chapter 1513 My saber is very fast. After receiving Zhou Wen's approval, Feng Qiuyan turned around and walked towards Painting Immortal. Painting Immortal was at the hell level. He could only barely produce strength at the human realm due to his possession of an ancient corpse. Otherwise, it would be destroyed by Earth's rules as punishment. He was still at the Calamity grade after all. If Zhou Wen were to fight personally, he would be more concerned with the might of the golden WYRM scissors. However, Zhou Wen had actually allowed his student to fight him. From Painting Immortal's point of view, this was an insult. If not for the fact that he still needed Zhou Wen, he would have already punished him, letting him know how terrifying Calamity grade immortals were. Zhou Wen ignored what was on Painting Immortal's mind. Zhou Wen knew that his strength wasn't stronger than his from the circle drawn by him. Instead, Feng Qiuyan's initiative to fight and confidence surprised Zhou Wen. I gave Feng Qiuyan the coin with the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. He should have figured out something, right? If he can figure out the trick to it, he might be able to crack the looping space. Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan, hoping to see what he had figured out from the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. However, Zhou Wen didn't have much hope. It hadn't been long since he had given Feng Qiuyan the coin. Even if Feng Qiuyan figured out something, it couldn't be much. Feng Qiuyan stopped outside the circle and held his saber in his hand. He looked at Painting Immortal and said, "My saber is very fast. You have to be careful." Painting Immortal laughed and said in contempt, "Feel free to slash. Even 1,000 slashes won't be able to touch my clothes, much less one." Feng Qiuyan had already warned him. If Painting Immortal continued being careless, it was not on him. He immediately stopped talking and held his saber as he stared at the Painting Immortal in the circle. "Impressive aura. I hope your saber can live up to that aura." Painting Immortal thought nothing of Feng Qiuyan. Looping space was a high-level skill. Even among calamity-grade creatures, there weren't many who grasped such a skill. Even for spatial-type creatures, it was difficult to say if they could master such a skill. How could it be easily cracked by a human? Feng Qiuyan didn't say a word. He drew the saber as the look in his eyes changed. Fast, it was unbelievably fast. Ignoring the fact that ordinary humans couldn't see it clearly, even Immortal Painting saw a blur. The blade seemed to vanish from his vision. However, Painting Immortal didn't take it to heart. No matter how fast the saber was, it would be trapped in the looping space. It was impossible for it to injure him. What a fast saber! It's not easy for a Terra-grade human to master such a fast saber. I never expected Zhou Wen to have such a person by his side. Berserker Immortal was somewhat surprised. However, he was more delighted. Having both Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan under his control would be a great boon to the establishment of the Immortals' new faction. Berserker Immortal also didn't believe that Feng Qiuyan's saber could break through the looping space. "You can be a little faster." Painting Immortal was still teasing Feng Qiuyan, but before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed. The golden circle on the ground magnified, forming a strange distorted space. It was as though a painting was circling around the painter Immortal. Feng Qiuyan's saber slashed at the distorted picture as the saber beam sliced right through, and went for Painting Immortal without stopping. Painting Immortal quickly retreated upon sensing the anomaly, but he was still half a beat too slow. The clothes on his chest had been sliced open by the saber, leaving a deep wound that reached his bones. If he hadn't reacted in time and retreated a distance, the saber would have already sliced his body into two. "How is that possible?" The four immortals widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Feng Qiuyan. That was a looping spatial skill. It wasn't impossible to use some special ability to pass through. However, to be able to slice open the looping space with a saber, a Terra-grade human at that, made them almost believe that they were dreaming. Even Berserker Immortal looked at Feng Qiuyan in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Wen was also somewhat surprised. From Feng Qiuyan's performance, he knew that Feng Qiuyan had almost comprehended his minor heavenly cycle killing formation, and had even independently created a way to crack it. Of course, this method of cracking was very ineffective against the variable minor heavenly cycle killing formation. However, the effect on the static looping space used by Painting Immortal was excellent. "So that's all you have after bragging all day?" The glance and faint smile that Li Xian gave Painting Immortal nearly made him find a hole to hide in embarrassment. Feng Qiuyan returned to Zhou Wen and said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, coach. I've already tried my best, but I still haven't completely understood what you taught me. My strike is still lacking, and has let down your teachings." From Feng Qiuyan's point of view, the looping space that Painting Immortal had set up was much simpler than the minor heavenly cycle killing formation that Zhou Wen had instructed him to comprehend. He had actually failed to crack it cleanly, and even gave Painting Immortal time to react. This was a huge oversight. "You haven't had much time to practice. To be able to do so is already considered a pass. Keep up the training when you return. Don't make the same mistake again." What else could Zhou Wen say? All he could do was tell him to train well in the future. In any case, Zhou Wen really didn't have anything to teach him. Feng Qiuyan's learning aptitude was just too good. Lacking? Hadn't had much time to practice? A pass? Needs more practice? Painting Immortal and company were somewhat dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient corpses didn't have any expressions, his face would have long twitched and deformed. Berserker Immortal frowned as he looked at Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan. He thought to himself, "This Zhou Wen seems somewhat different from the intelligence I have on him. It's really strange that one of his students has such standards." Immortal Painting and company even suspected that Feng Qiuyan wasn't a student taught by Zhou Wen, but Wang Mingyuan's disciple. It was shocking enough to have such standards even as Wang Mingyuan's disciple. However, from Feng Qiuyan's attitude towards Zhou Wen, the respect and worship he showed were definitely not faked. Everyone, the performance has ended. If there's nothing else, go do whatever you need to do, Li Xian said with a smile. Painting Immortal and company looked at each other before looking at Berserker Immortal. Their emotions were somewhat odd, especially Painting Immortal. His eyes were filled with embarrassment and indignation. He was a mighty hell-level powerhouse, but he was nearly split into two by a terror-grade human. This was a great humiliation. Berserker Immortal thought for a moment and gestured at Calligraphy Immortal. Painting Immortal had already lost, so it wasn't appropriate for him to take action again. Furthermore, Berserker Immortal could already tell that Feng Qiuyan was very knowledgeable about looping spaces. At Painting Immortal's present strength, even if he tried to attack again, it probably wouldn't be of much use considering how his abilities were restrained. Calligraphy Immortal tacitly understood and took a step forward. He came in front of Zhou Wen and said, "I have a technique that I wish to seek your advice on." At that moment, Calligraphy Immortal's attitude towards Zhou Wen was very different from before. He no longer had that condescending contempt from before. Chapter 15:14 My sword is very slow. Coach, take a break. There's no need for you to take action against such a goon, Ming Xiu said as he walked forward. Ming Xiu knew from watching that Berserker Immortal led the group of 5. Since Berserker Immortal hadn't personally taken action, Ming Xiu didn't wish for Zhou Wen to weaken his stance. Furthermore, after watching Feng Qiuyan's battle, he felt his hands itch. He also wanted to try out his insights. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. Ming Xiu stood in front of Calligraphy Immortal and said with a faint smile, "You don't have to be afraid. Although I studied under Coach, I'm much weaker than the previous guy. My sword is also much slower than his saber. As long as your reaction speed isn't too bad, you should be able to block it." Calligraphy Immortal no longer underestimated his enemy like Painting Immortal. After all, the possibility of another Feng Qiuyan appearing was relatively low. There couldn't be many existences among the humans like Feng Qiuyan. It was already impressive for any one of the 6 families to produce 1 or 2 such existences. Zhou Wen was just one man. It was already shocking to have Feng Qiuyan by his side. It was unbelievable that there would be another similar expert around him. Even so, Calligraphy Immortal didn't underestimate his enemy. He thought to himself, he and that Feng Qiuyan were taught by Zhou Wen. Although one uses a saber and the other uses a sword, they probably study the same path. They should be focused on speed. Even if he's bluffing me and his sword techniques are actually faster than Feng Qiuyan's, I can block his attacks as long as I don't underestimate my enemy like Painting Immortal. Calligraphy Immortal thought it through, and was about to say something to Ming Xiu, when he suddenly saw Ming Xiu draw his sword and thrust forward. The sword was unbelievably fast, almost as fast as Feng Qiuyan's saber. Ming Xiu's sword wasn't slower than Feng Qiuyan's saber. In fact, his first few strikes were slightly faster than Feng Qiuyan's. However, Feng Qiuyan was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the stronger he became. This was a trait Ming Xiu didn't possess. If Ming Xiu wanted to defeat Feng Qiuyan, he could only rely on the first few strikes. If he couldn't defeat Feng Qiuyan after 5 strikes, there was basically no need for him to continue fighting. He would definitely lose. When Calligraphy Immortal saw how fast Ming Xiu's sword was, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. No matter how scheming you are, it's useless in front of absolute strength. In a split second, Calligraphy Immortal summoned a book. The page opened and faced Ming Xiu's sword. Once the sword was clamped by the book, the text in the book would be imprinted on the sword, sealing the power of the sword. Humans ultimately only know some tricks. Calligraphy Immortal watched as his book was about to grab Ming Xiu's sword. Calligraphy Immortal's eyes widened the next moment. He had clearly calculated the speed and timing. The Book of Seal was just short of clamping Ming Xiu's sword when he realized that Ming Xiu's sword was a little slower than he had expected. He had already closed his book, but Ming Xiu's sword hadn't arrived. It was too late for Calligraphy Immortal to open the pages again. The sword that looked a beat slower suddenly experienced a speed burst and flashed like a stream of light. Ming Xiu's sword stabbed into Calligraphy Immortal's chest as the latter watched helplessly as the sword penetrated him, his body failing to dodge. This was because his strength was limited by the ancient corpse, preventing him from unleashing his fastest speed. He couldn't dodge the strike that was so close to him. Ming Xiu's successful strike instantly made him retreat gracefully. It was like a pleasing piece of art. Calligraphy Immortal had intended to severely injure Ming Xiu while taking the blow, but he wasn't given the chance. Ming Xiu had already retreated, leaving only the wound on his chest. Although his wound looked terrifying, no blood flowed out due to the lack of blood in the ancient corpse. Zhou Wen and company had already noticed this when Feng Qiuyan injured Painting Immortal. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I've already said that my sword is very slow. You don't have to be so fast. Just slow down and you'll be able to block it, Ming Xiao said coolly, as he sheathed his sword. Calligraphy Immortal was even more depressed than Painting Immortal from before. At the very least, he had used his art of cage etching, but he hadn't used any of his abilities. He had lost for no reason. Apart from being depressed, Calligraphy Immortal and company were even more surprised. Without a doubt, Ming Xiao was also a most talented and top-notch human like Feng Qiuyan. However, such human powerhouses were top-notch existences among the other major factions on Earth. For example, Ye from the Holy Spirit Association and Immortal from the League of Guardians. These were existences that even the Dimension knew of. Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan couldn't be much weaker even if they were weaker than Ye and Immortal. Even Berserker Immortal found it unbelievable that such people were Zhou Wen's students. They originally imagined that Zhou Wen was the weakest amongst Wang Mingyuan's disciples. After all, Zhou Wen was alone, and the others had their own massive factions. However, from the looks of it, just Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan had made Zhou Wen a faction that couldn't be underestimated. Interesting. Only then did Berserker Immortal seriously size up Zhou Wen. Although Berserker Immortal hadn't advanced to the Apocalypse grade, he had once defeated an Apocalypse grade creature. He indeed looked down on Zhou Wen and Earth's strength and qualifications. Berserker Immortal originally wanted a puppet. He wasn't too interested in Zhou Wen as a person. But now, Berserker Immortal had no choice but to seriously examine Zhou Wen. To be able to produce students like Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan, Zhou Wen's strength seemed to be severely incongruent with the intelligence he had previously obtained. The four immortals looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. Before coming here, they didn't even think much of Zhou Wen, believing that anyone could suppress him. However, two immortals had already been defeated by Zhou Wen's students. Even though their strength was suppressed, they still felt humiliated. Zither Immortal and Chess Immortal hesitated and didn't take action. Calligraphy and Painting Immortal weren't weaker than them. They couldn't even defeat Zhou Wen's students, so how could Zither and Chess Immortal dare challenge him? They had witnessed Zhou Wen using his companion beast to kill the white snake with their own eyes. Their bodies weren't any stronger than the white snakes. If the ancient corpses were destroyed, exposing them to Earth, their bodies would suffer serious injuries. The four immortals couldn't help but cast their gazes at Berserker Immortal. After all, this trip was mainly led by him. They were only assisting him, so they had to wait for him to make the decision. Berserker Immortal looked at Zhou Wen and company. He wasn't as depressed as the four immortals. Instead, he was somewhat excited. The stronger the people around Zhou Wen were, the faster he could establish a new immortal faction after they came under his control. The strength Zhou Wen and company displayed was almost comparable to the League of Guardians. I want these people for sure. Berserker Immortal stared at Zhou Wen with a burning gaze. Chapter 1515 Immortal Vanquishing Palm. So that's all there is after saying so much? Shall I entertain you? So that you can return home in peace? Li Xian felt his heart itch when he saw Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiao in the limelight. He also wanted to be in the limelight, so he stepped forward and spoke to Berserker Immortal. Li Xian's appetite was much bigger than Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiao's. He wanted to finish off the leading Berserker Immortal. Zither Immortal and Chess Immortal were enraged, having the urge to rush forward to teach Li Xian a lesson, but they were stopped by Berserker Immortal. Alright, I'll entertain you. Berserker Immortal's voice was calm and even carried a smiling tone, but he was already filled with killing intent. He knew that it was impossible for him to easily subdue Zhou Wen and company today. He needed to suppress them with absolute strength, and Li Xian was his opening gambit. Let's begin, Berserker Immortal said to Li Xian as he stood there casually. Although all of them were using ancient corpses, Berserker Immortal's body was slightly stronger than the four immortals. It could constantly pump out strength at the human realm, and he could just produce a burst of strength at the hell level. Furthermore, Berserker Immortal's realm far exceeded his peers. Even if he could only produce strength at the human realm, his combat strength was not something ordinary humans could compare with. He got Li Xian to attack first to give him a chance to strike. I'm afraid I'll kill you with one punch. It's best you attack first, Li Xian said proudly, as he stood still like a mountain. At the same time, he thought to himself, you are still too young to posture in front of me. I never lose when it comes to posturing. Is that so? Berserker Immortal's eyes narrowed as they landed on Li Xian. When? Li Xian's eyes suddenly widened just as he said a word. His eyes nearly popped out as he opened his mouth and spat out blood. His body curled like a shrimp. Berserker Immortal was already standing in front of him at some point in time and had struck his chest with a hand. Bang! Li Xian's chest sank as he hunched his body and flew backward like a cannonball. He slammed into the wall and toppled it, his body plowing a deep ravine that was hundreds of meters long. Due to the speed and immense friction, the soil and bricks in the deep ditch emitted smoke. The attenuated ends of the steel columns turned dark red, as though they had been burned. Silence at last. Now we can have a good chat, Berserker Immortal said to Zhou Wen. The surrounding people had already caught wind of the commotion, but with the soldiers stopping them, no one could come over. They could only watch from afar. What do you want to talk about? I'm all ears. A voice sounded from a distant ravine, leaving Berserker Immortal slightly taken aback. Berserker Immortal turned his head and indeed, he saw Li Xian walk out of the deep ravine. His armor had shattered, but there were no injuries on his bare chest. His firm chest and abs were exposed. They were smooth and majestic, so perfect that they didn't look like a human's, but like a marble statue. You should be proud to be able to withstand my strike without dying, said Berserker Immortal. Li Xian walked over step by step and stared at Berserker Immortal. Your strength isn't bad, but it's still too soft. You can try using more strength. When Berserker Immortal heard Li Xian, his eyes sank as he broke through the sound barrier. The sonic boom blasted a huge crater in the ground. Li Xian wanted to block, but he was ultimately too slow. He was once again hit in the chest by Berserker Immortal. However, this time, Berserker Immortal's strength didn't send Li Xian flying. Li Xian remained standing in his original spot, but the terrifying force penetrated his body, instantly rupturing his bones and organs. Berserker Immortal gracefully retracted his palm and waited for Li Xian's body to reduce to mud. He was very confident in his strength. Although Li Xian's body was very powerful, even a human realm creature would be reduced to meat paste under his palm's hidden force. Berserker Immortal stood there waiting for Li Xian to collapse, but Li Xian remained standing there motionless even after some time. There were no signs of him collapsing. There wasn't even any blood seeping out of his 7 orifices. This made Berserker Immortal feel that something was amiss. Is that all you got? I told you to use more strength. Why is it softer than the first palm strike? Have you not eaten? Do you want to eat something before continuing? Li Xian looked at Berserker Immortal and said provocatively. The 4 immortals looked at Li Xian in surprise. They knew about Berserker Immortal's immortal vanquishing palm. Although Berserker Immortal's palm force wasn't as terrifying as his sword, it didn't mean that his palm force wasn't strong. On the contrary, it was extremely sinister. Very few creatures of the same level could withstand the hidden force of the immortal vanquishing palm. Berserker Immortal had already used his calamity grade strength, yet he failed to kill Li Xian. Li Xian didn't even look injured. This left the 4 immortals somewhat incredulous. They even wondered if this was a dream. The 4 immortals looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They never expected such a situation to happen before coming here. They originally imagined that it wouldn't be difficult to suppress a factionless Zhou Wen, but the people who were beside him were each more terrifying than the last. Even the League of Guardians and the Holy Spirit Association might not have so many terrifying figures. What the hell? Where did these people come from? Why isn't there any intelligence on them? Are the fellows from the League of Guardians doing their job? Painting Immortal said angrily. Immortal must be up to no good. He deliberately didn't report it, said Zither Immortal. However, Chess Immortal shook his head and said, I don't think so. If they are really very famous, even if the League of Guardians doesn't report it, it's impossible to not have any news from the Holy Temple. For there to be no news from the Holy Temple as well, it can only mean that they aren't very famous. The attention that the dimension paid to humans was concentrated on the especially famous people like Immortal, Ye, or the Zhang family's Zhang Chuanqiu. Although Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan were somewhat famous in the Federation, they hadn't reached that level. There was no need to mention Li Xian. At home, outsiders only knew that Li Mabai was the head of the Li family. When out, Li Xian was always with Zhou Wen. He basically didn't have any chance to showcase himself. Outsiders didn't know that there was a figure like the Li family's 3rd scion. But in fact, even Zhong Zia and Qin Yin weren't completely confident of defeating Li Xian. Berserker Immortal's eyes turned serious as he looked at Li Xian and said, It's not bad for a human to cultivate the invincible Kane divine art of the Kane Holy Temple to such an extent. Unfortunately, it's only an incomplete fake. Ignoring a fake invincible Kane divine art like yours, even if you were to master the real invincible Kane divine art, you wouldn't be able to live if I wanted you dead. Chapter 15-16 Berserk Sword Immortal. Li Xian. Zhou Wen could already tell that Berserker Immortal's strength was extremely terrifying. He was definitely not at the ordinary human realm. Although Li Xian's body was extremely powerful, there was ultimately a limit. Zhou Wen was afraid that something would happen to him, so he wanted him to stand down. There was no need for him to take the risk. However, Li Xian cut off Zhou Wen and said with a smile, How can I share half of your city without showing something? Take a good look at my performance. I won't disappoint you. Zhou Wen read Li Xian's thoughts through his eyes. Li Xian clearly knew that Berserker Immortal was extraordinary. He was using him as a target to force Berserker Immortal to show his strength, giving Zhou Wen a chance to observe from the side and understand the enemy. What Li Xian meant by taking a good look at him wasn't for Zhou Wen to look at him, but to focus on Berserker Immortal as he forced his strength out. I don't know what's real or fake. All I know is that you are a coward who only knows how to spout nonsense. Kill me if you have the ability. Li Xian suddenly unleashed his strength and threw a punch at Berserker Immortal's nose. He deliberately didn't use the Planet Devourer because he had already realized that the Planet Devourer probably couldn't withstand Berserker Immortal's power. It might be destroyed if he summoned it. Berserker Immortal was an arrogant person to begin with. Despite knowing that Li Xian was being provocative, he was still filled with killing intent. Berserker Immortal didn't have any qualms, nor did he need to tolerate it. At the instant Li Xian rushed in front of him, he pointed out. It was so fast that Li Xian couldn't see his finger move, and his finger had already touched his forehead. Thousands of sword beams erupted from Berserker Immortal's fingertip as they surged towards Li Xian like a galaxy. Berserker Immortal wanted to reduce Li Xian to dust. Under the galaxy-like sword beams, his body would be torn into tiny fragments. No matter how strong his self-healing ability was, it was impossible for him to recover under such circumstances. Berserker Immortal wasn't lying. Even a terror-grade creature that cultivated the complete invincible Kane divine art would definitely be reduced to dust under his sword stream. Self-recovery was useless. When the sword beams rushed into Li Xian's body, his entire body lit up as though his body had turned into a holographic projection. The sword beams that resembled a river of stars surged through his body. Zhou Wen activated the minor heavenly cycle killing formation that he had set up ahead of time. The sword beams constantly circled around an area spanning hundreds of meters, preventing any from flying out. Is this Imperial Lord Polestar's major heavenly cycle array? Painting Immortal was immediately given a fright when he saw Zhou Wen's minor heavenly cycle killing formation. Although his strength was spatial, it was still much weaker than the major heavenly cycle array. It's not the major heavenly cycle array. It's somewhat different, but it's already very similar. Furthermore, there are some strange powers combined with it. Strange, very strange, Chess Immortal said with an odd expression. He knew the major heavenly cycle array well. Now that he was in it, he could easily tell what was happening. However, Zhou Wen's minor heavenly cycle killing formation was somewhat different from the major heavenly cycle array. Chess Immortal couldn't completely understand it. Bang! Everyone suddenly heard the sound of a fist colliding with flesh. They turned their heads and saw Li Xian's fist smash into Berserker Immortal's face, causing his face to contort. The latter staggered and nearly fell to the ground. The four immortals were filled with disbelief. It was unimaginable that Berserker Immortal had been punched in the face by a human. That was Berserker Immortal, the one who had once defeated an apocalypse-grade powerhouse. Although he was now restricted by the ancient corpse's body and could only maintain his strength at the human realm, it was still difficult for them to accept such an outcome. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Berserker Immortal. He had always believed that Li Xian cultivated an incomplete invincible Kane divine art. He knew the path of the invincible Kane divine art very well, making its cultivator in existence with an invincible body. However, he never expected Li Xian's incomplete invincible Kane divine art to take a completely new path. It was already very different from the true invincible Kane divine art. It was almost two completely different essence energy arts. The sword beams failed to injure him when Li Xian's body digitalized. Berserker Immortal imagined that it was an illusion, but in fact, it was Li Xian's actual body. Be it calligraphy and painting Immortal, or Berserker Immortal, they subconsciously looked down on humans. If they were to fight dimensional enemies, even if it was just an illusion, Berserker Immortal wouldn't let them get close to him. However, he didn't retreat immediately after his sword beams failed to injure Li Xian. That was how Li Xian managed to punch him in the face. Having succeeded in his punch, Li Xian showed no mercy. He unleashed a barrage of attacks on Berserker Immortal with his fists and legs. However, before his punches and kicks landed on Berserker Immortal, a sword beam that resembled a volcanic eruption suddenly erupted from his body. The sword beam was somewhat different from before. It was the color of blood. A blood-colored sword beam spewed out and shot into the sky. Li Xian's digitalized body was corroded upon contact with the blood-colored sword beam. His hands and legs turned blood red and quickly exploded. In his horror, Li Xian hurriedly retreated, but his retreating speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which the blood-colored sword beam spread. His body was about to be devoured by it. His terror transformation ability didn't really turn him into an ethereal holographic projection. Even a real holographic projection wasn't completely incorporeal. In fact, it was made of fundamental particles. As for Berserker Immortal's sword beam, it was so minute that it could destroy neutrinos. Li Xian's terror transformation powers were unable to survive such a sword beam. Just as Li Xian was about to be devoured by the sword beam, Zhou Wen instant transmitted behind him. He grabbed his body and instant transmitted out of the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. And in the minor heavenly cycle killing formation, Berserker Immortal slowly turned his face back and stood up straight. The sanguine light in his eyes was like a blade, as the blood sword beam on his body constantly erupted like a crazy devil. Wang Mingyuan's previous slap had already pushed Berserker Immortal to the brink of going berserk. If not for the interests of the entire immortal race, he would have killed Wang Mingyuan long ago. However, Wang Mingyuan was the Dragon King after all, and he was now the leader of the Octokind. He had some status in the dimension, so Berserker Immortal had to put up with it. Now, a Terror-grade human had actually hit him in the face. This made Berserker Immortal instantly rage. As the blood sword beam on his body erupted, the ancient corpse's body began to crack. Sanguine sword beams filled the minor heavenly cycle killing formation, as the looping space that was constantly formed by the array formation kept being torn apart. Your Excellency! The four immortals shouted in horror as they unleashed their strength to withstand the sanguine sword beams. They were still inside the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. They were the first to bear the brunt of the terrifying sword beams produced by Berserker Immortal. Chapter 15-17 Battling Berserker Immortal. The minor heavenly cycle killing formation is about to be torn apart. Zhou Wen watched as the terrifying sword beams filled the entire minor heavenly cycle killing formation. Even though the space in the minor heavenly cycle killing formation could loop, there was limited space. The other party's sword beams were so powerful that they could fill all space. It was only a matter of time before the minor heavenly cycle killing formation was torn apart. Where did this fellow come from? He's terrifying! Li Xian's injuries rapidly healed. He had mostly recovered, but he still felt alarmed. If Zhou Wen had been any slower, his self-healing ability wouldn't have been of any use. Thankfully, you made him expose his true strength ahead of time, and gave us time to prepare. Now, we can think of a solution. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. Zhou Wen sincerely felt that Li Xian had done a good job. If Li Xian hadn't forced Berserker Immortal to such an extent that gave Zhou Wen a chance to understand his abilities, and even set up the minor heavenly cycle killing formation ahead of time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If Zhou Wen had really fought Berserker Immortal himself, once the latter suddenly used such strength, few nearby humans would survive even if Zhou Wen could dodge the attack. I may not be many things, but when it comes to taking a beating, no one can be better than me, Li Xian said smugly. Stop bragging. Disperse the crowd. My minor heavenly cycle killing formation won't last long, Zhou Wen said to Li Xian. The minor heavenly cycle killing formation was on the brink of collapse. Blood-like sword beams constantly surged out from the cracked array. Everything that touched the blood-colored sword beams, be it plants or rocks, was instantly dyed red before exploding. Zhou Wen knew very well that the objects weren't really dyed red. It was a result of the blood sword beams being too tiny. They could directly drill into objects and destroy them at the fundamental particle level, producing such a visual effect. Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan, and company evacuated the crowd. Without waiting for the minor heavenly cycle killing formation to completely shatter, Zhou Wen summoned the golden WYRM scissors and transformed it into a golden beam that slashed at Berserker Immortal in the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. Berserker Immortal had already seen the might of the golden WYRM scissors. When he saw it flash over, he immediately pointed at it with his finger, producing a sword art. Following his finger were blood sword beams that surged like a tidal wave towards the golden WYRM scissors. Ding! The vibrational sounds produced by the collision went on and on. The tiny, neutrino-like, blood sword beams constantly struck the golden WYRM scissors, but failed to penetrate it. The golden WYRM scissors went against the tide as the scissors opened up. Like scissors cutting through red cloth, it tore a hole through the blood sword beams and slashed at Berserker Immortal like a hot knife through butter. Berserker Immortal was slightly surprised. He had already unleashed his hell-level strength, but he was still unable to block the golden WYRM scissors. All he could do was quickly duck. Meanwhile, the four immortals were already in terrible shape. Parts of their ancient corpse bodies had been destroyed by Berserker Immortal's sword beams, while other parts were crumbling after being forced to unleash immense strength way beyond the limits of the body. Bang! At the instant Berserker Immortal dodged the golden WYRM scissors, he heard a gunshot. A bullet was aimed at his face, going straight for his head. However, the bullet was shattered by the blood sword beams before it reached Berserker Immortal. Zhou Wen mounted the sniper rifle on a collapsed wall and shot in Berserker Immortal's direction 6 times, but the 6 bullets were shattered by the blood sword beams. They couldn't approach him at all. Instead, the might of Berserker Immortal's blood sword beams increased greatly, tearing apart the originally tottering minor heavenly cycle killing formation. Blood sword beams that blotted out the sky rushed out like a sea of blood that enveloped the world. The four immortals rushed out as well, but most of their ancient corpses had been destroyed, forcing them to be suppressed by the rules of Earth. Their bodies trembled as they moaned in pain. It was as though invisible chains were strangling them, making it difficult for them to move. Their throats emitted strange sounds as though they were about to stop breathing. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that their powerful auras were rapidly weakening. These fellows are from the dimension. Zhou Wen immediately understood that they weren't Earthlings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered such severe rejection and pressure. Although the four immortals suffered immense pressure, the pressure wasn't enough to take their lives. It only constantly dropped their level in life. They, who were originally at the hell level, had fallen to the calamity grade in just moments. Now, they only had strength at the terror grade, and it was still dropping. On the contrary, Berserker Immortal's blood sword beams became more and more terrifying. The ancient corpse's body cracked like a withered field, but it didn't truly crumble. Berserker Immortal didn't waste any time on the golden WRM scissors. As he dodged the golden WRM scissors attacks, he controlled the blood sword beams that filled the sky to sweep towards Zhou Wen from all directions. The blood sword beams were just too terrifying. They were almost everywhere. They enveloped most of Guide City. The roofs of skyscrapers were the first to come into contact with the sword beam before being wrecked. The buildings began to turn red from the top before exploding. The blood-like sword beams constantly pressed down, as though the end of the world was approaching. People screamed and cried, or they tried their best to escape, but under such terrifying power, ordinary people couldn't escape at all. They could only wait for death to arrive. Zhou Wen could escape, but if he did, the hundreds of thousands of people in Guide City would be instantly killed. Even the entire city would be completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Zhou Wen held his sniper rifle and continued aiming at Berserker Immortal, ignoring the blood sword beams that filled the sky. Bang! The seventh gunshot sounded as a bullet shot out from the chamber, piercing through the blood sword beams like a beam of light. The Sure Kill seventh shot was a sure kill bullet that used all the golden sniper's strength. The bullet shuttled through the blood sword beams crazily. It wasn't shattered by them like the first 6 bullets. This bullet needed to see blood. It charged through the blood sword beams alone, but the blood sword beams were just too powerful as they struck it, dropping its speed until it almost stopped. Hum! The golden WRM scissors flew over and tore through space in front of the bullet as it charged at Berserker Immortal. The bullet shot at Berserker Immortal at the speed of light, using the space torn by the golden WRM scissors. Berserker Immortal warped into the distance and dodged the golden WRM scissors attack. As for the Sure Kill 7th bullet, it automatically made a turn and continued pursuing Berserker Immortal. The 7th bullet in the Venusian dimensional zone might be fatal to others, but to me, such strength is still too weak. Berserker Immortal recognized the origins of the 7th bullet. He clamped the bullet between his fingers the instant the bullet reached him. The bullet spun between his fingers like a drill, but it couldn't advance even an inch. Chapter 15-18 Threat. Berserker Immortal exerted strength again. The Sure Kill bullet couldn't continue spitting under his immense pressure. The bullet kept trembling, but it couldn't move at all. It was almost flattened under the terrifying forces of his fingers. The golden WRM scissors charged over again. Unwilling to fight the golden WRM scissors head-on, Berserker Immortal could only duck again. As Berserker Immortal dodged, the bullet in his hand turned into an ancient mirror. Berserker Immortal's reaction was already very fast. He threw out the ancient mirror in his hand, but he was too close to it. The light from the ancient mirror continued shining on him. When the strange light shone on Berserker Immortal, his body and the blood-colored sword beam that filled the sky suddenly vanished, leaving nothing behind. The horrified people stared blankly at the sky. If not for the fact that the buildings were halved in height, they would have imagined that the terrifying blood sea sword beams were just a dream. Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned for the soul mirror to return to his hand. He saw a sanguine glow in the mirror as though it was about to seep out. Cracks began to appear on the originally smooth mirror surface, and they were rapidly spreading. "I'll leave this place to you!" Zhou Wen roared at Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan, and company before vanishing with the soul mirror, thanks to interstellar teleportation. Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan, and Ming Xiu understood what Zhou Wen meant, and immediately charged at the 4 immortals. The 4 immortals' faces turned livid. They hadn't accomplished anything, but their ancient corpse bodies had been destroyed by their companion, Berserker Immortal. Being severely suppressed by the rules of Earth, they could barely maintain their terror grade standards, one that just met the mark. They originally imagined that no one could withstand Berserker Immortal's explosive strength, but to their surprise, he vanished for no reason, leaving the 4 of them lamenting inwardly. They had seen the strength of Li Xian and company. If they were in the dimension, it would be too easy to kill them, but not here and now. Zhou Wen teleported to Dubby. The cracks on the soul mirror had spread like spiderwebs, an indication that it was about to shatter. Without any hesitation, Joe picked up the soul mirror and aimed it at Dubby. When the soul illuminating divine light shone on it, Berserker Immortal and the blood sword beams that filled the sky immediately appeared again. However, he was no longer in Guide City, but in the hot plasma of Dubby. Light pulses constantly exploded around him, like countless hydrogen bombs. Joe originally imagined that Dubby's terrifying light pulses would affect Berserker Immortal, and might even damage his body. However, to his surprise, the blood sword beams around him resisted the high temperature, radiation, and energy explosions. They protected his body as he rushed out of Dubby. What a terrifying fellow! Joe knew that Berserker Immortal was definitely suppressed by hellish rules. His true strength wasn't just that. To be able to produce such power under such circumstances was truly terrifying. After Berserker Immortal rushed out, he didn't attack Joe immediately because he was certain that Joe was good at spatial teleportation. If Joe were to teleport away, there was nothing he could do about him. "Joe, let's make a deal," Berserker Immortal said as he stood amidst the blood that filled the sky and looked down at Joe. "What deal?" Joe wasn't in a rush to leave as he asked calmly. "You are Deceit King, right?" Although Berserker Immortal was asking, his tone was certain. "Does it matter?" Joe knew that the spatial ability he had exposed had made Berserker Immortal connect him to Deceit King. "Yes, it really doesn't matter. Your spatial powers are very strong. Even in the dimension, there aren't many people at your level who are stronger than you." Berserker Immortal paused before continuing. "I really can't kill you here, but even if you can escape, your family can't. Your friends and the hundreds of thousands of people in Guide City won't be able to escape either. Are you threatening me?" Joe looked coldly at Berserker Immortal. "I'm just stating a fact. Don't you think so?" Berserker Immortal asked. "What are you getting at?" Joe was already filled with killing intent. He was a person who seldom had the intention to kill. Even when facing an opponent who wanted him dead, Joe could calmly do what he needed to do. This was because he knew very well that the other party was his enemy. Wanting him dead was very normal. There was no need to be enraged about it. However, Berserker Immortal was different. His actions were no longer as simple as an enemy. "Cooperate with me. From now on, you will be my race's representative in the human world," said Berserker Immortal. "Which race are you from?" Joe asked. "If you are willing to cooperate, you will naturally know in the future." Berserker Immortal didn't answer Joe. "And what if I don't?" Joe asked. "No one related to you will live," said Berserker Immortal coldly. Joe suddenly laughed happily. Berserker Immortal stared coldly at Joe and said, "What's so funny? If you weren't proficient in spatial powers, killing you wouldn't have been difficult. Although I can't kill you now, your family and friends don't have spatial powers like yours. Killing them is too easy. It wouldn't take much more effort than squashing an ant." Joe stopped laughing and looked at Berserker Immortal with a blade-like gaze. "You're right. It's indeed very simple for you to kill them. Now that you are clear on that, what's your choice? Do you want them to die or do you want to cooperate with me?" Berserker Immortal asked Joe. "I don't want them dead, nor do I want to cooperate with you," Joe said calmly. "You have no other choice. You can only choose one," said Berserker Immortal coldly. However, Joe shook his head and said, "I naturally have other paths to take." "Oh, what path is it?" Berserker Immortal asked. "As long as I kill you, all the problems will be resolved. That is the third path." As Joe spoke, he summoned the golden WRM scissors again. However, this time, Joe held the golden WRM scissors in his hand instead of letting it attack autonomously. The golden WRM scissors was very powerful, and was at the hell level. Joe's strength was far inferior to the golden WRM scissors, but the strength of the golden WRM scissors wasn't enough to kill Berserker Immortal either. Chapter 1519 Sword Dao Competition. Berserker Immortal was as cold as before. He wasn't angered by Joe's words. Joe's actions were in line with his thoughts. His Calamity Zone had an extremely powerful offensive power, but it didn't stop Joe from using spatial teleportation. What he was most afraid of was Joe escaping. Now that Joe planned on fighting to the death and not escaping, it was naturally in line with Berserker Immortal's intentions. "If you want to kill me, come on. Give it your best shot." Berserker Immortal extended his hand, and the blood sword beams that filled the sky gathered towards his palm. Thousands of blood sword beams gathered together, forming a sword of blood that Berserker Immortal held in his hand. Although killing Joe was easier using the blood sea-like sword beams, Berserker Immortal's goal wasn't to kill Joe, but to make him submit. The ancient corpse's body couldn't withstand Berserker Immortal's descent for long. Now that it had suffered such serious injuries, Berserker Immortal didn't have much time left. He had to choose the new representative of the immortals in the human world before returning. It was probably too late to find others. Furthermore, Berserker Immortal didn't believe that anyone was more suitable than Zhou Wen to be the new representative. Zhou Wen held the golden WYRM scissors, and got the golden WYRM scissors to fuse together as a broadsword without any sharpened edges. Zhou Wen followed the sword as it became one with the golden WYRM scissors, and transformed into a stream of light that stabbed at Berserker Immortal. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't wish to lead while the sword followed. The golden WYRM scissors' strength was far stronger than his. If he made the golden WYRM scissors follow according to his strength, it would only weaken the golden WYRM scissors' might. Therefore, Zhou Wen chose to use his strength to support the golden WYRM scissors. He was the support, and the sword was the main offensive force. If an ordinary person were to use such a sword art, they would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. This was because the person practicing the sword was human. Humans were the main offensive force, and the sword was auxiliary. If the sword was the main force while the human was controlled by the sword, it was equivalent to an unorthodox path. It was very easy for something negative to happen. Berserker Immortal moved slightly, and dodged the golden WYRM scissors attack. He slashed at Zhou Wen's head with the sword of blood and said, "Your abilities aren't bad, but your temperament is lacking. The sword Dao is the heart. Your heart is controlled by the sword. How can a heartless person become a true expert?" Berserker Immortal clearly believed that Zhou Wen's method of using the sword was too clumsy, and wasn't a top-notch sword Dao. Zhou Wen ignored Berserker Immortal, as he struck out again and again. Even though Berserker Immortal had condensed the sword of blood, he didn't dare clash head-on with the golden WYRM scissors. All he did was constantly dodge, hoping to defeat Zhou Wen with his sword techniques. However, over time, Berserker Immortal was surprised to discover that he couldn't suppress Zhou Wen. The golden WYRM scissors was very powerful, but Zhou Wen's strength hadn't reached that level. However, under Zhou Wen's usage, the might emitted by the golden WYRM scissors was much stronger than when the golden WYRM scissors fought alone. Berserker Immortal was surprised to discover that although Zhou Wen seemed to be using himself as a support, he could use very tiny amounts of strength to influence the golden WYRM scissors. It looked like the golden WYRM scissors was in charge, but in fact, Zhou Wen was the one controlling everything. A human can actually cultivate his sword Dao to such a level? Berserker Immortal was known as a sword immortal. Therefore, his attainments in the sword Dao were naturally extremely high. He had realized what was happening. However, Zhou Wen's sword art today surprised him. He couldn't gain the upper hand in a clash of sword techniques. "What sword art is this?" Berserker Immortal asked as he fought Zhou Wen. "A sword art doesn't necessarily need a name." Zhou Wen's hard-defying sword art was born from the 3,000 sword intents. He could use the style of any sword technique freely. However, the golden WYRM scissors situation was somewhat special. It wasn't a real sword, so Zhou Wen had to use a special method to control it. It was very different from the sword techniques Zhou Wen usually used. Berserker Immortal originally wanted to quickly defeat Zhou Wen, but after seeing Zhou Wen's sword art, he had the urge to watch further. He didn't immediately fight Zhou Wen with all his might. Berserker Immortal was famous for being a sword immortal. He was a fanatic of the way of the sword. When he saw an excellent sword art he didn't know, he couldn't help but take a second gander. Zhou Wen had already pushed the golden WYRM scissors' strength to its limits. His body cooperated with the golden WYRM scissors as he constantly instant transmitted and attacked, but all his attacks were dodged by Berserker Immortal. The sword of blood in Berserker Immortal's hand similarly failed to injure Zhou Wen. Moments later, Berserker Immortal suddenly said, "Your sword technique isn't bad, but unfortunately, you haven't truly mastered it. Today, I'll let you see what a true sword technique is." With that said, Berserker Immortal's hand moved as he stabbed at Zhou Wen's heart. He was so fast that Zhou Wen couldn't see him clearly. Before Berserker Immortal's sword of blood reached his chest, Zhou Wen felt as though his heart had already been pierced. Zhou Wen brandished the golden WYRM scissors to block, but just as the golden WYRM scissors moved, the sword of blood changed its position and stabbed at Zhou Wen's glabella. Berserker Immortal fought Zhou Wen purely with his sword techniques. After more than 10 strikes, Zhou Wen was forced to retreat without any room to counterattack. Berserker Immortal's sword art could no longer be described as domineering. When it came to being domineering, there would be traces of it domineering when needed and restrained when unneeded. However, Berserker Immortal's sword art was now completely different. He was domineering when it should be domineering, and still domineering when it shouldn't be. He was practically suicidal. Berserker Immortal's every strike was aimed at the enemy's vital spots, forcing his opponent to defend or retreat with no chance of counterattacking. Zhou Wen actually knew such a sword art that attacked the enemy's vital spots, but he quickly realized that the two were completely different. When he used such a method to deal with Berserker Immortal, he nearly lost his cadence several times. Berserker Immortal didn't dodge when facing his opponent, but he wasn't without flaws. It could even be said that he had many flaws. Furthermore, he didn't take these flaws seriously at all. All he cared about was killing his enemy. He didn't care about the flaws in his sword art as he constantly attacked. It didn't deserve being called a sword art. It was better to call it a gamble of life. Now, Zhou Wen finally understood what it meant to be fearless. Berserker Immortal's sword art was the fearless kind. Zhou Wen was forced to retreat under Berserker Immortal's attacks despite wielding a divine weapon, like the golden WYRM scissors. He couldn't gain an advantage in a pure clash of swords. It had been a long time since Zhou Wen had been at a disadvantage in battle. His heart-defying sword art was seldom suppressed by others, so he never expected there to be another sword art that wasn't included in the 3000 sword intents. Chapter 1520. Let's do it here. The feeling Berserker Immortal gave Zhou Wen was like an upgraded version of Zhong Zia. He was equally crazy and domineering. Although the sword arts were different, the feeling they exuded when using swords was very similar. Their usage of swords was different from ordinary people's. If one drew the analogy of using swords to driving, the first reaction of ordinary people when they saw a situation ahead would be to slow down. However, they would choose to accelerate and rush over before the route was sealed. If one's judgment was accurate and fast enough, they could pass through. However, if one made a mistake or if one's speed wasn't fast enough, they would die. However, Berserker Immortal was an extremely experienced veteran. In a harrowing battle, he could rush over before Zhou Wen could seal off the area. This threw Zhou Wen into an extreme disadvantage. On the one hand, Zhou Wen's speed wasn't as fast as Berserker Immortal's. On the other hand, the golden WYRM scissors wasn't a real sword to begin with. Its body was a little too big, so it wasn't suitable during a speed competition. Thankfully, Zhou Wen's instant transmission was already very powerful with the augmentation of the disqualified. Coupled with his movement technique and the disqualified's ability to automatically sense the enemy's weakness, it wasn't easy for Berserker Immortal to defeat Zhou Wen with his sword art. Berserker Immortal was equally surprised. As the dignified Berserker Immortal, a heaven-level sword expert who had once defeated an apocalypse-grade existence, he still found it difficult to truly suppress Zhou Wen despite his advantage in strength and speed. Zhou Wen's sword Dao and combat strength far exceeded his expectations. A Terra-grade human can actually cultivate a sword Dao to such a level. How many humans like him are there on Earth? Berserker Immortal was somewhat worried. In the past, humans were limited by their inherent flaws. After so many years, their growth remained highly restricted. Now, not long after they broke through the restrictions, many experts like Human Sovereign, Wang Mingyuan, and Zhou Wen had already appeared. If humans were allowed to continue growing like this, even if the boundary between Earth and the dimension was broken one day, and the dimensional creatures would no longer be suppressed by the cosmic rules of Earth, it would still be a question if they could suppress humanity. I have to establish a human faction on Earth that can control everything as soon as possible. I need to control humanity. The sword of blood in Berserker Immortal's hand became more and more violent. Zhou Wen could clearly see the sword stab over, but when he used the golden WYRM scissors to block, it would slow down every time, preventing him from touching Berserker Immortal's sword. Even the minor heavenly cycle-killing formation around him couldn't completely block the sword of blood. More and more wounds appeared on Zhou Wen's body. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on! How can you kill me if you keep retreating? Attack! Berserker Immortal mocked as he attacked. Zhou Wen didn't say a word as he continued fighting Berserker Immortal. Although his injuries increased, he didn't use any other companion beasts. Using a companion beast could indeed give Zhou Wen a breather, but it couldn't help him clinch victory. If he only wanted to survive, Zhou Wen could teleport away immediately, but this wasn't what he wanted. The disqualified needed a large amount of information to carry out its inference. Every time Zhou Wen was injured, the disqualified would gain a deeper understanding of Berserker Immortal, allowing him to deduce more weaknesses. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't know Berserker Immortal's weakness, but Berserker Immortal had cultivated a sword art to its limits. He used one advantage to mask all his weaknesses. Although Zhou Wen knew that Berserker Immortal had many weaknesses, he couldn't even protect himself under such an onslaught. He had no chance of exploiting those weaknesses. Even if he's really an immortal and really doesn't make mistakes, it's impossible for him to use one advantage to deal with all the problems. Zhou Wen knew that all he needed to do was continue enduring. As long as the disqualified obtained enough information, it would definitely be able to analyze his opponent's weakness. Berserker Immortal had the constant belief of suppressing Zhou Wen and making him suffer a mental breakdown. However, despite his injuries increasing, Zhou Wen didn't show any signs of panic. From the looks of it, it's impossible to make him yield just by injuring him. Then, I can only let him sample the taste of death. When Berserker Immortal saw that Zhou Wen had no intention of surrendering, he brandished the sword of blood in his hand again. It transformed into sword beams that filled the sky as they attacked from all directions. The terrifying sword beam instantly dyed the nearby void red. The area within Zhou Wen's instant transmission range was filled with sword beams. Apart from blocking, there was no other way. With a thought, Zhou Wen used instant transmission again. However, this time, he instant transmitted in the direction of Dubhe. The Dubhe was massive, far bigger than Earth. The last time Zhou Wen searched Dubhe, he could only use interstellar teleportation to head to different locations around Dubhe. After a general search, he couldn't even figure out where the dimensional zone was on Dubhe. However, after seeing the scene of the Tyrannosaurus clearing the level, Zhou Wen knew that as long as he didn't open the door to the palace, there shouldn't be much danger. He would be fine even if he encountered Dubhe's dimensional zone. The moment he instant transmitted into Dubhe, Zhou Wen felt the terrifyingly high temperature, radiation, and shockwaves. All sorts of energy erupted. Even his body had trouble withstanding them. He was still on Dubhe's surface, and had yet to venture too deep. The ancient Sovereign Sutra erupted without any reservations, as human sovereign sacrifices to the heavens was activated. Although this domain didn't heal Zhou Wen, it could greatly enhance his physique, making him comparable to a human realm creature. Without any hesitation, Berserker Immortal charged in, with the sword beams that resembled a river of blood. The flames outside Dubhe were washed away by the sword beams, as high-temperature liquid splattered everywhere. Zhou Wen realized that the ancient Sovereign Sutra was augmented to a certain extent in such a high-temperature environment. After the human sovereign life soul in his body was augmented, the light intensified and his vitality became stronger. Zhou Wen didn't summon the human sovereign life soul, nor did he fuse with it. In that case, anyone could easily tell that he was human sovereign. Even without summoning it, the augmentation of the ancient Sovereign Sutra had already strengthened Zhou Wen's vitality. His physique had clearly become stronger. Instead, Berserker Immortal was clearly affected by Dubhe's high temperature. Although the effects weren't too great, the time the sword beams tore through the high temperature liquid gave Zhou Wen a chance. Zhou Wen turned around and continued charging into Dubhe. The high temperature of Dubhe not only augmented his ancient Sovereign Sutra, but it also tempered the golden WYRM scissors, making it stronger. Berserker Immortal pursued relentlessly, as his sword beams tore through the high-temperature liquid and constantly struck Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen brandished the resplendent golden WYRM scissors, and shattered the blood sword beams that surged behind him. None of the sword beams came close to him. Before long, the blood sword beams formed a circle again, trapping Zhou Wen in the sword beams that filled the sky. "Let's do it here!" Zhou Wen suddenly stopped and said to Berserker Immortal. Chapter 1521 Berserker Technique. "Why? Have you thought it through?" Berserker Immortal stood in the sea of blood sword beams, and said to Zhou Wen, who was also surrounded by them. "Yes, I figured it out." Zhou Wen nodded. "What have you figured out? Do you want to fight to the bitter end and wait for your family and friends to go to hell together, or do you want to cooperate with me?" Berserker Immortal asked. "That isn't what I figured, but how to kill you." Zhou Wen gripped the golden WYRM scissors in his hand tightly, as all his essence energy crazily condensed into it. "You said something similar previously. It doesn't seem to be effective," Berserker Immortal said indifferently. "Perhaps the effects will be better now." Zhou Wen didn't mind Berserker Immortal's mockery, as he continued injecting his essence energy into the golden WYRM scissors. "Some things shouldn't be randomly experimented on. If you want to try, you have to be prepared to die. I won't give you a chance to live." Berserker Immortal was already filled with killing intent. Zhou Wen's strength had exceeded Berserker Immortal's expectations. He found it difficult to truly control him. Even if he barely subdued him, he might be the next Yang Yan. Therefore, if Zhou Wen still didn't yield, Berserker Immortal planned on killing him. Then, he would choose Li Xian, Ming Xiu, and Feng Qiuyan as the new representatives of the immortals in the human world. Death is nothing to humans. Ever since humans were born, they knew that they would die. Humans cherish their lives more because life is short, but that doesn't mean they are afraid of death. As for you, you are different. You have never imagined dying, right? That's why you should be mentally prepared to die," Zhou Wen said calmly. "Humph!" Berserker Immortal snorted coldly, as he retracted his finger. Thousands of sword beams slashed at Zhou Wen. Berserker Immortal had already made up his mind. If this strike couldn't kill Zhou Wen, he would turn around and return to Earth's Guide City before bringing Ming Xiu and company under control. To Berserker Immortal's surprise, Zhou Wen didn't choose to continue using spatial skills to escape. Zhou Wen ignored the blood sword beams that surged over from all directions, like a tidal wave. He raised the golden WYRM scissors in his hand, and fused with it, as he stabbed at Berserker Immortal. A golden beam tore through the tidal-like blood sword beam, and instantly appeared in front of Berserker Immortal. "You are still too naive. That strange companion beast weapon can withstand my sword beams, but your body can't." Enclosed, Berserker Immortal retreated as he spoke softly and clenched his fingers. Zhou Wen and the golden WRM scissors, who were surrounded by the blood sword beams, were immediately enveloped by them. The sword beams that were as tiny as neutrinos were everywhere as they struck Zhou Wen and the golden WRM scissors. The golden WRM scissors was extremely strong, so the sword beams couldn't injure it. It could still tear through the sword beams ahead of it. However, Zhou Wen didn't have such a strong physique. The infinite sword beams tore through the minor heavenly cycle killing formation, and when they touched his body, they immediately stabbed in. In an instant, Zhou Wen's armor and flesh were dyed blood red by the sword beams. It was the phenomenon of the sword beams entering his body. Following that, Zhou Wen's body would shatter into dust. Zhou Wen seemed to be at the end of his rope against the endless blood sword beams. Although Berserker Immortal didn't let down his guard, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was best not to keep a human like Zhou Wen around. Zhou Wen choosing to fight him to the death suited his intentions. Although things didn't work out the way I expected, it's best if this human dies. Berserker Immortal watched as the countless blood sword beams stabbed into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen's death seemed to be a foregone conclusion, but for some reason, he still felt uneasy. Berserker Immortal was very confident in his sword beams. Even a calamity-grade creature would definitely be doomed if so many sword beams entered their bodies, much less a terror-grade creature. However, he was still somewhat uneasy. Berserker Immortal didn't believe that Zhou Wen would be so foolish as to let him kill him in such a manner based on Zhou Wen's previous actions. However, Berserker Immortal couldn't figure out how Zhou Wen could reverse such a hopeless situation. Just as Berserker Immortal was pondering over it, he suddenly realized that Zhou Wen's body had undergone a strange change. The armor on Zhou Wen's body had already exploded. His already red body should have exploded with the armor, but it didn't. Zhou Wen's body instantly turned into a blinding white liquid. It was the same liquid that was everywhere on Dubhe. The liquid exploded as energy and sword beams scattered everywhere like a blood sun. As for Zhou Wen and the golden WRM scissors, they appeared in the area behind Berserker Immortal. Then, they used instant transmission to appear right behind him. The golden WRM scissors tore through the sword beams and slashed at Berserker Immortal's head again. Berserker Immortal immediately reacted as he moved at high speeds. Infinite sword beams enveloped Zhou Wen again. However, this time, the sword beams remained useless. When the sword beams invaded Zhou Wen's body, his body turned into a blob of liquid. Zhou Wen had used sky-stealing sun swapping to an extremely ingenious level. He charged all the way and left a large number of spatial marks in Dubhe's liquid. Every time the sword beams entered his body, he would swap with a blob of liquid and have the intrusive sword beams be trapped inside the liquid. His true body would arrive at a safe spot. Zhou Wen constantly switched positions and constantly instant transmitted. Like a ghost, he attacked Berserker Immortal crazily. Berserker Immortal was surprised to discover that Zhou Wen's attack technique was 90% similar to his Berserker technique. "You must be dreaming if you think you can defeat me using my sword technique." Seeing that his sword beams had lost their effect, Berserker Immortal extended his hand and beckoned. Thousands of sword beams condensed into the sword of blood again. Clang. However, when Berserker Immortal swung his sword and stabbed at Zhou Wen again, the golden WRM scissors blocked his sword of blood and sliced off a portion of it. "How is this possible?" Berserker Immortal was shocked. His Berserker technique should have been one step ahead of Zhou Wen's golden WRM scissors, but Zhou Wen had actually blocked his sword. This left Berserker Immortal in disbelief. The broken blood sword transformed into thousands of sword beams before fusing into one again. Berserker Immortal struck again and again. Clang. 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 Berserker Immortal's every strike was blocked by Zhou Wen's golden WRM scissors. Every time the sword of blood was sliced off, Zhou Wen pressed forward step by step as Berserker Immortal retreated. Impossible. How is this possible? He has already seen through my Berserker technique in such a short period of time? This is definitely impossible. Berserker Immortal was extremely shocked. It wasn't that there weren't any experts in the dimension who could fight him or even crack the Berserker technique, but they were all existences at the same or higher level than him. Furthermore, they often needed to study the Berserker technique for an extended period before cracking it. A terror-grade human had actually cracked his Berserker technique in a short battle. This was even more magical than this. Chapter 1522 Unexpected. No matter how much Berserker Immortal refused to believe it, all his attacks were blocked by Zhou Wen. Berserker Immortal kept speeding up his sword, but they were still intercepted by Zhou Wen every time. It was as though a car was repeatedly overtaking another only to end with a collision. The sword of blood scattered in all directions. Although it would ultimately return to Berserker Immortal, the situation had already made a 180-degree turn. Zhou Wen held the absolute initiative as he struck again and again, forcing Berserker Immortal to retreat. Berserker Immortal had already changed his sword art, hoping to suppress Zhou Wen again, but no matter how his sword art changed, it was impossible to take back the advantage. Zhou Wen seemed to see through everything. No matter how his sword art changed, Zhou Wen could strike at his most uncomfortable spot and attack his weakness. It made him so uncomfortable that he nearly vomited blood. Berserker Immortal found it unacceptable that his sword art had been defeated by a human. This was even more intolerable than Wang Mingyuan slapping him twice. After the previous battle, the disqualified had completely deduced all the weaknesses of Berserker Immortal. Zhou Wen now knew Berserker Immortal's weaknesses better than Berserker Immortal himself. I want you dead. Berserker Immortal's strength erupted crazily, exceeding the limits of the ancient corpse's body. The ancient corpse's body constantly cracked as withered flesh fell from its body. It was about to collapse. Berserker Immortal seemed to have gone mad as he brandished the Sword of Blood and slashed at Zhou Wen crazily. He no longer cared if he would be injured by the golden WYRM scissors. He wanted to split Zhou Wen's body before the golden WYRM scissors could snap him. The two of them were vying for that initiative. No one was willing to retreat at this moment. Clang! The golden WYRM scissors in Zhou Wen's hand suddenly spread open as the scissors that were originally stabbing at Berserker Immortal split into two. The top part blocked the Sword of Blood that was slashing at Zhou Wen and instantly snapped it. The bottom part continued stabbing at Berserker Immortal without stopping, piercing through his chest. Not only did the heavily injured Berserker Immortal not show any signs of panic, but his lips even suffused a ferocious smile. Berserker devouring the heavens. The door of immortality seals one's life. You underestimate me too much. Enjoy your last moments. A chain-like sword beam spewed out from Berserker Immortal's wound, instantly wrapping around the golden WYRM scissors and Zhou Wen's body. The sword aura in Berserker Immortal's ancient corpse expanded like a balloon that was about to explode. Furthermore, it burgeoned constantly. Zhou Wen struggled a few times, but he failed to escape. He felt as though his body was chained by the sword beam. He couldn't even escape the restrictions with teleportation. Even a powerful companion beast like the golden WYRM scissors was firmly bound and unable to escape. Human, this is your destiny. You chose the wrong enemy. The power of this body's self-destruction will consign you to eternal damnation. As for me, I will leave this body and return to the dimension unharmed. The next time I return, I will turn all your family and friends into servants or send them to hell to accompany you. Berserker Immortal's eyes were ferocious and smug, like a wolf that had caught its prey. However, before Berserker Immortal could finish his words, he suddenly frowned slightly. He looked down and saw that Zhou Wen had stabbed his sword into his body with his other hand. It's useless. Your attack will only make this body explode faster. No matter how injured this body is, it won't affect me. As Berserker Immortal spoke, his expression suddenly turned nasty. He realized that the immortal body attached to the ancient corpse was suffering damage. The source of the damage was the sword in Zhou Wen's left hand. This is the Immortal Culling Sword. You are human sovereign. Only then did Berserker Immortal seriously size up the sword. He was alarmed by what he saw. Zhou Wen didn't answer. The Immortal Culling Sword in his hand erupted with power, as it sliced up from the ancient corpse's abdomen, tearing open its entire chest along with the sword beam chains. The Immortal Culling Sword's ability to restrain immortals was just too powerful. The Immortal Culling Sword easily severed the Immortal Gate life lock that could seal the golden WYRM scissors. It was not much different from slicing through tofu. What was even more terrifying was that the wound delivered by Immortal Culling Sword didn't only affect the ancient corpse. Berserker Immortal, who was attached to the ancient corpse, was also injured. Furthermore, the injuries were rapidly spreading. Even someone as powerful as Berserker Immortal couldn't stop the injury inflicted by the Immortal Culling Sword from spreading. After Zhou Wen severed the Immortal Gate life lock, he slashed at Berserker Immortal with the Immortal Culling Sword in his hand again and again. At the instant the ancient corpse exploded, he instant transmitted into the distance. Boom! The ancient corpse exploded, triggering a large-scale energy explosion on Dovey. Terrifying energy blasts and radiation made the nearby cosmos seem to burn. A red sword beam rushed out of the explosions on Dovey. The sword beam hadn't gone far before it was intercepted by Zhou Wen, who had instant transmitted over. The red glow was none other than Berserker Immortal, who had escaped the ancient corpse's body. At that moment, his body seemed to be bound by invisible chains. The chains tightened as the sword beams on the red glow weakened. Furthermore, there were sword marks on the humanoid body condensed from the red glow. The sword marks constantly extended as they tore through Berserker Immortal's body. Berserker Immortal unleashed a barrage of sword beams in a bid to break through Zhou Wen's obstruction. Unfortunately, his heaven-level strength was almost unable to reach the hell level under the suppression of Earth's cosmic rules. Clang! The golden WYRM scissors flashed as one of Berserker Immortal's arms was sliced off, making his already terrible situation even direr. If it wasn't for this darn place, you would have died 10,000 times over. How could you injure me? Berserker Immortal knew that it would be difficult for him to escape today, so he stopped fleeing and gathered his remaining strength to fight Zhou Wen to the death. Then why did you come? Zhou Wen said indifferently, as he mercilessly slashed with the immortal culling sword in his hand. Berserker Immortal was slightly taken aback. He had never expected such a situation when he came. If he had known that Zhou Wen was so ferocious, he wouldn't have given him a chance. If he had known that Zhou Wen was human sovereign and possessed the immortal culling sword, he wouldn't have used the immortal gate life lock that gave Zhou Wen a chance to approach him. It was too late. There were no what-ifs. At this point, Berserker Immortal was somewhat relieved. He looked at Zhou Wen and said, I never expected Zhou Wen, Deceit King, and human sovereign to be the same person. You're very good. My loss wasn't in vain, but don't think that you won just like that. If you want my life, you have to pay the price. With that said, without waiting for Zhou Wen to react, Berserker Immortal's red body suddenly transformed into thousands of sword beams. They bloomed in space like blood-red flowers. Chapter 1523 Unknown Land. Zhou Wen charged at Berserker Immortal, hoping to completely kill him to prevent any future trouble. The change caught him by surprise, as the myriad sword beams appeared too quickly. Unable to use instant transmission, he could only brandish his sword to meet the sword beams. Thankfully, the sword beams spewed out in all directions, instead of being concentrated at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen brandished the immortal culling sword and the golden WYRM scissors, hoping to shatter the sword beams ahead of him. However, to his surprise, the sword beams were like phantoms. Be it the immortal culling sword or the golden WYRM scissors, they failed to touch the sword beams. The sword beams even passed through Zhou Wen's body, forming a blood-red chrysanthemum that bloomed before instantly disappearing. Zhou Wen immediately checked his body, and didn't discover any remnant imprints. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was puzzled as to what use the skill that Berserker Immortal had sacrificed himself for was. However, when Zhou Wen looked around, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This wasn't W at all. It was no longer scorching hot. Wherever he looked, there was an endless sea of beautiful flowers. What is this place? Zhou Wen frowned as he looked around. He felt that this was Earth. The composition of the air was very similar to Earth. However, after trying Singularity Universe, he realized that he couldn't determine his location, nor could he teleport out. Berserker Immortal sacrificed himself to teleport me here. It's definitely not a good place. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to scan his surroundings, but other than the sea of flowers, there was nothing here. What was even stranger was that there were only flowers here. Furthermore, there were no animals, no bees, no butterflies, not even a single insect, much less animals. The flowers looked very ordinary, and didn't seem to be anything special. They weren't dimensional plants. What is this place? Zhou Wen couldn't figure it out. All he could do was converge his aura, put on the invisibility cloak, and fly in a certain direction, hoping to discover some useful information. As he didn't know where he was, Zhou Wen didn't dare fly too quickly. He slowly flew forward. The endless sea of flowers remained after flying for about 50 kilometers. However, a creature finally appeared in the sea of flowers. That's the devil? Zhou Wen looked at the creature sitting cross-legged in the sea of flowers, and his heart sank. The creature was covered in red skin, and had horns on its head. On its back was a pair of bat-like wings. Its face was like an ox, and it looked ugly and strange. It was very similar to the legendary devil in the West District. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of the devil, but he thought of a serious problem. If that was really a devil, and this wasn't Earth, could it be the dimension? Don't tell me that fellow teleported me to the dimension's devils? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and felt that something was amiss. He had been to the dimension once. The spatial rules there were completely different from Earth's universe. Mythical creatures found it difficult to move there. Now that Zhou Wen was already at the Terror grade, and could even match a Calamity grade creature, there was definitely no problem with movement. However, it wasn't to the point of not feeling anything. The environment here didn't seem like the dimension. Instead, it was very close to Earth. As Zhou Wen was pondering over it, the devil creature sitting cross-legged in the sea of flowers opened its eyes. Its black eyes immediately lit up as it stood up. It was more than 4 meters tall. To humans, it was considered a giant. Zhou Wen was alarmed. The devil-like creature flapped the wings on its back, causing the flowers around it to splatter everywhere. The devil's figure vanished from Zhou Wen's sight. Clang! The devil creature appeared above Zhou Wen, and slashed at his head with its claw. Zhou Wen used the golden WYRM scissors to block its claw. It was so fast that Zhou Wen didn't even have the time to open the golden WYRM scissors. All he did was use the scissors to block the claw. Zhou felt a huge force coming from the golden WYRM scissors. Unable to hold onto the golden WYRM scissors, it was snatched away by the devil. Zhou was alarmed as he hurriedly ordered the golden WYRM scissors to fly back. The golden WYRM scissors trembled incessantly in the devil's claws, but it failed to escape its claws and fly back. Zhou was flabbergasted. The golden WYRM scissors was a hell-level companion beast, but it was actually immobilized. How powerful was that? Berserker Immortal has indeed teleported me to a terrifying place. Zhou gritted his teeth and turned around to instant transmit. He didn't even want the golden WYRM scissors. It wasn't that Zhou didn't want it, but if the devil could even control the golden WYRM scissors, then Zhou was on a completely different level from it. He would probably die if he went over to snatch the golden WYRM scissors from it. Just as Zhou phased into existence, he saw a red light flash in front of him. The devil had already arrived in front of him. One of its claws grabbed the golden WYRM scissors, as its other claw swiped at Zhou's head. The blade-like nails looked like they might pierce through Zhou's head and body if they really hit him. Zhou summoned the prison dragon armor and donned it. He also pulled out the immortal culling sword and stabbed at the devil's claw. The immortal culling sword pierced through the devil's claw. Although the devil didn't cry out in pain, it subconsciously retracted its claw. Zhou took the opportunity to instant transmit elsewhere. However, just like the last time, just as Zhou phased into existence, he saw a red shadow flash. The devil had caught up to him again, and its injured claws had already healed. It grabbed at Zhou's head again. Zhou now understood why Berserker Immortal hadn't sent him to the Dimensions Immortals, but to such a godforsaken place. The immortal culling sword had a very strong restraining effect on immortals. If immortals were injured by the immortal culling sword, it would be very difficult for their wounds to heal. It was even possible for the wound to constantly spread. However, against the devil, the immortal culling sword's effects weren't that obvious. At the very least, it didn't have any restraining effects. Zhou was extremely depressed. This devil wasn't stronger than Berserker Immortal, who had been suppressed by Earth's rules. However, Zhou had had his most powerful weapon, the golden WYRM scissors, snatched away from him. Previously, when he fought Berserker Immortal, the soul mirror had suffered serious damage. Now, it was still self-repairing and couldn't be used for the time being. He failed to gain the upper hand even with the immortal culling sword. Zhou had no choice but to summon the golden sniper, and have him shoot from afar to aid him in his battle with the devil. Zhou thought that as long as the golden sniper fired the seventh bullet, he could cause a certain level of restraining effect on the devil. He might even severely injure it. To his surprise, just as the golden sniper fired the second bullet, the devil strangely appeared behind him, and swatted the golden sniper, who was hiding in the flowers, sending him and the sniper rifle flying. If Zhou hadn't reacted fast enough and unsummoned the golden sniper would probably have died if the devil dealt another blow. Chapter 1524 Colorful Devil. Zhou could only constantly move, and use instant transmission to dodge the devil's attacks. The devil held the golden WYRM scissors in one hand, making it difficult for it to escape. However, its combat strength was still terrifying. It was undoubtedly a hell-level creature. The Sea of Flowers was boundless. Just as Zhou was instant transmitting, he suddenly realized that another devil had appeared in front of him. The devil in front of him looked almost identical to the red devil that was pursuing Zhou. It was also sitting cross-legged in the Sea of Flowers. The only difference was that the devil's skin was blue. When the blue devil sensed the commotion, it opened its eyes and looked in Zhou's direction. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and flew into the air, transforming into a blue shadow that appeared in front of Zhou and grabbed at his head. Zhou already had a plan. At the instant the blue devil's claw was about to touch his head, his figure vanished, and he instant transmitted in another direction. Seeing the blue devil almost collide with the red devil behind him, Zhou looked forward to seeing them fight. However, to his surprise, the red and blue devils stopped their attacks and charged at Zhou. Holy **T, isn't it said that devils are most territorial? Why didn't these two different-looking devils fight? Zhou was depressed, but he could only continue fleeing. It was already very difficult to fight a single devil. Now that he was being pursued by two devils, Zhou's situation became even more difficult. All he could do was summon the Chaos Egg. As he used the Chaos Egg to block the devil's attacks, he used instant transmission to escape. What kind of crappy place is this? Apart from the Sea of Flowers, can't there be anything else? Zhou didn't know how far he had fled. He estimated it to be more than 10,000 kilometers. Apart from the Sea of Flowers, he didn't see anything. Zhou had originally hoped to leave the Sea of Flowers and have a place like a mountain range that could provide him with concealment. Perhaps he could find a place to hide. To his surprise, this godforsaken place was an endless plain. There weren't any undulations, much less a mountain range. This definitely isn't the Devil Realm. Why are there so many flowers in the Devil Realm? It should be a hellish scene. Just as Zhou Wen was feeling depressed, he was alarmed to discover another devil in front of him. This devil had purple skin. Its appearance was similar to the other two devils. It also charged over. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly, "Did Berserker Immortal transport me to a rainbow devil lair? Can I summon Chiron to grant me a wish after I gather all 7 devils? If I'm given a wish, I have to get Chiron to change my luck. Even if I can't be as lucky as Wang Lu, it will allow me to live a peaceful life." Bam! 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 Zhou Wen was ganked by 3 devils, as the Chaos Egg flew around like a baseball. The solid essence energy crystals in it rapidly increased, and in a short period of time, it nearly filled the Chaos Egg. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was prepared. He used Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping to transfer the solid essence energy crystals condensed from the Chaos Egg to Tyrant Behemoth. Thankfully, the 3 devils' strength and speed were terrifying, but they weren't to the point of directly blasting apart the Chaos Egg. Zhou Wen could barely preserve his life. Zhou Wen didn't dare run further. After running for so long, he hadn't found an opportunity to escape. Instead, he attracted 2 more devils. Who knew how many more devils there would be if he continued running? I don't have many cards that I can use. Only the Immortal Culling Sword and the Golden Sniper are still useful, but under the siege of 3 devils, it's too difficult to deliver a counterattack. Zhou Wen thought about it, and didn't think of a way to resolve his current predicament. If Truth Listener can come out, there might still be hope. Zhou Wen tried summoning Truth Listener again. Although he could sense the connection with Truth Listener, he couldn't get Truth Listener out of its earring form. As for Tyrant Behemoth, after devouring a large number of essence energy crystals, it showed signs of breaking through. This glutton is still the best. As long as there's food, it can evolve. Zhou Wen was very envious, but even if Tyrant Behemoth advanced to the Calamity grade, it would only be at the human realm. Under such circumstances, it wasn't of much use. Furthermore, Tyrant Behemoth only showed signs of evolution. It was unknown how long it would take for it to truly evolve. After some thought, Zhou Wen thought of Demonic Neonate, but he was somewhat hesitant. In fact, when he first saw the devil, Zhou Wen had already thought of Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate seemed to have an inextricable connection with the creatures of the demonic realm, but Demonic Neonate looked like she was related to the East District's demonic realm. Grim Demon was also a guardian of the East District's demonic realm. As for devils, they were devils from the West District. He didn't know if Demonic Neonate would be useful. After all, she was only at the mythical stage. If they didn't acknowledge her, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap. However, Zhou Wen was protected by the Chaos Egg. Demonic Neonate was petite, so she could be summoned inside the Chaos Egg. He could summon her to take a look. Since there was no other way, Zhou Wen summoned Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate appeared in Zhou Wen's arms, while carrying the demonic sword. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the Chaos Egg as she stared at the devils attacking the Chaos Egg. The purple devil's claws stabbed into the Chaos Egg, severely deforming it before it bounced off at the speed of light. In the air, the red devil had already caught up. He kicked the Chaos Egg and sent it flying like a baseball. The spatial compression in the Chaos Egg pressed Demonic Neonate's face against Zhou Wen's chest, causing it to deform. The essence energy crystals that condensed landed on Demonic Neonate's body, almost burying her. Zhou Wen was just about to teleport the essence energy crystal to Tyrant Behemoth and get Demonic Neonate to take a good look to see if it was possible to placate the 3 devils, when Demonic Neonate's figure surprisingly flashed as she rushed out of the Chaos Egg. As though she had teleported, she appeared outside the Chaos Egg. Why did she leave? Zhou Wen was alarmed because the red devil was charging at Demonic Neonate. Its dagger-like nails were about to stab Demonic Neonate's face. Zhou Wen wore a look of horror. He wanted to pull Demonic Neonate back, but it was too late. Unbeknown to him, the red devil also wore a look of horror. Its high-speed body came to an abrupt halt, stopping in front of Demonic Neonate before its nails touched her. Its nails were less than a centimeter away from Demonic Neonate's face. Zhou Wen could even see the red devil's forehead sweating. The scene froze for a second before the red devil seemed to come to its senses. It suddenly retracted its claws and took 2 steps back. Then, with a plop, it knelt in front of Demonic Neonate and prostrated on the ground. It wasn't just the red devil. The blue and purple devils on the other 2 sides also prostrated. Chapter 1525 Land of the Fallen. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. He never expected Demonic Neonate to be so useful. These 3 devils were likely existences at the hell level. It was truly surprising that they were so afraid of the mythical Demonic Neonate. The red devil released its claw, and the golden WYRM scissors returned to Zhou Wen's hand. With the golden WYRM scissors in hand, Zhou Wen regained some of his confidence. He stood behind demonic Neonate and sized up the three trembling devils who were prostrating on the ground. From their present state, it was difficult to imagine that they were hell-level existences. Demonic Neonate reached out to grab the hilt of the demonic sword, but she didn't pull it out. Together with the scabbard, she slammed it on the red devil's head. The red devil didn't dare move. It allowed demonic Neonate to smash it a few times, but it still lay there, not daring to resist. After hitting it a few times, demonic Neonate seemed to be appeased. Only then did she retract the demonic sword and hug it in her arms again. She floated in the air and looked around for a while. Over there! Demonic Neonate landed on Zhou Wen's shoulder and pointed in a direction. Clearly, she wanted Zhou Wen to head over. What's there? Zhou Wen asked curiously as he walked. I don't know. Demonic Neonate shook her head. Zhou Wen wore an odd expression, but at that moment, he could only listen to demonic Neonate and fly over. The three devils didn't dare get up. They were like monkeys on all fours as they crawled behind Zhou Wen. They didn't dare get too close, nor did they dare stay too far. They looked very nervous and awkward. Neonate, do you know where this is? Zhou Wen asked demonic Neonate again. Demonic Neonate shook her head again. This time, she didn't even say a word. That's true. Demonic Neonate was originally a muddle-headed toddler. After I killed her, she was absorbed by the Dead Man Tree and reborn as a companion beast. She no longer has her former memories. Even if she knew where this place was in the past, she shouldn't know now. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he said to demonic Neonate, Neonate, release Grim Demon. I have something to ask him. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, demonic Neonate automatically unsheathed the demonic sword in her arms. A demonic aura surged out and quickly transformed into Grim Demon. Boo-hoo, I'm finally out. The air outside is so sweet. After Grim Demon came out, he greedily took a breath, so excited that he was on the brink of tears. Ah! When Grim Demon saw the three devils behind him, he was immediately given a fright. He flew backward and was about to escape into the demonic sword. Bang! Demonic Neonate struck him on the head with the sword, knocking Grim Demon to the ground. Grim Demon got up from the ground, as though his mind had cleared up. He stood up and shouted majestically at the three devils. Three puny devils. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of your grandpa Grim Demon? Quickly kneel down and apologize to me. The three devils ignored him, and only looked at demonic Neonate's expression from afar. Cut the crap. Grim Demon, do you know where this is? Zhou Wen said with a frown. What else could it be? Of course, it's the territory of the devils. Why are you here? Why did you come to the dimension for no reason? Do you think you've lived too long? Isn't it nice to live a comfortable life? Thankfully, this is a place for the devils. With my lady here, she can protect you. If you were anywhere else, you would have been chopped up countless times. It's fine if you die, but don't implicate my lady. Grim Demon shouted unhappily. Zhou Wen thought to himself, do you think I want to come to this crappy place? I was forcefully sent in here, all right. You said that this is the dimension? Then why don't I sense the dimension's laws suppressing me? The last time Zhou Wen came to the dimension, he couldn't see anything. Everything around him seemed distorted and abstract. Furthermore, there was a huge pressure, but that didn't exist here. It's different here. Grim Demon looked at the surrounding sea of flowers and said with a strange expression, If I'm not wrong, this should be the Land of the Fallen. Land of the Fallen? Zhou Wen had never heard of such a place. Haven't you heard of the myths and legends of the fallen angels from the West District? Grim Demon frowned. Are you talking about Satan or Lucifer? Zhou Wen knew that there were actually several versions of the fallen angel. He knew more about Satan and Lucifer's versions. Some people also said that Satan was Lucifer. Satan, the lord of all evil, originally lived in heaven, but due to his defeat in the war with God, he was banished to hell. Legend had it that Lucifer was an angel, and he was the angel closest to God. Later, God created the progenitor of humanity, Adam, and named him the Messiah. He requested angels to kneel and worship Adam. Michael and the other angels followed God's orders and knelt in front of Adam. Only Lucifer didn't kneel. Lucifer believed that angels had lost their freedom by serving God. If they knelt before humans again, even their dignity and pride would be lost. Therefore, he refused to kneel before Adam. The angels behind Lucifer also refused to kneel to Adam. They abandoned their faith and fear and plucked up their courage to fight God. Although they were ultimately defeated and banished to hell, Lucifer became synonymous with the terms pride and dignity. He was also the king of hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. This was Lucifer's famous saying. Of course, there were also people who said that Satan and Lucifer were the same person. There were also various versions of legends that Zhou Wen didn't understand in detail. That was all he knew. In fact, I've never been to the Dimensions Land of the Fallen, nor do I know if Satan and Lucifer are the same person. However, in the Divine Wars during Earth's mythical era, there were once fallen angels and demons participating in the battle. One of the fallen angels was extremely terrifying. Under the suppression of Earth's rules, it still killed countless deities. As it was dyed with too much divine blood, its pure white feathers were dyed black by layers of blood. It was one of the few existences that could barely match me. After a pause, Grim Demon continued. I heard them say that they come from the land of the fallen. It's a place of imprisonment that grants them immortality. There are endless flowers that never wither. It represents eternal life, but it also represents eternal damnation. Since the land of the fallen is the territory of the fallen angels, it shouldn't be the same place as yours, right? Why are these devils afraid of Neonate? Jowen stared at Grim Demon and asked. Grim Demon clearly knew something about demonic Neonate. Grim Demon looked at Jowen in contempt and said, Don't use your narrow and ignorant standards to measure my lady. Ignoring mere devils, even. As though realizing that he had said too much, Grim Demon changed the topic and said, However, in my lady's present state, it's best not to let those terrifying fellows see her. It will be troublesome if she's recognized. Why did you come here for no reason? Are you courting death? Chapter 1526 Satan? Jowen asked Grim Demon a few more questions, but Grim Demon wasn't willing to elaborate on demonic Neonate. It was useless no matter how Jowen threatened him. Demonic Neonate didn't seem to care about her origins. She sat on Jowen's shoulder, as though she was listening to something that had nothing to do with her. Jowen proceeded in the direction demonic Neonate had pointed. As for what was there, even Grim Demon didn't know. This was the first time Grim Demon had come to the land of the fallen. He had only heard of it in the past, so he had no idea what was there. He couldn't sense what was in the direction demonic Neonate had pointed in either. After Jowen walked for some time, he found another devil in front of him. This time, it was a golden devil. The golden devil's reaction when it saw demonic Neonate was the same as the three previous devils. It immediately prostrated as though it had seen its god. Demonic Neonate ignored him, and pointed in another direction. Jowen had no choice but to continue walking over. The places demonic Neonate pointed each had a devil red, blue, purple, gold, green, white, and black. All 7 devils were really gathered. Could these things really be used to summon Chiron? That's not right. Even if something can be summoned, it should be summoning the Devil King himself, Satan. Jowen thought to himself, but he didn't stop walking. He continued walking in the direction demonic Neonate had pointed. As the sea of flowers was boundless, Jowen wouldn't know where the exit was without following demonic Neonate's directions. Furthermore, without demonic Neonate suppressing those devils, there was almost no chance of Jowen fighting 7 alone. Jowen originally imagined that another devil would appear, but he didn't encounter another devil after a long walk. Even Grim Demon felt a little impatient. This place was beautiful, but no matter how beautiful it was, it felt infinitely repetitive after being inundated by the same sights. It slowly became terrifying. This sea of flowers was the same. It was beautiful at first glance, but the longer it lasted, the more eerie and terrifying it became. Jowen didn't think it was wrong to call it hell. After walking for an unknown period of time, a different scene finally appeared in front of him. A strange building. The building looked like a foundation, like the bottom of an incomplete pyramid. However, a pyramid wasn't in the same system as angels and devils. It didn't seem to belong here. Demonic Neonate seemed to sense something as she pointed at the strange building and said, There. What's there? Jowen hurriedly asked. I don't know. Demonic Neonate shook her head again. Jowen had no choice but to fly up. He wanted to see what was inside the building from afar. He flew into the air and carefully observed the building. Although the building looked like the bottom of a pyramid, it was still somewhat different. The building looked like it was made of rocks, but upon careful inspection, the rocks were somewhat special. They didn't seem to be real rocks, but more like some kind of concrete. Many of the rocks were mixed with gravel and shells. There were many broken walls on it. He couldn't tell if they had not been completed or if they had been destroyed after completion. However, he was certain that this building looked nothing like the original building. There should be at least 1 floor or more above it. For some reason, there was only the lowest floor left. Jowen was still observing the strange building when demonic Neonate jumped down and walked towards the door on the side of the building. This building style was very strange, and it was difficult to tell where it came from. Seeing demonic Neonate walk towards the door, the 7 devils quickly circled the door and prostrated in front of it. They kowtowed to demonic Neonate as though begging her not to enter. Demonic Neonate ignored them, as Grim Demon charged forward and kicked the devil in front of demonic Neonate to the side. With demonic Neonate around, the few devils didn't dare resist. They only knelt by the side and kowtowed repeatedly. They whispered as though they were pleading. Scram, scram, what are you screaming for? Grim Demon led the way and protected demonic neonate. Joe watched from behind with an odd expression. No matter how he looked at the scene, it felt like a landowner bullying the poor with his servants. However, when he thought of how these bullied fellows were terrifying existences at the hell level, Joe found it odder. Grim Demon pushed open the sealed door, and air rushed into the building as dust flew everywhere. It was unknown how long it had been since someone had entered. Joe followed demonic neonate into the building and immediately realized that there were no statues or murals related to religions in the huge building. There were only some simple symbols and words inside the building. In the middle of the building was a platform with many flowers on it. From the looks of the flowers, they must have been plucked from outside and placed on the platform. It was unknown how long they had been lying there, but the flowers were still fresh and beautiful. There were no signs of them withering. And on the flowers lay a girl with long silver hair. The girl looked no different from a human. She wore a white nightgown as though she was asleep. However, Joe couldn't hear her breathing, nor did he sense any vitality from her. However, when Joe saw the girl's face, his mouth gaped open. He was speechless. The long-haired woman's looks were very similar to Sweetie's. However, Sweetie was blonde while she had silver hair. The other parts of her were very similar. Even her height and weight were very similar. If Sweetie is really God, then this silver-haired girl, could she be the legendary Satan? Joe found it increasingly odd. Demonic neonate wasn't in the mood to size up the girl like Showen. She walked straight to the platform. The 7 devils also crawled in and knelt in front of the stone platform. They kept kowtowing to demonic neonate as they let out sobbing sounds. It was obvious that they were pleading. Demonic neonate ignored them and walked onto the stone platform. She stepped on the petals and reached out to touch the girl. Bang! Demonic neonate's body seemed to be suddenly repelled by a force. Like a cannonball, she slammed into the distant wall. Joe instant transmitted over and pressed a hand on demonic neonate's back. Immediately, he felt a massive force surge over. Joe used sky-stealing sun swapping to draw the force acting on demonic neonate into his body, before pressing one hand on the wall. Boom! The rocks under Joe's palm shattered as cracks radiated outward. Demonic neonate seemed extremely indignant as she flashed to the front of the platform and stared intently at the girl's body. Joe followed her and traced demonic neonate's gaze. He saw the girl's finger. On her finger was a ring with a gem embedded in it. The gem was crystalline and shimmered like a star. The brilliance was clear, but not cold. Chapter 1527 The Gem on the Ring. Demonic neonate wanted to reach out to pluck the girl's ring, but after some hesitation, she didn't extend her hand. She turned to look at Joe with a pleading look in her eyes. Grim Demon, do you know the origins of this girl? Joe asked Grim Demon. I've never seen her before. At the very least, she didn't appear in the wars of the mythical era. Grim Demon looked carefully for a while, and said after some thought, However, to be protected by these 7 extraordinary devils, she must have a huge background. It's best not to touch her if possible. Joe also felt that it was best not to touch her if he could. She resembled Sweetie too much. If she was really as powerful as Sweetie, it would be impossible to take anything from her. However, this girl looked lifeless. The huge commotion just now hadn't woken her up. She might already be dead. Joe decided to give it a try after looking down at demonic neonate and seeing her expectant gaze. Joe knew that although his level was higher than demonic neonate's, it wasn't that much safer for him to retrieve something that demonic neonate couldn't. After summoning and putting on the prison dragon armor, Joe gathered all his strength to defend himself. Only then did he reach out to take off the girl's ring. The 7 devils bared their teeth, as though they wanted to skin Joe alive. Demonic neonate glared at them, before they immediately shrank back, only to glare at Joe from below. Bang! Just as Joe's fingers touched the ring, he felt a powerful expelled force. His body slammed into the wall like a pellet. Thankfully, Joe summoned the Chaos Egg in time. It bounced back and forth between the walls before slowly stopping. Why is this power much stronger than when demonic neonate made the attempt? Joe spat out a mouthful of blood. Although demonic neonate had been repelled by the force when retrieving it, the force was clearly much weaker than Joe's attempt. Otherwise, demonic neonate's body probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the instantaneous force that sent her flying. Joe returned to the platform and looked at the silver-haired girl with a frown. He had no idea if she was alive or dead. He had pretty good recovery abilities, so his injuries were slowly recovering, but even if he recovered, he probably couldn't take the ring if he tried the same method. Demonic neonate was still staring at the ring. Clearly, she was very concerned about it. Joe stared at the ring for a while longer. The ring was made of metal, but he didn't know what metal it was. The gem wasn't a diamond. Amidst its crystalline appearance, there was a faint blue tinge. It was clearly transparent, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see the gem's interior. Do you want the ring or the gem? Zhou asked Demonic Neonate. Gem! Demonic Neonate hurriedly said. That makes things easier. Zhou summoned the golden WYRM scissors and got it to snip at the ring's metal ring with clean break. Clang. With a metallic clang, the golden WYRM scissors, which could split hell-level creatures and weapons into two, failed to leave a mark on the metal ring. Instead, the golden WYRM scissors was sent flying, nearly grazing Zhou cheek. If Zhou hadn't dodged quickly, half his head would have been chopped off. The golden WYRM scissors stabbed into the wall, leaving only the handle outside. The golden WYRM scissors trembled for a while before flying back out. Zhou was somewhat disappointed. The powerful destructive power of the golden WYRM scissors failed to enter the ring. It was probably very difficult to remove the ring. Demonic Neonate wanted the ring so much, so it was probably essential to her. It was very likely to help her evolve. Zhou didn't wish to give up just like that. It was too difficult to evolve Demonic Neonate. She didn't eat crystals at all. Ordinary things couldn't help her evolve. It wasn't easy for him to find something she needed, so he had to give it another try. Zhou thought for a moment, and summoned the immortal culling sword again. He slashed at the ring with all his might. Clang! Zhou's immortal culling sword flew out, but the ring remained unharmed. What's this ring? Is this girl really Satan? Zhou increasingly felt that the possibility of the girl being Satan was very high. In many legends, Satan was a monster like a snake or a crimson dragon, but the girl in front of him was abnormally beautiful. If she was Satan, Zhou was more willing to believe that Satan and Lucifer were the same person. Sweetie is God, so Lucifer, the fallen angel, is this girl. It seems reasonable. After all, angels are also created by God. Perhaps Lucifer was created in God's image. Zhou thought for a moment, and decided to give it another try. Since it was impossible to forcefully snap the ring, Zhou could only think of a way to remove it from the girl's finger. Thankfully, Zhou cultivated in many essence energy arts. He circulated different essence energy arts, hoping that there was a power that prevented the ring or the girl's powers from rejecting him. Perhaps, he could successfully remove the ring. Bang! The first order of chaos failed to succeed, as Zhou was sent flying. Bang! The Tao Sutra failed as well. Bang! Bang! The Qi Refinement Art, Demon God Bloodline Catalog, God Fiend Era, and other essence energy arts failed one after another. As long as he touched the ring, Zhou would immediately be repelled. Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked to the girl's side again. This time, he circulated the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. This was already his last essence energy art. If it didn't work, he would probably have to give up. The human sovereign glow on Zhou's body bloomed, turning him into a blob of light. He extended his glowing palm and touched the ring again. Bang! Zhou was sent flying faster than ever, almost at light speed. He slammed into the wall before he could even summon the chaos. Egg. With a loud boom, even the extremely hard and thick wall collapsed. Cracks appeared on Zhou's prison dragon armor, as a large area on his back shattered. Blood spewed out of Zhou's mouth as he struggled to get onto his feet a few times, but to no avail. He felt as though his body had fallen apart, with an unknown number of bones shattering. Demonic Neonate came to Zhou's side, and sized up his injuries. Her eyes were filled with anxiety, as she shook her head at him, as though she wanted to tell him not to try again. She didn't want the gem anymore. Zhou summoned a mythical pill essence and swallowed it as a pill. His injuries rapidly healed, and he quickly recovered. Zhou stood up and wanted to walk towards the girl, but Demonic Neonate grabbed his clothes. Don't want! Demonic Neonate shook her head at Zhou with a firm gaze. I've already tried so many times, so one more won't make a difference. Zhou wanted to try again without using any other powers. He would only use the Lost Immortal Sutra this time. Chapter 1528 Success. The Lost Immortal Sutra itself was very pure without any special attributes. It didn't have much augmentation effect on the body. Only its usage of essence energy was very powerful. However, this strength wasn't targeted at combat. Therefore, Zhou seldom used the Lost Immortal Sutra in combat. He would basically add a simulated essence energy art to it. I hope it's of some use. Zhou was only making a last-ditch effort. At this stage, he couldn't give up unless he tried all the possibilities. In fact, Zhou didn't even need to circulate the Lost Immortal Sutra himself. It constantly circulated in his body. He removed the various augmentation powers, and restored the most primitive state of the Lost Immortal Sutra. Even her lady can't take it. It's useless even if you try again. It's best you leave quickly. I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss here. Grim Demon didn't wish to stay in such a dangerous place any longer, and urged Zhou Wen to leave quickly. Zhou Wen ignored him. After returning the lost Immortal Sutra to its original form, he unsummoned the prison dragon armor on his body and extended his hand to touch the girl's hand. In fact, Zhou Wen knew that the chances of success weren't high. Even the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique couldn't remove the ring. The chances of an essence energy art like the Lost Immortal Sutra without any special augmentation succeeding were slim. Zhou Wen wanted to see if the Lost Immortal Sutra's simulation ability was effective. Perhaps it could simulate the girl's aura. Of course, this was just a wild hope. The Demon God Bloodline Catalog couldn't even scan the girl's body and transform him into her appearance. An essence energy art like the Lost Immortal Sutra that purely simulated auras probably had nothing when the other party had zero worry. With all sorts of thoughts flashing through his mind, Zhou Wen's finger touched the ring on the girl's finger. Zhou Wen was already prepared to be sent flying, but nothing happened when his fingertip touched the ring. "I'm fine!" Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Although the Lost Immortal Sutra couldn't simulate the girl's aura, the girl was like a dead person. There was no aura, nor was there any way to simulate it. However, the ordinary Lost Immortal Sutra allowed Zhou Wen to finally touch the ring. "Gal, the ring is useless with you anyway. Lend it to me. If you need anything in the future, tell me in a dream. If you want clothes, houses, or money, I'll burn them all for you," Zhou Wen said as he carefully lifted the girl's finger and slowly removed the ring with his other hand. Roar! Seeing the ring slide across the girl's slender fingers, the 7 devils immediately flew into a rage. All sorts of light spewed out from their bodies, transforming into devil phantoms that enveloped their bodies. All of them roared ferociously, gearing to rush over and tear Zhou Wen apart. "Scram!" Demonic Neonate shouted softly. The auras of the 7 enraged devils immediately extinguished. Although they didn't immediately retreat, they didn't dare rush forward anymore. They stood there with conflicted expressions. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Wen took the ring from the girl's finger. Nothing happened. "Thank you." Zhou Wen placed the ring in his palm and pressed his palms together. He bowed at the girl before throwing the ring to Demonic Neonate. "How did you remove it? Don't tell me you were deliberately putting on an act to win my lady's favor?" Grim Demon looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously. Zhou Wen had unleashed all sorts of powers without being able to remove the ring. Yet, he now managed to remove the ring without doing anything special. It made Grim Demon suspect that his previous actions were just an act. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered with him. When the 7 devils saw the ring land in Demonic Neonate's hand, they deflated and didn't rush forward again. Demonic Neonate caught the ring in her left palm. The ring itself didn't reject her. When Demonic Neonate's finger touched the gem on the ring, the gem was like a water droplet that landed on Demonic Neonate's fingertip. It shook slightly like water droplets on a lotus leaf or transparent jelly. Demonic Neonate threw the ring on the ground and placed the jelly-like gem into her mouth. What a prodigal! Zhou Wen hurriedly picked up the ring when he saw Demonic Neonate throw it to the ground. The golden WYRM scissors and the immortal culling sword had failed to scuff the ring. It was obvious that it was extraordinary. Zhou Wen held the ring and wiped the dust off it with his hand, planning on putting it in the chaos space. Perhaps it would be of some use in the future. Before putting it in, Zhou Wen tried pinching it, but to his surprise, the metal ring snapped with a crack. Zhou Wen was immediately dumbfounded when he saw the ring break into several pieces. What the hell is this? It was clearly so hard just now. Why did it suddenly become so weak? Zhou Wen couldn't accept this outcome. He picked up the fragments and pinched them again, only to have them shatter into smaller pieces. Isn't this just ordinary metal? Zhou Wen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After all this trouble, this thing was basically ordinary metal. The only good thing was the gem. The ring's former hardness was either a result of the gem or the strangeness of the girl's body. After Demonic Neonate ate the gem, she staggered as though she was drunk and fell. Zhou Wen hurriedly flashed to Demonic Neonate's side and picked her up. "Neonate, are you alright?" Zhou Wen patted Demonic Neonate's cheek, hoping to wake her up. "I'm about to sleep." Demonic Neonate couldn't even open her eyes, as she said in a daze. She turned around and curled up in Zhou Wen's arms. She grabbed Zhou Wen's clothes and quickly fell asleep. Zhou Wen called out a few more times, but Demonic Neonate didn't respond at all. She fell asleep just like that. What's going on? Is she evolving? Zhou Wen looked at Demonic Neonate in his arms, and was momentarily at a loss. Typically, when companion beasts evolved, their bodies would rapidly mutate. Even the types with slower mutations would form an energy barrier, allowing them to slowly evolve in an energy environment. However, Demonic Neonate only looked drunk and asleep. There were no intense energy fluctuations from her body, nor did her body undergo any abnormal changes. What was even stranger was that Zhou Wen couldn't unsummon Demonic Neonate when he tried. "Grim Demon, what's going on?" Zhou Wen looked at Grim Demon and asked with a frown. This? I'm not too sure either. I told you to leave. You randomly gave her lady food. Look, there's a problem now. Grim Demon wasn't sure what was going on. Joe used Truth Listener to scan Demonic Neonate's body, but he didn't discover any problems. It was as though she had really fallen asleep. Crack! The stone platform beneath their feet suddenly shook as Joe and Grim Demon hurriedly flew up. The stone platform, where the silver-haired girl lay slowly sank. Chapter 1529 A Lost Paradise. The stone platform slowly sank, revealing a bottomless abyss beneath it. There was no light in the deep hole below. Even looking into it made one feel as though they were being devoured. As the stone platform descended, the girl lying on it gradually became blurry. Joe was sizing up the bottomless pit when he suddenly saw the girl open her eyes and smile at him strangely. She opened her mouth as though she was saying something. However, Joe didn't hear anything, nor did he know what she was talking about. Joe couldn't help but tremble as the girl and the stone platform sank into the bottomless abyss, nowhere to be seen again. Was that an illusion? Joe wasn't sure if he had really seen the girl open her eyes and speak. However, he remembered the pair of silver irises and the strange smile very clearly. It shouldn't be an illusion, right? Joe tried his best to recall the girl's mouth shapes, hoping to guess what she was mouthing. However, before Joe could give it much thought, the entire building collapsed as though there was an earthquake. The seven devils glared at Joe and jumped into the bottomless abyss. In the blink of an eye, the seven devils were gone. Joe and Grim Demon didn't dare take the risk to jump in. All they could do was escape the building. Not long after they came out, the building completely collapsed as though it had been sucked into a bottomless abyss. Soon, even the ruins vanished. The bottomless abyss-like crater was nowhere to be seen. The spot where the building was originally located turned into a mud pit. Soon, ageless flowers grew out of the pit, as though the building and the bottomless abyss had never existed. Grim Demon, did you see that girl open her eyes? Joe asked Grim Demon. No, when did she open her eyes? Grim Demon asked in puzzlement. Not long after the stone platform sank into the crater and was about to enter the darkness, she seemed to open her eyes and mouth something. Didn't you see it? Joe explained in detail. Were you seeing things? I was staring at her from beginning to end. I didn't see her open her eyes even when she vanished, much less speak, Grim Demon said with certainty. Joe frowned silently. Although he felt his mind go adrift for a little moment, as though he was dreaming, his brain still remembered it clearly. It was unlikely to be a mistake. Joe didn't ask further since Grim Demon didn't see her. He looked at Demonic Neonate in his arms. She was still sleeping soundly. Her lips were even sucking her thumb. We have to think of a way to return. Joe looked around, hoping to find a way to return to Earth. Joe had previously been to the dimension, but he had Ice Maiden leading the way, allowing him to return. He didn't know how to return now. I think we should stay here and wait for my lady to wake up. It might be more dangerous to run around in such a place, said Grim Demon. Joe naturally knew that Grim Demon was right, but he didn't know when Demonic Neonate would wake up. If Demonic Neonate was really evolving, according to Joe's previous experience, the higher the companion beast's level, the longer it took to evolve. It would be considered quick if a companion beast took about half a month to advance to the Terror grade. It could take as long as months. It was impossible for Joe to wait that long and do nothing. There was still an endless sea of flowers around him. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Apart from flowers, there was no vitality in the world. The vitality of the flowers was very strange. They looked brimming with vitality, but they also had a deathly aura that resembled ashes. Grim Demon, what else do you know about the Land of the Fallen? Joe asked Grim Demon. Nothing much. By the way, I seem to remember hearing an angel mention it. The Land of the Fallen is also called a Lost Paradise. It's a place without happiness with eternal misfortune, Grim Demon said as he tried his best to recall. When Joe heard the words, Lost Paradise, he thought of a mythical epic called Lost Paradise. The story was related to Satan. After Satan was defeated, he was banished to hell by God, but Satan was unwilling to admit defeat. He waited for an opportunity to seek revenge. Satan finally found an opportunity to turn into a snake and enter the Garden of Eden. He tempted Adam and Eve to secretly eat the forbidden fruit. In the end, Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden. This was only a mythical epic. Even if there was really the Garden of Eden, it was difficult to say if there was Adam and Eve. Is Sweetie living in the Garden of Eden? Joe suddenly thought of Sweetie, but he couldn't associate her image with the omnipotent God. Grim Demon recalled some hearsay information, but it didn't help Joe's present situation. He still couldn't think of a way to leave. Hell is a prison used to imprison devils. Even in the dimension, this is an extremely special place. It's definitely not that easy to leave this place. Let's wait for my lady to wake up before making plans. Grim Demon tried his best to persuade Zhou Wen not to act rashly. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of loneliness. It wasn't a problem for him to stay here for a few years, but something could happen at Guide City at any time. Zhou Wen was afraid that Li Xian and company wouldn't be able to handle it. After some thought, Zhou Wen carried demonic neonate and walked away. He decided to give it a try. However, as Zhou Wen walked, he discovered something very magical. When he walked forward, the flowers in front of him automatically parted to make a path. These flowers can move on their own? Then why didn't I see them move before? Zhou Wen attempted to walk in another direction. However, no matter where Zhou Wen went, the flowers in front of him automatically made way, as though they were avoiding him. Zhou Wen glanced at demonic neonate in his arms, and said to Grim Demon, "Walk to the other side." Grim Demon walked to the side, but the flowers didn't make way for him. "Take her." Zhou Wen handed demonic neonate to Grim Demon and tried it himself. Like Grim Demon, the flowers didn't make way for him. It was obvious that the flowers were making way for demonic neonate. This didn't happen when I summoned demonic neonate. From the looks of it, it's because demonic neonate ate the gem. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and carried demonic neonate as he continued walking forward. Wherever Zhou Wen or demonic neonate went, the flowers avoided them, forming a path between the flowers. Zhou Wen walked along with it. Not long after, Zhou Wen and Grim Demon were surprised to discover that they had reached the end of the sea of flowers. In the distance, they could see a continuous mountain range. They could see smoke billowing. A small city sat at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 1530. Eat me if you want to eat. Humans. There are humans there. Zhou Wen saw humans in the city from afar. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to carefully scan the area a few more times. After confirming that the other party were humans, and not humanoid dimensional creatures, he looked at Grim Demon and asked, "Grim Demon, are you sure this is the Dimension's Land of the Fallen?" Well, Grim Demon was originally very certain, but he became somewhat unsure upon seeing the humans in the city. The creatures that could survive in the dimension were at least at the mythical stage. How many mythical creatures could there be among humans? In the small city ahead, there were at least 100,000 people. It was unknown if all the elites in Earth's Federation added up could gather that many mythical humans. Furthermore, the small city was bordering the land of the fallen. Ignoring humans, even powerful dimensional creatures wouldn't choose to build a city here. Seeing that Grim Demon wasn't sure, Zhou Wen immediately walked towards the city. The sea of flowers stopped at a cliff. Beneath it was a bottomless abyss. On the other side of the cliff was a continuous mountain range. The small city was built on the mountain opposite. There was no path to the small city on the other side. However, the bottomless abyss wasn't a problem for Zhou Wen and Grim Demon. They could easily fly over it. For safety's sake, Zhou Wen even released a musical note sprite to probe. The musical note sprite flew freely in the air without discovering any danger. Only then did Zhou Wen fly towards the human city opposite with demonic neonate in his arms. The city was built on a mountain. On the side facing the cliff, there were gates. Outside the gates was a platform. Some humans were setting up stalls on the platform. It was a lively market with many people. When Zhou Wen flew over with demonic neonate in his arms, he didn't conceal himself with his terror transformation powers. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide, but demonic neonate couldn't be hidden. It was pointless for him to hide. Soon, many people saw Zhou Wen fly over with demonic neonate in his arms. As for Grim Demon, ordinary people couldn't see him due to his terror transformation. Everyone stood up and widened their eyes, staring blankly at Zhou Wen when they saw him. They seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Their eyes widened as they stood rooted to the ground in shock. Everyone who saw Zhou Wen had the same expression. The stall owners stopped peddling their wares, and the buyers forgot the items in their hands as they looked at Zhou Wen. "May I ask where this is?" Zhou Wen flew to a spot near the platform and greeted while asking. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss with this city and these humans, but he couldn't tell what was amiss. Ah! At that moment, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. As though they had seen something terrifying, they screamed and turned to flee into the city. Someone even threw out the things in their hands. Instantly, the market was in a frenzy. When Zhou Wen snapped to his senses, the huge market was empty. The ground was in a mess. "Do I look that terrifying?" Zhou Wen touched his face and asked Grim Demon. "You are a little ugly compared to me, but it's not to the point of being terrifying. The residents of this small city probably haven't seen much, so they haven't seen anything uglier. Don't make a fuss," Grim Demon said smoothly. If demonic neonate could still move, Zhou Wen would have gotten her to send Grim Demon back into the demonic sword. This fellow was born shameless. Zhou Wen carried demonic neonate into the city. When the humans realized that he had entered the city, they were even more alarmed. All of them fled with all their might. Even the humans in the city, who didn't know what had happened, scrambled to escape. The shop owners on both sides of the road shuttered their doors and windows tightly. Soon, the long street was empty. The streets were filled with trash. Is there something wrong with their heads? Zhou Wen took out a mirror and looked at himself, but he didn't discover anything to be afraid of. He had a nose and 2 eyes, just like them, a normal human. Are the humans in this city all mentally ill? What's there to be afraid of when seeing a human? Grim Demon clearly found it very strange. They aren't mentally ill. They are just afraid of something. Zhou Wen frowned and thought. Before he could figure it out, he saw the people who had escaped walking back in fear. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and a beard that almost reached his waist. He held a walking stick in his hand. His walking looked unstable, as though he would fall at any moment. Many people followed behind the elder and walked towards Zhou Wen in company. Their eyes were clearly filled with fear, but despite being so afraid, they slowly walked over with the elder. Zhou Wen stood on the long street and waited for them to walk over. Since they were willing to come to him, it meant that they could still communicate. All he needed to do was make things clear. Although they were in the dimension, they were humans after all. They should be easier to communicate with than dimensional creatures. Although the elder's eyes were filled with fear, he still walked over step by step. When he was still dozens of meters away from Zhou Wen, which wasn't conducive for face-to-face communication, the elder suddenly threw away his cane and plopped to the ground with a grunt before bowing at Zhou Wen. With the elder prostrating, the crowd behind him did the same. Your devilish excellency, please spare the child's life. If you want to eat her, eat me, the elder said as he counted with tears in his eyes. What's going on? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. How did he become his devilish excellency? Furthermore, he was only carrying demonic neonate. Such a gentle posture didn't look like he wanted to eat her. Are these people nuts? Zhou Wen looked at the people who were prostrating before him while begging him not to eat the child. Zhou Wen now agreed with Grim Demon's view. Perhaps these people were really nuts. Zhou Wen felt that explaining to a group of lunatics that he wasn't a devilish king or that he didn't eat children was clearly a very difficult task. Therefore, he planned on going along with the conversation and figuring things out. How do you know that I'm the Devil King? Zhou Wen stared at the white-haired elder and asked. The white-haired elder's body trembled, but he quickly answered respectfully. Apart from you, your devilish excellency, who else can come out of the lost paradise? Apart from you, who else can transform into something looking so much like a human? Zhou Wen opened his mouth and suddenly realized that it wasn't easy to explain this matter. It didn't seem like these people would believe him even if he said that he was human. Chapter 1531 Cemetery. I know who these people are! Grim Demon suddenly shouted. Zhou Wen looked at Grim Demon. As Grim Demon had always been in his terror form, the others couldn't see him. Therefore, the elder and the group of fearful people only saw Zhou Wen turn his head to the side, as though he was staring into the void. This made them panic even more. They increasingly found Zhou Wen incomprehensible. He was capricious, solid proof that he was the Lost Paradise's Devil King. They call this place Lost Paradise, not the Land of the Fallen, nor is it Hell. If this place is really related to the myths and legends of Lost Paradise, it's not difficult to guess the origins of these people. Adam and Eve were tempted by Satan and secretly ate the forbidden fruit before being expelled from the Garden of Eden. If the location of this story isn't Earth, but the dimension, then all of this can be explained, Grim Demon said. Zhou Wen immediately understood what Grim Demon meant. Grim Demon meant that these people were the descendants of Adam and Eve. However, on second thought, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. In the myths and legends of the pantheon of God, Adam and Eve should be the founders of humanity. According to Grim Demon's guess, it didn't seem right. If Adam and Eve had reproduced here after being chased out of the Garden of Eden, and they had never been to Earth, why would there be such legends on Earth? As though reading Zhou Wen's mind, Grim Demon said, Adam and Eve betrayed God and secretly ate the forbidden fruit. After being banished, where could they go? Apart from a place like the Garden of Eden, the dimension wasn't suitable for humans to survive. The only place they could go to was probably Lost Paradise. Look at their bodies. You can tell that there aren't any mythical humans among them. They are all legendary or epic creatures based on your standards. Yet, such standards can build a city in the dimension. Only by being protected by the Lost Paradise can this be possible. Zhou Wen knew that Grim Demon was right. He could already vaguely sense the dimensional nomological powers in this small mountain city, but it was much weaker than the true dimensional laws Zhou Wen had previously encountered. This place was clearly affected by Lost Paradise, allowing these humans to survive here. However, this was only Grim Demon's guess. Perhaps these humans were sent over from Earth by dimensional experts as experimental subjects. It was even possible that some humans on Earth had some fortuitous encounters and accidentally ended up here. You are the king of the city? Jowen stared at the elder and asked. The elder was feeling uneasy, and guessing what the Devil King wanted after not getting a reply from Zhou Wen after quite some time. He jumped with fright at Zhou Wen's abrupt question. He knelt on the ground and said in fear, "Your devilish excellency, you are the only king. I'm only the city lord of this city and your slave. If you need a living sacrifice, please take my life and spare the child. Since you know that I'm the only king here, tell me, who gave you the guts to negotiate with me?" Zhou Wen thought to himself, instead of wasting my breath explaining, why don't I use my identity as the Devil King to figure things out? Everyone was immediately alarmed and afraid. The elder kowtowed repeatedly. "Your devilish excellency, we definitely don't have any intention of offending you, much less negotiating with you. We only wish to obtain your pity. Our ancestors were able to survive here because of your benevolence. Our lives are yours, and everything here is yours. How can we have the right to negotiate with you? We only hope that your devilish excellency will be magnanimous." As Zhou Wen listened to the elders drone on, he increasingly felt that Grim Demon's guess was right. These people might really be descendants of Adam and Eve. "Take me around this city," Zhou Wen said indifferently, as he declined to comment on the elders' pleas. "Yes, your devilish excellency. I'll show you around. What do you want to see?" the elder hurriedly asked. "What do you think?" Zhou Wen glanced at him indifferently. The elder immediately broke out into a cold sweat as his mind raced. Soon, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "Your devilish excellency, I understand. Please follow me." The elder led the way, while the others hurriedly retreated to the sides, not daring to be in Zhou Wen's way. The style of the city was very similar to the ancient style of the West District. Zhou Wen remembered that the word to describe it was Gothic. It was obvious that this place was very backward. There were no electronic devices, or even lights. Clearly, there was zero technology here. When he walked to the middle of the city, Zhou Wen was surprised to discover a cube. Like the cube on Earth, the cube here also displayed the scene of Dubhe. There's actually a cube here. That makes things easier. I just need to pass through the cube and reach Dubhe before I can teleport back to Earth. Zhou Wen was first delighted before he rejected this method. Through the cube, one could indeed reach Dubhe, but to reach it in such a way, one had to clear Dubhe's dimensional zone, or they wouldn't be able to leave. This was previously verified in the Venusian dimensional zone. As long as one entered the dimensional zone through the cube, they could only fight to the death. Unless one cleared the level, there was no chance of leaving. The elder didn't know what Zhou Wen was thinking. He led the way with his back hunched, not daring to look back at him. Zhou Wen didn't say a word, so he didn't dare spout nonsense. Although the city was ancient, it was filled with an artistic aura. There were many carvings on the buildings. Statues of humans and strange creatures could be seen everywhere. After walking for a while, the elder took Zhou Wen to a garden. There were many flowers planted in the garden, making it look beautiful. Toward the back of the garden stood 2 tombstones. Zhou Wen didn't recognize the words on them. When Grim Demon saw them, he immediately shouted, "There's no mistake about it. These fellows are the descendants of Adam and Eve. They are the tombstones of Adam and Eve. Your devilish excellency, our ancestors were your friends. Unfortunately, they don't have the mighty power of immortality like you. They can only be buried here." As the elder spoke, he felt abnormally uneasy, unsure if his guess was right. The outcome was unknown if he guessed wrongly and angered the Devil King. "Get out," Zhou Wen said coldly. "Yes, your devilish excellency." The elder glanced at demonic neonate in Zhou Wen's arms, but he didn't dare say a word of defiance. He retreated with his men and closed the garden's gates. "See? Those fellows are the descendants of Adam and Eve," Grim Demon said smugly to Zhou Wen. Chapter 1532 Big Dipper Dungeon. "Don't you find it a little strange?" Zhou Wen said as he looked at the 2 tombstones. "What's so strange about it? Why can't I tell?" Grim Demon looked around, but didn't see any problems. "I don't know the words on the tombstones. As you said, one tombstone belongs to Adam, while the other belongs to Eve. There's nothing wrong with that, right?" Zhou Wen pointed at the tombstone. "That's right." Grim Demon nodded. "That's strange. They're husband and wife, right? Shouldn't husband and wife be buried together? Why are they buried in 2 graves with 2 tombstones erected?" Zhou Wen asked. Grim Demon wasn't human, so he wasn't very sensitive to this matter. However, he had seen humans being buried together in the past. It was as Zhou Wen had said, so he found it odd. "Why don't we dig up this grave and see if it's Adam and Eve inside?" Grim Demon said as he stared at the tombstone. "I'm not interested in knowing if it's Adam and Eve inside. I just want to know how we can return to Earth." Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to verify the existence of Adam and Eve. The spatial teleportation ability of Singularity Universe couldn't be used between the dimension and Earth. If he wanted to return, other than going through the cube, He could only return to the buffer zone between Earth's universe and the dimension like Zhou-Wen had previously done. However, without Ice Maiden leading the way, Zhou-Wen didn't know how he could reach there. Even if she was there and was willing to lead the way, this wasn't where Ice Maiden had been. It was difficult to say if he could return. Zhou-Wen could sense that the further away he was from the Sea of Flowers, the greater the influence of the dimensional laws. The dimensional forces became stronger in the mountain range behind the city. Don't ask me. It's useless. I've only been to the dimension before I was born, Grim Demon said as he spread out his hands. Zhou-Wen thought to himself, then aren't you spouting nonsense? Guardians are created by the dimension. When all guardians are in their cocoon form, they come from the dimension. Just as Zhou-Wen was thinking about it, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and realized that the dungeon he was downloading had finally finished. This dungeon sure took a long time to download. Zhou-Wen tapped into the home screen and searched for the newly generated dungeon. After searching the home screen for a while, he was surprised to discover that there was no Alcor dungeon. The new dungeon was a symbol of the Big Dipper. The name below was Big Dipper. No way. It took so long because it was downloading the entire Big Dipper? Zhou-Wen was shocked as he hurriedly opened the dungeon and allowed the blood-colored avatar to enter. After entering the dungeon, Zhou-Wen immediately recognized that it was the Dubhe dungeon that the Tyrannosaurus had entered. Could it be that the Dubhe dimensional zone that appeared this time isn't a single celestial body's dimensional zone? The entire Big Dipper is a large multi-celestial body dimensional zone. The more Zhou-Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Having entered, Zhou-Wen summoned the golden WRM scissors and the golden sniper. He also got Tyrant Behemoth to rush over and slam open Dubhe Palace's door. Inside the palace, there was indeed a creature that looked identical to the one in reality. It wore amethyst armor and sat inside the palace. However, it looked cartoonish in game. It looked rather cute and didn't give off the same vibes as in real life. Tyrant Behemoth rushed in, but Zhou-Wen knew very well that Tyrant Behemoth's present strength wasn't enough to fight Dubhe's creature. Therefore, when Tyrant Behemoth rushed in front of the amethyst-armored creature, Zhou-Wen secretly got the golden WRM scissors to fly over as well. From the palace's entrance, he placed his finger on the sniper rifle's trigger and shot at the amethyst-armored creature. Tyrant Behemoth led the charge and arrived in front of the amethyst armor and opened its mouth to swallow it. The amethyst armor finally moved. It raised its hand and pressed down. Immediately, a terrifying purple light shot out in all directions, instantly forming an omnipresent light blast. The blood-colored avatar standing at the door was instantly killed as the game screen dimmed. This attack is a little too powerful. It's clearly an area of effect attack, but the prison dragon armor on me failed to defend against it at all. I was instantly killed, Zhou-Wen thought with a frown. Although he had been instantly killed, Zhou-Wen still obtained quite a bit of intelligence and information. This was thanks to the disqualified. From the information I obtained from dying, the power that killed the blood-colored avatar should be a high-temperature power. Furthermore, it's accompanied by terrifying radiation. The lethality of this radiation power can't be weaker than high-temperature heat. It might even be the main reason why the blood-colored avatar died instantly, Zhou-Wen guessed as he recalled the feeling of death. After studying it for a while, Zhou-Wen felt that the Chaos Egg would be able to withstand that attack for a short period of time. However, it was useless blocking the attack. He needed to kill the dimensional creature. Then I'll give it another try. Zhou-Wen dripped his blood to revive, and entered the Dubhe Instance dungeon again. To Zhou-Wen's surprise, he entered again. The Dubhe Instance dungeon didn't have a time limit. He could enter at any time. That makes things easier. It shouldn't be difficult to kill it after obtaining enough information from a few deaths. Zhou-Wen had the golden WRM scissors in hand, so he still had a chance. Zhou-Wen only summoned the golden WRM scissors and made it rush into the palace this time. Zhou-Wen hid inside the Chaos Egg. His current mission wasn't to help, but to ensure that he wasn't killed. Otherwise, once he died, it was useless no matter how powerful the golden WRM scissors was. It would vanish with him. The golden WRM scissors transformed into a golden beam of light that headed for the amethyst armored creature. The creature raised its palm again, as a purple blast of light instantly filled the entire dimensional zone. The Chaos Egg immediately produced a large number of solid essence energy crystals, nearly causing it to explode. Zhou-Wen hurriedly transferred the solid essence energy crystals to Tyrant Behemoth. Zhou-Wen constantly moved as solid essence energy crystals were produced. Despite risking his life, the Chaos Egg remained just short of exploding. After enduring for a second, the light blast weakened. Zhou-Wen heaved a long sigh of relief. Just a second felt too long for him. If it continued for another second, he didn't know if the Chaos Egg could withstand it. Clang! A terrifying collision sounded from the palace. At the same time, a light blast appeared again. Before Zhou Wen could figure out the situation inside, a large number of solid essence energy crystals appeared in the Chaos Egg again. Zhou Wen could only crazily move them again, and use sky-stealing sun swapping to feed the solid essence energy crystals to Tyrant Behemoth. Zhou Wen didn't even have the chance to watch the battle between the two terrifying existences in the palace. All he could do was try his best to survive. Only by surviving could the golden WYRM scissors have a chance of killing the amethyst armored creature. Chapter 1533 Inauspicious. Bang! The Chaos Egg exploded, as there were too many solid essence energy crystals that couldn't be sent away in time. The phone screen went black. The game ended, but Zhou Wen obtained quite a bit of information. What left Zhou Wen most satisfied was that although the Chaos Egg exploded in-game, Tyrant Behemoth had devoured many solid essence energy crystals before the Chaos Egg exploded. It was showing signs of evolving. As he couldn't find a way to leave the dimension for the time being, Zhou Wen decided to constantly grind the Dubhe Instance Dungeon. If he could clear the Dubhe Dungeon, he might be able to use the cube to return to Earth. However, to use the cube to return to Earth, there was still a problem that needed to be resolved. For people had to drip their blood on the cube to use it to enter the Dubhe Instance Dungeon. Now that Zhou Wen was alone, he had to find 3 others to enter with him. As Zhou Wen gamed, he used Truth Listener's ability to monitor the conversations of the people in the city. It didn't take long for Zhou Wen to roughly understand the situation in the city. This city built on the mountain was named Regretless City. Grim Demon was right. After Adam and Eve were banished from the Garden of Eden, there was nowhere to go. It was Satan who gave them a way out and settled down beside Lost Paradise. After generations of reproduction, only today did Regretless City reach its present scale. In fact, in the beginning, there were only a few caves. Although these humans were born in the dimension, they looked no different from Earth's humans. Even their physical flaws were the same. No one could advance to the mythical stage with their own strength, so the strongest human in the city was only at the epic stage. For them to survive here, other than the protection of the Paradise Lost, they still needed to gather supplies for living. They were humans, not gods. They had to eat, drink, and poop every day. They didn't dare enter the Lost Paradise. Even if they entered, there was nothing to eat other than flowers. Therefore, the people of Regretless City could only search for food in the mountain range. However, after entering the mountain range, the dimensional forces would become stronger. Ordinary citizens couldn't withstand it, so they couldn't go very far. Zhou Wen learned that their food came from plants in the forest. There was something very peculiar. In the mountain range, there was a plant whose leaves couldn't be plucked no matter how hard one tried. However, those plants couldn't be seen at any time. One would be very lucky to occasionally chance upon them. While Zhou Wen was studying these things, Grim Demon wasn't idle. He kept studying the tombstone, hoping to find some clues. However, the words on the tombstone didn't reveal anything. After studying it for a long time, Grim Demon couldn't find any problems. Finally, Grim Demon made up his mind and planned on digging up Eve's grave to take a look. Zhou Wen clearly didn't like digging up other people's ancestral graves. Grim Demon was afraid that Zhou Wen would stop him, so he didn't inform Zhou Wen. Taking advantage of Zhou Wen's lack of focus, he began digging. Pushing the tombstone away, he revealed the stone coffin below. Grim Demon made a prompt decision and lifted the lid of the stone coffin. Ah! Zhou Wen was eavesdropping on the conversation between the elder and his friend when he suddenly heard Grim Demon's cry. He hurriedly turned his head and realized that Grim Demon had opened Eve's stone coffin. At that moment, Grim Demon's expression was somewhat complicated. He stared intently into the stone coffin, as though he had seen something bizarre. What's inside? Zhou Wen walked to Grim Demon's side and traced his gaze. When he saw what was inside the stone coffin, he was immediately taken aback. There were no corpses in the stone coffin, not even bones. There was only one thing inside. What's this? Why is this here? Zhou Wen realized that there was a princess-like puppet inside the stone coffin. This puppet was huge. It was almost a 1:1 person. It wore a princess dress and was placed in the stone coffin. It looked like it was sleeping. No one could answer him. Grim Demon was also at a loss. Guardians don't need graves. You should ask yourself. If it were you, under what circumstances would you have this thing in your grave? Dig up Adam's tomb and take a look, Zhou Wen said to Grim Demon. Grim Demon pushed away Adam's tombstone and indeed, he saw the stone coffin inside. When he opened the stone coffin, there was indeed a puppet inside. However, this time, it was a puppet that looked like a boy. It wore a tailcoat and looked very gentlemanly. These are clearly 2 puppets. There's no skeleton inside. In other words, this can't be Adam and Eve's tombs, Grim Demon said. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to carefully scan the stone coffin. Apart from the 2 puppets, he didn't discover anything. That's strange. If the real Adam and Eve didn't die of old age here, where did they go? Are the people in Regretless City their descendants? Zhou was puzzled. Grim Demon wanted to take out the two puppets to take a closer look, but no matter how hard he tried, the puppets inside remained motionless. There's something wrong with these two puppets. With my strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to take them out even if they are forged from gold, much less puppets. Ah! As Grim Demon spoke, he suddenly let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground. Grim Demon, what's wrong? Zhou saw Grim Demon collapse beside the tombstone without moving, as though he was dead. Alarmed, he didn't dare go close. He shouted Grim Demon's name from the side. However, after shouting a few times, Grim Demon didn't respond at all. I've already said that digging up graves isn't auspicious. It's very easy for something to happen, but you didn't listen to me and insisted on digging. Zhou looked at the two puppets with an odd expression. He summoned the golden battle gods and got them to restore the grave. Zhou didn't dare approach them. After closing the coffin lid and pushing the grave back to its original spot, the golden battle gods weren't attacked, but Grim Demon remained motionless. It was useless no matter how Zhou shouted. There was no reaction even if he was electrocuted or smashed with ice. However, Grim Demon's vitality remained. It didn't look like he was dead. After a while, Grim Demon got up in a daze. What happened? Grim Demon asked Zhou after waking up. I should be the one asking you that. Zhou recounted his sudden collapse. Grim Demon's expression turned nasty after hearing that. How did this happen? I don't have any memories of it happening. Chapter 1534 Another Samsara Stone. It's best you don't touch this thing. Zhou wasn't willing to be nosy, as he exhorted Grim Demon not to touch anything else. Grim Demon also felt a lingering fear. Even if he was made to touch it again, he wouldn't dare do so. This place should be relatively safe. Let's stay here for the time being. Go and ask what's on the other side of the mountain. Zhou got Grim Demon to gather information while he gamed in the cemetery. Tyrant Behemoth was close to advancing to the Calamity Grade thanks to having a large number of solid essence energy crystals being fed to it. After Grim Demon left, Zhou repeatedly grinded Dovey Palace. Although he still couldn't withstand the power of the purple blast of light, he gained a deeper understanding of the abilities of the amethyst armored creature. Unless the Chaos Egg can advance to the Calamity Grade, it will be very difficult for it to withstand the power of the light blast. I have to think of another way. Zhou was thinking of a way to kill the amethyst armored creature in a short period of time. In that case, it didn't matter even if the Chaos Egg couldn't last long. As he pondered, he moved solid essence energy crystals into Tyrant Behemoth's mouth, but he suddenly couldn't move anymore. Before Zhou could figure out what was going on, the Chaos Egg exploded. Without entering the dungeon again, Zhou opened Tyrant Behemoth's information and realized that it had indeed entered an evolved state. Without a glutton like Tyrant Behemoth to hold out, and with no companion beast being able to digest so many essence energy crystals, the Chaos Egg will only last for a shorter period of time. Zhou looked at Demonic Neonate. She had been sleeping the entire time, looking like a normal sleeping person. There were no signs of a companion beast's evolution, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake her up. Grim Demon returned after a while. It was unknown what method he used, but he had already figured out the situation here. The people from Regretless City didn't go too far from it. Their only food was some plants on the mountain. Some had entered the mountain range, but most of them died inside. It was unknown how they died. From the looks of it, there are terror-grade creatures in the mountain range. They are only ordinary people, so they naturally can't see terror-grade creatures. Grim Demon paused before continuing. However, someone once saw a terrifying scene in the mountain range. Countless large snakes swam through the mountain. One of them was a red snake that was coiled on a mountain peak. Its body was even bigger than the mountain peak. From their description, it's similar to the snake that Satan transformed into when he tempted Adam and Eve. It's not going to be easy leaving the mountain range. Even if we successfully leave, we might not be able to find a way back. Let's stay here for the time being. When Neonate wakes up, we'll see if she has any way of taking us back, Zhou said after some thought. We should have done that from the beginning. Grim Demon paused before saying, when I was reading the memories of the citizens, I discovered something. Although this place is protected by the Lost Paradise, it's not in the Lost Paradise after all. Occasionally, dimensional creatures will come to the city and eat quite a number of people. It's probably that snake. From the looks of it, it's not safe here. I hope Neonate can wake up as soon as possible. Zhou felt that Demonic Neonate likely had a way to take them back. After all, the Heaven Shrouding Bell was in Demonic Neonate's hands. Previously, Ice Maiden had used the Heaven Shrouding Bell to travel through space and reach the buffer zone between Earth's universe and the dimension. Zhou continued gaming and grinding dungeons. Grim Demon didn't have anyone to talk to. It almost drove him mad. After less than 2 days, Grim Demon couldn't help but tell Zhou Wen that he was going deep into the mountain range to scout and see if there was any other way out. After Grim Demon left, Zhou Wen continued grinding dungeons every day. After killing the golden sniper again, he suddenly heard a chime. The sound was different from the usual dimensional crystals dropping, nor did it sound like a companion egg. Samsara Stone? When Zhou Wen saw what it was, he was immediately overjoyed. After grinding for so long, this was the second Samsara Stone. He had given the previous one to the great Mightyvajra Bull. Back then, Zhou Wen didn't know what use the Samsara Stone had, and was only experimenting. Zhou Wen now knew that the Samsara Stone gave unevolvable companion beasts an evolvable attribute. Furthermore, their stats might be enhanced to a certain extent. They might even awaken some new skills. Zhou Wen had many good companion beasts, but because they didn't have an evolvable attribute, their levels couldn't be raised. They no longer satisfied Zhou Wen's current needs. He couldn't bear to use such rare special pets for fusion. But if he didn't do so, they were useless, collecting dust. With the Samsara Stone, the companion beasts were redeemed. Let me see which companion beast to use. Zhou Wen hoped to raise many companion beasts, but there was only one Samsara Stone. He had to make a choice. The Death Harbinger Crow's skill is actually very useful. If it were to use the Samsara Stone, it might be able to evolve into a powerful companion beast. Medusa isn't bad either. She doesn't seem to be of much use now, but after she evolves, her skills might become especially powerful. There's also the ancient splitting tadpole. If it can evolve to the Calamity grade, I wonder how powerful its split explosion ability will be. Zhou Wen sorted out his companion beasts and realized that there were too many companion beasts that needed the Samsara Stone. He was momentarily unsure. Zhou Wen thought for a while before finally choosing to give the Samsara Stone to Dr. Darkness. Zhou Wen actually liked Dr. Darkness's skills very much. Furthermore, it had a soul state. It could be attached to Zhou Wen, and all the skills could be used by him. However, his level was too low. He couldn't keep up with Zhou Wen's current level and combat needs. Furthermore, he didn't have an evolvable attribute. Zhou Wen had always wanted to raise his level. Then let's do Dr. Darkness. Zhou Wen summoned Dr. Darkness and handed the Samsara Stone to him. After using the Samsara Stone, Dr. Darkness's body immediately underwent a magical change. Instead of calling it a change, it was more like molting. The mythical Dr. Darkness quickly molted and reached the starting mortal stage. Dr. Darkness, who was at the mortal stage, looked rather adorable. He was a handsome boy who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. He was deadpan like a robot. He wore a black robe and didn't look like a doctor. Instead, he looked like a priest. He opened Dr. Darkness's stats and indeed, he had returned to the mortal stage. Dr. Darkness, mortal, evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence energy 11. Talent skill. Scalpel, fight poison with poison, light of penetration, famous killer doctor. Companion form, soul. Chapter 1535 Companion Beast Advancement Plan. All the skills remain with an additional famous killer doctor. I wonder what it's used for. How can killing be related to medical skills? Zhou Wen carefully read the introduction of Famous Killer Doctor. Famous Killer Doctor. Kill one person to save another, save one person to kill another. Zhou Wen stared at it for a long time without understanding what the skill introduction meant. Could it be that if I want to use Dr. Darkness to save people in the future, I have to kill someone first? Isn't that bullshit? Zhou Wen felt that this skill was definitely not that simple. He wanted to test the consequences of saving someone, but there was no one that needed Dr. Darkness's saving. After all, Dr. Darkness mostly used fight poison with poison to save others. Zhou Wen couldn't kill someone with poison first, right? With the companion beast in hand, it now became a problem of raising his level. Previously, the Mightyvajra Ox had returned to the mortal stage. All he needed to do was feed it some essence energy crystals, and it would naturally advance. It had already returned to the mythical stage, but to advance further was not that easy. It was unknown for the time being how it could advance to the terror grade. Zhou Wen tried feeding Dr. Darkness essence energy crystals. Although it allowed Dr. Darkness to grow a little, the growth wasn't fast. Furthermore, Dr. Darkness could only absorb a very small portion of the essence energy crystals. They weren't of much use, unlike Tyrant Behemoth, which could eat them as it pleased. From the looks of it, evolving Dr. Darkness with essence energy crystals is unlikely. Then, what does he need to evolve? Dr. Darkness's skill was related to poison. Apart from that, Zhou Wen really couldn't think of any other way to evolve him. In the dungeons that Zhou Wen had already downloaded, there were many poisonous insects and goo in the Valley of No Return. It was likely the most ideal place. Apart from that, there was the Poison WYRM pool in Pool City. It was also a place of poison, so he could give it a try. After some consideration, Zhou chose poison WYRM pool. The water in the poison WYRM pool was poisonous, so he decided to test it with the poison water inside. He took Dr. Darkness to poison WYRM pool. Without waiting for Zhou to experiment, Dr. Darkness autonomously walked to the side of poison WYRM pool and took out a syringe. He drew a tube of poison water and injected it into his veins. Zhou was soon surprised to discover that Dr. Darkness had advanced to the legendary stage and obtained a new life providence. His life providence was the same as before, golden left hand. It's so easy to evolve. If he injects a few more syringes, won't he be able to quickly advance to the mythical stage? However, after just injecting one tube of poison water, Dr. Darkness stopped moving. The poison WYRM in the poison WYRM pool stirred, only to be instantly killed by Zhou. The previously powerful dimensional creature was too weak in front of the present Zhou. After confirming that Dr. Darkness no longer needed the poison water here, Zhou had no choice but to take him to other dungeons. Zhou encircled Shuolu, the Valley of No Return, and other dungeons with poison. Every time Dr. Darkness saw a new poison, he would directly extract it and inject it into himself. He seemed to have a physique that was invulnerable to all poisons, or perhaps even stronger. Others were immune to all poisons, but Dr. Darkness could use poison to strengthen his body. Some poisons could allow Dr. Darkness to evolve, while others didn't have much of a reaction. Furthermore, at a low level, any random poison could advance his level. Towards the end, it required him to inject several types of poisons to advance. After lots of hard work, Dr. Darkness finally returned to the mythical stage. His life soul and wheel of destiny were the same as before. Zhou tried a few more poisons, but none of them allowed Dr. Darkness to continue evolving. He temporarily failed to find any new poisons, and couldn't continue experimenting. From the looks of it, ordinary poison shouldn't be able to evolve Dr. Darkness to the Terror grade. I have to find some powerful poison-type creatures, and use their poison to evolve Dr. Darkness. Where can I find a poison-type calamity creature? Zhou immediately thought of the one in the Zhuolu Sapphire Sky. However, that dimensional creature had been inside the Sapphire Sky the entire time. It wasn't easy to kill, and he didn't know if it was considered poison-type. Zhou ran through all the dungeons again, but he failed to find a suitable candidate. Taking this opportunity, Zhou picked his companion beasts again. As low-level companion beasts weren't of much use, a number could be used as supplementary materials for fusion. As for those that were very special which Zhou found useful, and was unwilling to fuse, he had to think of a way to raise them. It was best if they could be raised to the Calamity grade, or at worst, the Terror grade. Otherwise, they would be useless in battle at this stage. I have to think of a way to raise Dr. Darkness. The Evil Spirit King has recently absorbed quite a number of Terror grade creatures. It should be advancing to the Terror grade soon. Banana Fairy has to advance further. Should I raise the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul again? Zhou listed out the few companion beasts he thought highly of, and immediately felt a headache. There were too many companion beasts that needed to be upgraded. Each of them had their own unique traits, and he couldn't bear to use any of them as materials. What left Zhou most conflicted was the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. This companion beast was really strong, but his Jinx's master skill couldn't be removed. Zhou was somewhat afraid. With the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General and Bamboo Blade which jinxed their master, Zhou was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand them if they advanced to the Calamity grade. However, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was really useful, especially in the Stellar Dungeon. To the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, it was practically a home ground battle. In the past, there were definitely many stellar dimensional zones. It was a waste not to use the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. I'll try raising it again. The Bamboo Blade's Jinx's master ability is even stronger than the Tiger Soul General. There shouldn't be any problems. Zhou hesitated for a while before deciding to raise the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General again. Some dimensional zones did require the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to lead the charge. Of course, the main reason was that it was very difficult for other companion beasts to advance. Even if Zhou wanted them to advance, it wasn't something that could be done immediately. However, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was different. If he used it for fusion, it wouldn't be lost no matter how low the chances were. In other words, as long as he fused with a Terror grade companion beast, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General had a chance of advancing to the Terror grade. By fusing with a Calamity grade companion beast, the Tiger Soul General could quickly reach the Calamity grade. This ability was not something other companion beasts possessed. Bamboo Blade also had the Jinx's master attribute. Zhou still didn't know if it had such an ability. Calamity grade companion beasts were still useful. Zhou couldn't bear to fuse them. All he could do was use Terror grade companion beasts to raise the Tiger Soul General to the Terror grade. Which one should I use? Zhou looked at all the Terra-grade companion beasts he had. The most worthless Terra-grade companion beast was the Golden Battle God, but the Golden Battle God's skills had no synergy with the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Chapter 1536 New Tiger Soul General. Zhou didn't have many Terra-grade companion beasts. The Golden Battle God dropped most easily. The other Terra-grade companion beasts were relatively rare. Zhou couldn't bear to fuse companion beasts like Grim Reaper No. 10, Limitless Demon Dragon King, Prison Dragon, and Banana Fairy. The remaining Golden Battle Gods, Flaming Monarch, and so on didn't seem to be a good fit for Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. After some choosing, he didn't find a suitable Terra-grade companion beast to fuse with the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. In terms of skill compatibility, Grim Reaper No. 10 and Prison Dragon are more compatible with the Tiger Soul General, but these two companion beasts have something special about them. It would be a waste to use them as fusion material. Zhou thought for a moment, and couldn't bear to part with them. Finally, he decided to try with the Golden Battle God first. At most, he would be swapping for some skills that weren't compatible with the Tiger Soul General. This was unlikely to affect him much as long as he could advance the Tiger Soul General to the Terra grade. With this in mind, Zhou didn't hesitate any further. He placed the Tiger Soul General in the fusion column, and placed a Golden Battle God as material before clicking on fuse. With a flash of light, the Golden Battle God in the material column vanished. As for the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, something amazing was about to happen. The Purple Armored Tiger Soul General's armor had turned into a purple metal-like texture. The armor's envelopment of the Tiger Soul General and mount was even more complete. It looked like a heavy armored metal knight. These were only minute changes that were not much different from before. The biggest change was the spear in Tiger Soul General's hand. He was originally holding a spear, and although it was still a spear, it was no longer in an ancient style. It had become a spear with a very modern feel to it. Its design was very exaggerated. Zhou couldn't describe what the spear looked like, but it looked really beautiful. The spearhead was three-dimensional and wider. It didn't look like an ancient spear. There were some holes on it, but he didn't know what they were for. Its appearance wasn't important. Zhou only wanted to know if the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General had advanced to the Terra grade, or if its skills had been wiped out. Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Terror, Evolvable. Life Providence, Malicious Evil. Life Soul, Tiger Soul Runes. Wheel of Destiny, Ferocious and Evil. Terraform, Devil Knight, S grade. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Constitution, 82. Essence Energy, 82. Talent Skill, Tempered Steel Cauldron, Rampage, Magic Stone Curse, One with Horse, Penetrating Pierce, Evil Deeds Everywhere, Badlands, Jinx's Master, Crazy Sweep. Companion Form, None. After reading the information on the Fiend Armored Tiger Ghost General, Zhou was immediately overjoyed. Indeed, he had advanced to the Terra grade. Furthermore, his skills hadn't been wiped out with the addition of Crazy Sweep. The Tiger Soul General used an ancient spear, not a modern firearm. Crazy Sweep was probably a useless skill that was not usable by Tiger Soul General. This was the best outcome Zhou could think of. Having another useless skill was better than having one less skill. I'll give it a try, and see what the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General looks like after he transforms into his Terra form. Zhou chose to enter the Yang City dungeon before summoning the Tiger Soul General, and having him transform into his Terra form. At the instant the Tiger Soul General descended, Zhou felt that he wasn't gaming, but watching a science fiction movie. The Tiger Soul General and Mount, who were completely wrapped in heavy metal armor, were like mechanical knights in a sci-fi movie. The armor was dark purple, and there was a purple glow at the gaps akin to having purple light outline the curves of the armor. The Tiger Soul General's body was still burning with purple demonic flames. The spear in its hand also had billowing purple flames, especially the spearhead. Purple light spewed out from the hole in an extremely technological manner. It looks pretty good, but I wonder how your actual combat strength is. Let me see your abilities. Attack with all your might. Zhou ordered the Tiger Soul General to attack the Blood Bone Temples. The eyes of the Tiger Soul General and Mount lit up at the same time as they shimmered with a shocking purple flame. In the next second, the Tiger Soul General raised the spear in his hand. What happened next left Zhou dumbfounded. Purple bullets spewed out from the hole in the spear like a storm. Bam! 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 This commotion was similar to the effect of a Gatling gun, but the might of the purple bullets was much more powerful. After a series of explosions, bullet holes appeared on the walls and doors of many Blood Bone Temples. Blood spirits rushed out of the Blood Bone Temples and angrily lunged at the Tiger Soul General. The Tiger Soul General continued to sweep with his spear, blasting apart many blood spirits that were charging at him. Zhou Wen's mouth gaped open. After a while, he snapped to his senses and muttered in surprise. Holy sh*T, has the Tiger Soul General actually become a Mecha Knight? Zhou Wen soon realized that his thoughts were too simple and naive. When a blood spirit rushed close to the Tiger Soul General, the Tiger Soul General used the spear to stab the blood spirit's chest, raising it into the sky. It sounded contradictory, but in fact, it was true. Not only could the spear be used as a modern-day weapon, but it could also be used as an ancient spear. Zhou Wen watched the Tiger Soul General's performance from the side. The spear in his hand went from being brandished wildly to raining hell. It stormed a path through the horde of blood spirits. Unfortunately, there were no flames here to augment the Tiger Soul General. Otherwise, he would have been even stronger. Haha, the fusion this time was perfect. The Tiger Soul General can now engage in melee and long-range attacks. Furthermore, it can sweep across a large area. It's perfect. Zhou Wen was excited. The Tiger Soul General became stronger the more he fought. The interior of the metal armor seemed to be a huge furnace, with the flames inside burning brighter and brighter. The Tiger Soul General also became stronger. No matter how many blood spirits appeared, they were mercilessly killed by the Tiger Soul General. When the Tiger Soul General rushed to Kuei, who let out a thunderous roar, the Tiger Soul General managed to bear the brunt of the sonar attack and arrive in front of Kuei. He fought it crazily without being at a disadvantage. Amazing. This is only the result of constant combat. If he can fight in flames, he should be even stronger. Zhou Wen had the urge to immediately take the Tiger Soul General to a Fire Elemental Instance dungeon for testing. The Tiger Soul General became stronger the more he fought, but Kuei didn't have such an ability. It gradually became at a disadvantage. After more than 2 hours, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General used its Terror-grade body to damage the Calamity-grade Kuei until it was covered in wounds and on its last breath. It eventually died from the torturous attacks. Unfortunately, only a speed crystal dropped. Zhou Wen fed it to his companion beast. Should I take the Tiger Soul General to the Dubhe Instance dungeon to give it a try? Although Zhou Wen felt that the Tiger Soul General shouldn't be able to withstand a light blast, dying in game wasn't a loss. He could give it a shot. Chapter 1537 Returning to the Hut. Zhou Wen didn't know if the light blast used by the Calamity creature on Dubhe was considered a high-temperature power that the Tiger Soul General could accept. Logically speaking, it was a power similar to high-temperature radiation. It should be within the range of the Tiger Soul General's absorption. If the Tiger Soul General couldn't absorb and convert that power for its own use, it would probably die instantly if it relied on its own strength. After all, even the Prison Dragon armor with absolute defense couldn't withstand it for long. Although the Tiger Soul General's defense was very strong, it was still inferior to Prison Dragon's absolute defense. After launching the Dubhe dungeon, Zhou Wen summoned the Golden WYRM Scissors, as per his previous plan. He used the Chaos Egg as protection, and wore the Prison Dragon armor. It allowed him to last a little longer when the Chaos Egg exploded. The difference, this time, was that the Tiger Soul General was standing beside Zhou Wen. The moment the door opened, the Golden WYRM Scissors charged at the Amethyst Armored Creature. The Amethyst Armored Creature didn't hesitate to release an omnipresent, sun-like light blast. I hope the Tiger Soul General can hold on for a little longer. Zhou Wen didn't have extravagant hopes of the Tiger Soul General lasting as long as the Chaos Egg. He just didn't want him to be instantly killed. Zhou Wen kept sensing the Tiger Soul General to see when he would be killed by the light blast, but to his surprise, the Tiger Soul General wasn't killed despite Zhou Wen waiting for quite some time. Instead, it was Zhou Wen himself. Without Tyrant Behemoth as a trash can for his transferred solid crystals, the Chaos Egg lasted for a much shorter period of time. The Tiger Soul General remained alive when the Chaos Egg was destroyed, and the game screen went black. From the looks of it, the Tiger Soul General can also absorb the power of the Amethyst Armored Creature's light blast, and use it for himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to last so long. For the Tiger Soul General to last so long, he must have become very strong. Zhou Wen didn't know the limits of the Tiger Soul General's strength. If he could become stronger without end, it would be terrifying. Perhaps he could defy the heavens and kill Dubhe's dimensional creature. Of course, this was only Zhou Wen's beautiful wish. In fact, any skill had its limits. It was impossible for Tiger Soul General to become stronger indefinitely. His body couldn't withstand such terrifying power. However, Zhou Wen didn't even have the chance to give it a shot and try his luck. This was because he couldn't last until the Tiger Soul General became stronger. Once Zhou Wen died, the game would end, depriving the chance for Tiger Soul General to become that strong. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that he was the one who was the greatest burden. No, I have to think of a way to live a little longer. It's fine if I can't fight, but I can't even protect myself. That makes me a little too useless. Zhou Wen thought hard, hoping to become stronger. It's impossible to last that long with just the Chaos Egg. Even when Tyrant Behemoth was still around, it only lasted a little longer. It doesn't mean much. I have to last longer. Joe muttered to himself. The best solution he could think of was to advance the Chaos Egg to the Calamity Grade, but this was the dimension. Ignoring finding a suitable dimensional zone, there were no dimensional zones here. I can't return now. What should I do? As Joe thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. I wonder if I can use the dungeon's power to advance to the Calamity Grade in-game. He tried it the moment he thought of it, but Joe didn't know which of the dungeons he had downloaded could be used to advance to the Calamity Grade. Of course, Joe didn't know if the game dungeons would work. All he could do was slowly experiment. Joe thought of the game dungeons he had which corresponded to the essence energy arts he cultivated. If there was a similar type, Joe would try his luck. The First Order of Chaos is an essence energy art from the West, but I haven't downloaded many Western game dungeons. None of them seem to be compatible with it. If I had known this would happen, I would have downloaded more dungeons from the West District. Joe regretted it too late. Wait, Joe suddenly thought of a dimensional zone. It was Sweetie's hut, the Time Hut. There were 4 rooms, past, present, future, and chaos. Joe wondered if the latter had anything to do with the First Order of Chaos, since it had the name Chaos. However, Sweetie is God. The Time Hut is a dimensional zone under God. The First Order of Chaos is an essence energy art from Zeus's pantheon. The two aren't of the same type. I wonder if they can be used together. Joe decided to try his luck. In fact, Joe had already used the Chaos Egg to enter the Time Hut a long time ago. Only the Chaos Egg could withstand the temporal powers of the Time Hut. However, Joe hadn't thought in that direction back then, so he hadn't paid attention. Once again, he entered the Time Hut under the Chaos Egg's protection. Nothing here had changed much. Joe didn't dare enter the Past Hut or the Future Hut. He went to the Chaos Hut to take a look, but he didn't find anything. There weren't many things in the room to begin with. Joe touched them all, but he didn't sense any abnormal changes. Is the power of the Chaos Hut incompatible with the First Order of Chaos, or can I not just advance to the Calamity Grade in-game? Joe couldn't be sure of the possibilities. However, Joe was somewhat unwilling to return just like that. After some thought, Joe decided to visit the Future Hut again. The Past Hut allowed him to return to the past, and the Future Hut likely sent him to the future. However, the Future Hut was an empty void. Joe had always been brooding over this matter. He didn't know what it meant. If that was the future of humanity, wouldn't it mean that humanity would perish in the future? Now that Joe was much stronger than before, he wanted to enter again to take a look. Perhaps he could see something. When he entered the Future Hut again, the scene Joe saw was the same as before. The phone screen was pitch black, as though it had been switched off. Due to his experience, Joe directly activated the Ancient Sovereign Sutra and used Human Sovereign's power to illuminate his surroundings. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra was already at the Calamity Grade, so its energy was much stronger than before. In the past, Joe could only illuminate a very small area, but now, he could illuminate dozens of meters. However, light couldn't fully illuminate the Future Hut. What truly illuminated the darkness was the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's potent vitality. The moment his surroundings were illuminated, Joe carefully observed them. The scene he saw delighted him. This was because Joe realized that this wasn't a completely empty world. Beneath him were some objects, but Joe was momentarily unable to tell what was below. Chapter 1538 Fire-Armored God. As the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's lighting range was limited, and the things below were too large, the area he could see was only a portion of it. Just like blind people touching an elephant, based on what he saw, Joe was unable to determine what it was. What he could see was an uneven stone platform. It was pockmarked as though it had been bombed by a bomber. Joe was just about to land and get closer to the stone, and see where he was when he realized that the stone platform below had moved before he did. The stone platform was slowly spinning. Clearly, it wasn't land. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spun. As the stone spun, Joe gradually saw some signs of artificial carving. He realized that it looked like a huge statue. However, the parts he could see were limited. He didn't know what the carving was. When most of the stone spun to the other side, Joe was surprised to discover that it was a statue of a Buddha. Joe wasn't unfamiliar with the Buddha statue. It was the biggest Buddha statue in Dragon Gate Grotto. Joe had often been to Dragon Gate Grotto, so he was naturally familiar with it. However, half of the Buddha statue's body had blasted away. Clearly, the Buddha statue was floating in the void. How did this happen? Why did this Buddha statue become like this? Who shattered half of it? Is Dragon Gate Grotto still around? Just as Joe was pondering over it, the phone screen suddenly turned black. Zhou would imagine that the human sovereign sutra had failed. After checking, he realized that the blood-colored avatar had died. He didn't even know how it had died. Zhou could only smile bitterly to himself. Past, present, future chaos, first order of chaos. Will there be a connection between these? As Zhou thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, the first order of chaos is chaos's essence energy art. Chaos's status in that mythical system is probably similar to the egg that trapped Pangu. If I treat it as chaos, then chaos has no concept of time and space. There shouldn't be a past, present, or future, Zhou kept thinking. While Zhou was in Regretless City, Earth wasn't very calm. Some creatures appeared on the cube again. No matter how one looked at them, these creatures looked like Earth's dinosaurs. Some looked like Tyrannosaurus rexes, and some looked like Triceratops or pterosaurs. These creatures wanted to enter the Dubhe dimensional zone, but without exception, they were killed by the amethyst armored creature. Even though they knew that the difference in strength was huge, some creatures still rushed in from time to time. Although none of these creatures suspected to be dinosaurs cleared the level, their appearance and strength became a hot topic. Do you think those dinosaur-like fellows came from Earth? I heard that the dinosaurs' extinction is very bizarre. Don't tell me they chose to leave Earth and develop in the universe? That's really hard to say. Anyway, I find it strange why the dinosaurs went completely extinct. Not even one survived. From the perspective of probabilities, it doesn't make sense. If those dinosaurs really came from Earth, aren't they a little too strong? Dinosaurs have extremely powerful bodies to begin with. Whether or not dinosaur-like creatures had left Earth, the various media outlets expressed their views. The ordinary citizens also had their own views. However, no matter what kind of dinosaur it was, they ultimately died in the dungeon. There were no exceptions. As people discussed, the cube's screen lit up again. Other creatures were challenging the Dubhe dimensional zone. The challengers were surprisingly not dinosaurs. They were creatures suspected to be human. Their entire bodies were covered in armor, preventing anyone from seeing what was inside. The black armor looked like it was made of raw metal, but there was nothing special about it. Just like the Tyrannosaurus from before, the armor-clad creatures arrived outside Dubhe's palace. They pushed open the door and walked over. Boom! The amethyst armored creature in the palace erupted with the purple flames that Zhou was more familiar with. Unlike the dinosaurs, the creatures that came this time weren't instantly killed. Amidst the terrifying purple blast, they walked towards the amethyst armored creature. People quickly realized that the challengers weren't here to kill the amethyst armored creature, but to circle around it and reach the back of the palace. There was a teleportation nexus there. The creature stood on the teleportation nexus before disappearing. The cube's screen switched to the ranking interface. A name appeared in first place. Fire Armored God. Zhang Chuanqiu softly repeated the word as he frowned, as though he was thinking about something difficult. After this battle, people realized that if they wanted to pass through the palace and reach the teleportation nexus, they could do so without killing the amethyst armored creature inside. Even so, no one dared to give it a try. The light blast produced by the amethyst armored creature was just too powerful. It wasn't that simple to bypass it. Zhou was studying how to kill the amethyst armored creature, and wasn't in the mood to look at the cube. Therefore, he didn't know that clearing the level didn't require killing the amethyst armored creature. After Fire Armored God entered the rankings, the various families began a new round of tests. It was impossible for humans to kill the amethyst creature, but it didn't seem impossible as long as they made a run for it. Everyone was searching for a way to withstand the light blast. The price of light and fire elemental defensive companion beasts increased several times overnight. However, it was limited to high-level companion beasts. Low-level ones were useless. Some powerful factions began deliberately heading to fire elemental dimensional zones to hunt dimensional creatures. Some people also thought of Sovereign Sway's tomb, but when they arrived, they realized that it had vanished. While others were desperately searching for fire elemental companion beasts, Zhou body was undergoing a strange change. At that moment, Zhou was standing in front of Sweetie's hut. He hadn't entered it. The first order of chaos circulated in his body, and his hand was pressing down on the wooden tablet with the words, Sweetie's hut. As the first order of chaos circulated, the words on the wooden tablet slowly vanished as though they had been sucked away by some force. While Zhou studied the first order of chaos, he realized that the power of the time hut didn't come from the hut itself, but from these words. Chapter 1539 Heaven Opening Words. What are these words? Zhou had been considering this question the entire time. All this time, he had been observing the time hut, but nothing in the hut was abnormal enough to cause a reaction from the first order of chaos. Only the words on the hut were somewhat special. Sweetie's hut, past, present, future, and chaos. Why do these words have a special power? What is the foundation of this power? Why is this power related to the first order of chaos? In the beginning, there was only chaos, and it drew the curtains to all things. What is the first order? While pondering over this problem, Zhou checked some explanations regarding the words on the internet. Typical resources stipulated that texts were symbols. This explanation was naturally correct, but when one thought about it deeper, words were actually a set of coordinates. A single text represented a set of coordinates. Two words were like the latitude and longitude of Earth, so it could more accurately define a set of coordinates. Three words might be the length, breadth, and height of a three-dimensional world. They gave a more precise positioning. The more words there were, the more precise the coordinates would be. The spatial dimensions they represented might also be higher. Words were very magical. Originally, no one knew what the things in this world were. Everything was chaotic and unknown. Only with text could people come to a common agreement on what something was. The use of words was to give all things, things that could and couldn't be seen, a coordinate defined by humans. As long as one said the coordinates, anyone who knew the word would know what it was. This was equivalent to giving the chaotic world order. The world itself didn't need order because existence was order in itself. Humans needed order. Humans were the ones who discovered order, and words were the best carrier for human-established order. When Zhou comprehended this and touched the engraved wooden plaques, the first order of chaos automatically circulated. The words on the wooden tablet transformed into a strange force that flowed into his body and fused with the first order of chaos, causing it to undergo a shocking transformation. After Zhou absorbed the words, past, present, and future, he vaguely felt that the first order of chaos had reached the edge of calamity transformation, but it was still lacking that final step. Therefore, Zhou went to the door and attempted to absorb the words. Sweetie's hut. However, the words also had magical powers. It left Zhou somewhat puzzled. The power of the words, past, present, and future, clearly had traces of time and space. However, the power transmitted by Sweetie's hut didn't seem to have much to do with time and space. Just as Zhou was wondering what was going on, the Chaos Egg appeared and enveloped the blood-colored avatar's body. Zhou and the blood-colored avatar were one. Everything the blood-colored avatar felt was happening to Zhou himself. At that moment, he could clearly sense that the blood-colored avatar's body was undergoing a strange change. The Chaos Egg in the past was a form of protection for Zhou. It was a breeding ground for nutrition. However, as the blood-colored avatar's body changed, Zhou felt that the Chaos Egg had become an obstacle. Or rather, a shackle that bound his body, making him feel abnormally uncomfortable. It was like a person being locked in a cramped closet for an entire night. He needed to curl up his entire body into a ball and have his knees pressed against his chest to squeeze in. After a night of torture, what this person wanted the most was to leave. Zhou felt the same way. Now, he had the urge to break through the Chaos Egg and rush out to take a breath of fresh air. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Pangu split the heavens and earth apart to allow all things to live. Could it be that this Chaos Egg can only form the Calamity Zone through its destruction? Therefore, he gathered his strength, hoping to break through the Chaos Egg's restraints. However, only now did Zhou clearly realize how terrifying the Chaos Egg's defense was. His physical strength and essence energy were already comparable to a human realm creature, but when such power struck the Chaos Egg, it hardly left a scuff, much less break it. Zhou unleashed his essence energy again and again to strike the Chaos Egg, but he failed to shatter it. Why are you so tenacious? Aren't you giving me trouble? Zhou didn't seem to realize that if it wasn't for the Chaos Egg's powerful defense, he would have been dead several times over. However, the advantage of the Chaos Egg now became his greatest obstacle. Zhou had liked the Chaos Egg's defense in the past, but now, it was tormenting. He kept at it, be it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, but despite Zhou not giving up, the Chaos Egg had no intention of shattering. Ignoring the shattering of the Chaos Egg, he couldn't even scrape the Chaos Egg's membrane. Zhou knew very well that persistence was very important, but sometimes, persistence needed brains. How can I break the Chaos Egg? I'm not the real Pangu. Even if I were Pangu, I don't have that axe that split the heavens and earth apart. Wait. Where did Pangu's axe come from? Nothing had been born amidst the chaos, so there shouldn't be the concept of an axe. The so-called Pangu axe might not be an axe. Perhaps myths and legends have objectified some kind of power. Then, what's the power that can split the heavens and earth? Zhou thought about it. He wasn't willing to aimlessly do something futile. Since words are a carrier of human order, when words give the originally unknown world a definition, it's equivalent to splitting apart the heavens and earth. The more Zhou thought about it, the more convinced he was. Zhou wasn't wrong. The fault was that he was from the East District. The culture he was familiar with was a little different from the West District's chaos mythology. It couldn't be said to be wrong. It was just that his understanding was somewhat different, so the direction he took was somewhat different. The Chaos Egg should have advanced to the Calamity grade in another way, but Zhou Wen had taken a completely different path. The West District's Essence Energy Art had been imbued with the culture and spirit of the East District. Even the founder of the First Order of Chaos probably never expected the First Order of Chaos to be comprehended in such a manner. Above the Chaos Egg, shimmering words gradually appeared. Stroke by stroke, shimmering words, mountains, rivers, wind, fire, sun, moon, and stars, appeared, and a portion of the Chaos Egg disintegrated and melted. The words vanished with the Chaos Egg. When the final Chaos Egg shard melted, the blood-colored avatar's body was liberated. In the next second, the blood-colored avatar's body lit up as countless words spewed out from his body like a data stream. They spun around his body like blocks, forming the appearance of a Chaos Egg that enveloped Zhou Wen's body. Chapter 1540 Chaos First Order. It's done! Zhou Wen looked at the Chaos Egg around him. Although it still looked the same as before, it was completely different. The previous Chaos Egg was a Chaos Egg, and the present Chaos Egg was Zhou Wen's Calamity Zone. However, to Zhou Wen's dismay, this Calamity Zone was a little too small. Just like the Chaos Egg in the past, it could only accommodate him. Taking out his phone, he took a look at his stats and realized that the First Order of Chaos had indeed reached the Calamity grade. Calamity Zone, Chaos's First Order. Zhou Wen recognized these words, but he didn't understand what the ability of the First Order of Chaos Calamity Zone, which had the same name as the Essence Energy Art, was. I'll give it a try. Zhou Wen activated the Big Dipper Instance Dungeon and entered Dovey's palace. Chaos's First Order was quite interesting. It was equivalent to the Chaos Egg, so using it was equivalent to the summoning of the Chaos Egg. It looked no different from when it was at the Terror grade. It was still the same Chaos Egg that enveloped his body. He couldn't tell that the Chaos Egg was made of words. Ignoring everything else, its defense should be much stronger, right? Zhou Wen summoned the Golden WRM Scissors and the Tiger Soul General, and got them to slam open Dovey Palace's door. After the Golden WRM Scissors charged at the Amethyst Armored Creature, a terrifying purple light blast appeared. When the Chaos Egg was struck by the light blast, many solid Essence Energy Crystals immediately appeared. Just like before, they quickly piled up inside the Chaos Egg. This is no different from before. Zhou Wen was depressed. He only hoped that the Chaos Egg was more resilient than before, and wouldn't explode so quickly. Soon, Zhou Wen was certain that the Chaos Egg was indeed much tougher than before after being strengthened by the Calamity Zone. The solid crystals inside nearly filled the Chaos Egg, but it didn't explode. Although the Chaos Egg didn't explode, Zhou Wen's body couldn't take it. His body was almost flattened from the solid crystals squeezing. Zhou Wen hadn't thought of this problem previously, but now, he suddenly realized that the toughness of the Chaos Egg was useless. His body couldn't withstand such pressure. If the solid Essence Energy Crystals continued to increase, he would definitely be squeezed to death. I'm afraid I'm the first person in this world to be squeezed to death by Essence Energy Crystals, right? People clamor amidst tears, hoping to obtain some high-level Essence Energy Crystals, but I'm squeezed to death because of having too many. This is ridiculous. If only this could be like the real world, allowing me to exchange the Essence Energy Crystals for vouchers. A single voucher is equivalent to thousands of Essence Energy Crystals. Unfortunately, Essence Energy Crystals aren't money, nor are they vouchers. They can't be stacked. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking, he suddenly saw the Chaos Egg light up. A word lit up inside the Chaos Egg. It was the word 1. When the word lit up, Zhou Wen realized that a word had appeared in all the crystals. This is something. If there's 1, there will be 2 and 3. Could it be? With a thought, Zhou Wen immediately saw a few words light up inside the Chaos Egg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The words that represented numbers lit up. Every time a number lit up, the Essence Energy Crystals in the Chaos Egg would change. When the number in the Essence Energy Crystals turned to 2, the Essence Energy Crystals in the Chaos Egg suddenly decreased by half, leaving plenty of space. When it became 3, there were fewer Essence Energy Crystals. The bigger the number in the Essence Energy Crystals, the fewer crystals there were. Holy *T, I can really stack numbers like money. Zhou Wen was immediately excited. He picked up a crystal that had the word 1,000 on it, and immediately felt that the Essence Energy contained in the crystal was as terrifying as the energy in a nuclear reactor. Clearly, the Essence Energy contained in this crystal was very likely equivalent to 1,000 crystals. Under such circumstances, surely I don't have to worry about the Chaos Egg exploding? After all, it can be stacked constantly. Even if there are 100 million Essence Energy Crystals, they can be stacked into one. However, he soon realized that his idea was nice, perhaps too good to be true. The number in the Chaos Egg only reached 10,000, But there weren't any words like billion. The essence energy crystals ultimately stacked to 10,000. Zhou attempted to activate the other words, but it was useless. Apart from the words that represented numbers, the other words couldn't be activated. However, even so, it was already of great boon to Zhou. Just the amount of space saved from stacking 10,000 essence energy crystals together was enough to help him greatly. It prevented him from being squeezed to death by them. As such, Zhou realized that he could easily withstand the damage of the light blast with the help of the Chaos Egg. Zhou sized up the situation outside, while inside the Chaos Egg. All he could see was a dazzling purple light, nothing else. All he could sense was that the golden WYRM scissors was fighting the amethyst armored creature inside. Occasionally, he could see golden beams flash in the purple light. It was likely the radiance of the golden WYRM scissors. As for the Tiger Soul General by the side, his aura became stronger and stronger. He had already roughly reached the Calamity grade, and was constantly becoming stronger. I should be able to know the limits of the Tiger Soul General this time, right? Zhou thought. After a while, Zhou realized that he could see a purple flame plume where the Tiger Soul General was. The purple color was somewhat different from the purple color of the light blast. As the flames became stronger, he could already tell that it was the outline of the Tiger Soul General. Such power should already be stronger than the power of the light blast, right? That's why the flames can be seen. Is the Tiger Soul General really that strong? It's only at the Terror grade, but it can withstand the power of a Calamity grade creature? Furthermore, it's not an ordinary Calamity grade creature. With a thought, Zhou ordered the Tiger Soul General to help attack the amethyst armor. The Tiger Soul General charged forward without any hesitation, but due to the intense battle energy fluctuations inside, he couldn't hear the exact situation even with Truth Listener's power. Bang! After a loud bang, Zhou sensed Tiger Soul General's body fly out and slam into the ground. It tore the ground into the distance, and slammed into something before stopping. However, in the next second, the Tiger Soul General got up and charged in again. Again and again, every time the Tiger Soul General was thrown out, he would quickly rush back in. As for Zhou, he could clearly sense that the Tiger Soul General's aura was getting stronger. The Tiger Soul General is quite an oddity. He's clearly only at the Terror grade and doesn't even have a Calamity zone, but he can rely on the combination of various skills to resist a powerful Calamity creature. Zhou felt that he needed to pay attention to the problem of skills. If there was a chance, he should learn more useful skills. Chapter 1541 Wolf Kiss. Crack! With the sound of scissors opening and closing, Zhou saw the light blast in the palace suddenly vanish as the world in front of him became clearer. The golden WYRM scissors stood there, levitating in the hall. The Tiger Soul General with armor that resembled burning crystals also stood in the hall. As for the amethyst armored creature, it had already collapsed. Its head and body had been separated. His body quickly dissipated into purple streams of light. With a tinkling sound, a few crystals fell to the ground. They were all high-valued ones with values exceeding 200. One of them was a skill crystal, but no companion egg dropped. Killed Hell Creature, Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf. Discovered Dimensional Crystal. Zhou picked up the skill crystal and took a look. The stat requirements weren't high, 99 Constitution, Strength, Essence Energy, and Speed. Zhou met all of these, but he needed a light elemental essence energy art which he could come up with a solution for. The only difficulty was the 99 light elemental stat. The light stat was a special attribute, so the chances of it dropping weren't high. Zhou had never downloaded a light elemental zone, so he hadn't had many light elemental crystals drop. He was far from reaching the light stat requirements. Just as Zhou was feeling depressed, he suddenly realized that one of the dimensional crystals that Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf dropped was light elemental. Without any hesitation, he absorbed the light stat crystal that nearly reached 300 in value. Zhou achieved 99 light stat points. This was the limit at the Terror grade, as he hadn't advanced to the Calamity grade. No matter how high the stat crystals he absorbed were, it was impossible for him to continue raising his stats. This really doesn't make sense. The limit of the mythical stage's stats is 81, but the limit of the Terror grade stats is 99. Isn't the difference too small? Zhou found it odd. The difference in values between the other levels was huge. It was about double. Only the difference between the mythical stage and the Terror grade was tiny. He didn't know why. That was what he thought, but he could only come to terms with the reality. No matter how unreasonable it was, it couldn't be changed. He could only adapt. Thankfully, with 99 points of light stats, he satisfied the requirements needed to absorb the skill crystal. What was lacking now was a light stat terror transformation ability. Among the essence energy arts I simulated, the only one that can be associated with light is the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. That flame of life should be considered light, right? Zhou wasn't sure as he switched his essence energy art to the ancient sovereign sutra. Then, he picked up the skill crystal and attempted to absorb it. Immediately, a hot and numbing force flowed out of the skill crystal and rushed into Zhou body, making his entire body feel like it was being baked by high temperatures. Thankfully, he was in game. If he were outside, Zhou clothes would have been burned to ashes by the high temperature. The terrifying energy barbarically opened up a new essence energy circulation in Zhou body. The terrifyingly high temperature and radiation energy made Zhou believe that the blood-colored avatar's body was about to collapse. Thankfully, he ultimately survived and absorbed Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf's skill crystal. Absorbed Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf crystal. Attained Hell-level essence energy skill, Wolf Kiss. Wolf Kiss. Zhou sensed the skill information from the essence energy crystal, and his expression turned odd. He opened the skill column, and saw that it was indeed Wolf Kiss. Wolf Kiss. Hell, the Ravenous Wolf star is the star of desire. The Ravenous Wolf's kiss is earth-shattering. What the hell? Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He originally imagined that with Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf's powerful abilities, any random skill like a light blast, radiation, or high temperature would greatly increase the destructive power of his skills. To his surprise, he ended up with Wolf Kiss. The skill introduction sounded very strong, but Zhou couldn't be hugging the enemy and kissing them amid his battle, right? Zhou imagined a scene of him fighting in Tianzhou. At the brink of losing, he could only use the only hell-level skill he had, Wolf Kiss, to turn the tables. He then took the opportunity to hug Tianzhuo's head and use Wolf Kiss. It was an unbearable sight. Zhou definitely hadn't misunderstood the language describing the skill's usage, because the information had been transmitted to his brain by the essence energy crystal. That was exactly how Wolf Kiss was used. How can I use this skill? Zhou was so depressed that he nearly vomited blood. This skill wasn't suitable to be used against men. If it was used on monsters, even if Zhou could bring himself to kiss them, many monsters' mouths would be extremely large. Ignoring kissing, Zhou would just be giving them more protein if he really leaned his head over. Although he didn't know how powerful Wolf Kiss was, Zhou was certain that he couldn't use it casually. Just like Cao could trigger the Sigh of the King, something Zhou knew was useful, but he really couldn't bring himself into such embarrassment. Most of the time, Zhou was embarrassed to use that move. Wolf Kiss was about the same, but Zhou realized that he could use it at times after some thought. He distributed the other stack crystals to the companion beasts that needed them. Banana Fairy's stats were already maxed out. It was useless eating them without leveling up. The Soul Mirror was almost maxed as well. Raising stats wasn't difficult for Zhou. The difficult part was how to raise the level. If Banana Fairy can advance to the Calamity grade, she might be able to extinguish the sun with a gust of supreme wind. I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Zhou was just musing. If he wanted to extinguish the sun, it was unknown if the Apocalypse grade could do it, much less the Calamity grade. After tidying up everything, Zhou circled the palace again and realized that there was only one hall. There were no other exits behind it, nor were there any other palaces. At the back of the palace was a strange altar. On it seemed to be some kind of runes used for rituals. Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar to stand on it as a notification popped up in-game. Do you want to teleport to Merak Star Palace? Zhou immediately understood that the Big Dipper instance dungeon was indeed a serial dungeon. He guessed that there was a dungeon on each of the Big Dipper stars. He had to clear all 7 dungeons to clear the Big Dipper instance dungeon. Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf in the first dungeon is at the Hell level. Typically, dungeons become stronger the further one goes. I wonder how strong the dimensional creatures in the next 6 dungeons will be. Zhou thought for a moment and chose no. He wanted to see what would happen if he chose no. System notice. Do you want to teleport out of Dovey Palace? Zhou immediately chose yes to see where he would teleport to. The teleportation nexus flashed as the scene in front of Zhou changed. There were dazzling flames everywhere. Zhou looked around and realized that he was at the periphery of Dovey. There's a way to return. Zhou was overjoyed. Chapter 1542 Star-Lord Titan Gate. Since the 7 dungeons of the Big Dipper were separated, Zhou could freely choose to continue heading to the next Star Palace after completing Dovey. That was his chance. All he needed to do was use the cube to enter Dovey Palace and clear it in reality. Then, he could teleport out and return to Earth. From the looks of it, this was the only way to return to Earth before demonic Neonate woke up. It was no longer difficult for Zhou to clear Dovey Palace and kill Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf. The more troublesome thing was demonic Neonate and Grim Demon. Furthermore, he needed to find 3 people to ascend the cube with him before he could activate the cube and enter Dovey Palace. Demonic Neonate was still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. Furthermore, he couldn't unsummon her. He couldn't even send her into the chaos space. It wasn't impossible for him to carry her into Dovey Palace, but Zhou didn't wish for so many people to see demonic neonate through the broadcast. The most troublesome thing was to find 3 people to enter Dovey Palace with him. The 3 would definitely die. Although there were many people in Regretless City, and it wasn't difficult to find 3 people to send themselves to their deaths, Zhou wasn't such a person. He really couldn't bring himself into forcing people with whom he had no grudge to die. I'll wait another 2 days before reassessing. It's best if demonic neonate wakes up. If she doesn't, I can only use the cube to return. Zhou launched the Big Dipper instance dungeon again. After entering Dovey Palace again, there was no Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf guarding it. From the looks of it, it hadn't respawned. Zhou arrived at the teleportation nexus and chose to enter the next Merak Star Palace. Merak was the 2nd star of the Big Dipper. Merak was also known as the Titan Gate Star. According to what Zhou knew, although Merak was several times bigger than the Sun, there didn't seem to be any planets around Merak. There was only a ring of relatively cold dust. When the teleportation nexus was activated, the scene in front of Zhou changed. When he regained his vision, he realized that a huge door had appeared in front of him. The door looked like the Arc de Triomphe, but it was even more majestic. It was probably 1,000 meters tall, and was carved from golden crystal. Standing in front of the extremely majestic door, Zhou found himself as tiny as an ant. And this was only the entrance to the Merak Star Palace. It was unimaginable how big the entire Star Palace was. The Merak Star Palace had an entrance without a door. Zhou stood on the steps outside the entrance, and could see the scene inside. The interior of the Star Palace was equally huge. It was more than enough to fly a helicopter inside. There were resplendent crystal pillars, and walls everywhere. Unlike Dovey Palace's simplicity, this Star Palace was extremely beautiful. The various carvings were opulent. And at the back of the Star Palace, there was a huge crystal throne. A giant wearing golden crystal armor was sitting on the crystal throne, with one hand supporting his chin as though he was deep in thought. What a tall giant. Just sitting there makes it look about 200 meters tall. Zhou guessed what dimensional creature it was from its appearance. Since the guardian of Dovey was Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf, this person was undoubtedly Star-Lord Titan Gate. Just as Zhou was pondering over it, Star-Lord Titan Gate opened his eyes. The eyes that were much bigger than car wheels opened as they emitted a terrifying golden glow. He stared at the spot where the blood-colored avatar was standing and slowly stood up. Zhou had never seen a dimensional creature's aura as terrifying as Star-Lord Titan Gate's. Perhaps other creatures were stronger than him, but in terms of aura, they might not be able to suppress him. Looking at Star-Lord Titan Gate, Zhou couldn't help but think of the word indomitable. Zhou was already prepared to fight a tough battle. From the size of Star-Lord Titan Gate, he knew that his body was definitely extremely powerful with extremely violent strength. The Chaos Egg could withstand the blast of light because it was an area of effect attack, resulting in greatly scattered strength. Zhou wasn't sure if the Chaos Egg could withstand a strength-type dimensional creature like Star-Lord Titan Gate. If I really can't block his attacks, I can only place my hopes on dodging. Unfortunately, I gave my heavenly robe and lucky equipment to Wang Lu. Otherwise, it shouldn't be difficult for me to dodge Star-Lord Titan Gate's attack. Zhou was still thinking of a countermeasure when he suddenly saw Star-Lord Titan Gate open his mouth. In the next moment, a terrifying roar burst out of Star-Lord Titan Gate's mouth, forming a sonic boom that instantly struck Zhou. Zhou never expected such a move. He imagined that Star-Lord Titan Gate was a strength type, so he never expected him to have a sonar attack. Thankfully, Zhou had fast reflexes. He summoned the Chaos Egg and protected himself. When the sonic boom struck the Chaos Egg, a large number of solid essence energy crystals were immediately produced inside. The number was about the same as when Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf attacked. From the looks of it, Star-Lord Titan Gate should also be at the hell level. That's good. Zhou felt relieved. If the Star Palaces were each stronger than the last in the Big Dipper instance dungeons, it was unimaginable how strong the guardian inside the final Star Palace would be. It would be impossible to clear it. Star-Lord Titan Gate wasn't much stronger than Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf. This gave Zhou hope. Perhaps the 7 Star-Lords of the Big Dipper were all at the hell level, so he still had a chance of clearing the Big Dipper. Although similar in strength to Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf, Star-Lord Titan Gate's abilities were completely different. His sonic attack and Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf's sonic booms were from completely different systems. Zhou relied on the Chaos Egg to take a beating. At the same time, he summoned the Golden WYRM Scissors and ordered it to attack Star-Lord Titan Gate. However, not long after the Golden WYRM Scissors flew out, its flying speed became slower and slower. Before it reached Star-Lord Titan Gate, the Golden WYRM Scissors stopped. No way. Star-Lord Titan Gate's howl is so powerful that even the Golden WYRM Scissors attack can't completely tear through it? Zhou was alarmed. Something even more unbelievable happened next. The golden WYRM scissors flew back and fiercely rushed at the Chaos Egg. The Chaos Egg had no chance of dodging amidst the sonic booms. As for the golden WYRM scissors' destructive power, even the Chaos Egg couldn't completely withstand it. A hole was torn open at the snipping point. The howl rushed in through the hole, and then the phone screen went black. What happened? Why did the golden WYRM scissors suddenly turn against me? Zhou hurriedly checked the golden WYRM scissors information and realized that it was still intact. It was still his companion beast, so there wasn't any problem. However, he couldn't figure out why the golden WYRM scissors had suddenly lost control and attacked him. Chapter 1543 Jiuyang. Star-Lord Titan Gate's body doesn't appear to be strength type, but sound type. That's quite surprising, Zhou thought to himself. Furthermore, it should be Epsilon Ursae Majoris that represent sound, so why is Star-Lord Titan Gate a sound-type dimensional creature? Zhou was momentarily at a loss. However, he was certain that the sonar shockwave alone wasn't enough to make the golden WYRM scissors attack its owner. There had to be other forces behind this. Zhou entered the dungeon a few more times, and quickly figured out what was going on. Star-Lord Titan Gate's roar was indeed a sound-type ability. Furthermore, this sound-type power wasn't just a vibrational attack. It also had powers similar to bewitchment. That power was useless against Zhou who was wearing the Truth Listener earring, but the golden WYRM scissors and other companion beasts couldn't seem to withstand the assault of that power. As long as they were too far from Zhou, they could easily betray him. This left Zhou depressed. His strength wasn't enough to fight Star-Lord Titan Gate. Now, he was relying on his companion beasts to keep him going. It was a serious problem if his companion beasts betrayed him if they were too far from him. From the looks of it, I'll have to grind a few more times to study Star-Lord Titan Gate's other weaknesses. Zhou repeatedly grinded the Merak Star Palace. Although he was killed by Star-Lord Titan Gate every time, he still enjoyed it. While Zhou was studying Star-Lord Titan Gate, the various factions on Earth were still working hard on how to enter Dubhe Palace alive. All the fire elemental dimensional creatures were repeatedly slaughtered by the various factions, pushing the prices of high-level fire elemental defensive companion beasts to ridiculous levels. Just as the various factions were gathering fire elemental armor, the cube's screen stirred again. Someone had entered Dubhe Palace, and it was a human. It was a young man in gorgeous armor, who looked to be in his 20s or 30s. Human? How did he enter? How did he withstand such high temperatures? No one knew the young man as they whispered. That's strange. Isn't it said that only 4 people can enter? Why is he alone? What's the point of entering? Under that blast of light, even the extremely powerful dinosaurs can't withstand it. Death simply awaits him. From the looks of it, it should be a suicide squad from some faction used to scout the way, right? There's no doubt about it. What a pity. He's so handsome, but he's dying just like that. Women tended to focus on different things from men. Damn! I wonder which family is the one letting such a young man die. The handsome young man couldn't hear the discussions. Even if he heard them, he couldn't be bothered. He walked towards the Star Palace's door one step after another, extended his flawless hands that were even more beautiful than a woman's, and pushed open Dubhe Palace's door. Looking at Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf in the Star Palace, the young man walked in without any hesitation. When Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf saw someone enter the Star Palace, he unleashed a terrifying blast of light without a word. The entire Star Palace and the square outside were instantly enveloped by the purple light blast. There were no blind spots. The live broadcast of the cube had been processed by the cube. Even an ordinary person could see the young man's figure in the blast of light. Everyone thought that he was doomed, but in the blast of light, the young man didn't show the horror and shock they had imagined. The blast of light didn't reduce his body to ashes. It didn't even damage his hair. The armor on the young man's body emitted a blinding light that was even more dazzling than the light blast. It was as though he was augmented by the sun. How? How is this possible? He's actually fine, under such high temperatures and radiation. Is he still human? When did such a young powerhouse appear among us humans? Could he be human sovereign? Ordinary people discussed spiritedly, as they guessed the young man's origins. As for factions like the 6 families, they had already identified the young man's background. Solar Holy Body. That young man should be from the Holy Land Sun God Holy Temple. I never expected the Holy Land to take action so quickly. Zhang Junqiu muttered to himself. Doesn't the family clan of gods also have the Solar Holy Body? Why can't he be from the family clan of gods? Zhang Yuji asked in puzzlement as she watched the live broadcast. The family clan of gods does have the Solar Holy Body from the Sun God Holy Temple, but the family clan of gods doesn't have that piece of armor he's wearing. If I'm not wrong, that armor was transformed from a guardian. Furthermore, it possesses the extremely pure power of the sun. It's even purer than the Solar Holy Bodies. I'm afraid only the fellows from the Sun God Holy Temple can create such a guardian. The family clan of gods doesn't have it, Zhang Chunqiu said. The armor on the saint from the Sun God Holy Temple emitted a divine solar glow, absorbing the power of the blast. Under the attention of everyone, the saint walked to the teleportation nexus and teleported out of Dubhe Palace. Soon, the cube's screen switched to the rankings. It showed a new name. Furthermore, it was ranked ahead of Fire Armored God, having obtained first place. Saint Jiuyang. He's indeed from the Sun God Holy Temple, Xiao Luchuan said with a frown. Upon seeing this name, people realized that this young man was a saint of the Holy Land. The Holy Land is indeed powerful. Any saint can enter the rankings. Humans indeed rely on guardians. That depends on who it is. Our human sovereign doesn't need a guardian. I'm afraid human sovereign can't enter. Otherwise, why hasn't he appeared? Aren't you curious why the Jiuyang can enter the dimensional zone alone? No one answered his question. Some thought of a possibility, but it was so cruel that they couldn't say it out loud. A human had not only cleared Dubhe Palace, but he had also overtaken the Fire Armored God, clinching first place. Instantly, he was in the limelight. The entire Federation was discussing Jiuyang. Only saints from the Sun God Holy Temple can pass through Dubhe Palace so easily, right? Jiuyang is too cool. I'm afraid this is another powerhouse at the human sovereign level. Most people weren't stingy with their praises. Even Professor Gu, who had always thought negatively, said in a program that Dubhe Palace was a dimensional zone tailor-made for Saint Jiuyang. It was unlikely any human could reach Jiuyang's level. If nothing went wrong, Jiuyang might very well obtain first place on the cube's rankings. Chapter 1544 Humans who worship the Devil King. Jiuyang, well done. Xiao looked at Jiuyang, who walked out of the cube and greeted him with a smile. That's no need for compliments. Even a pig can accomplish such a feat while wearing this solar holy armor, Jiuyang said coldly. You can't say that. There are so many saints in the Sun God Holy Temple. Only you were chosen to possess it. That's your strength, Xiao said. Jiuyang's expression didn't change. There's nothing to be happy about. My opponents aren't them to begin with. I only want to defeat Human Sovereign. Do you think Human Sovereign will appear this time? Probably. Since he claims to be Human Sovereign, he's not likely to sit back and watch us obtain the Dubhe Companion Beast, Xiao said. That's good. After saying that, Jiuyang turned around and left, ignoring Xiao. Seeing Jiuyang leave, Xiao sighed softly and muttered to himself. I hope that fellow doesn't go. Jiuyang and the guardian on him are practically invincible in a place like Dubhe. Zhou, who was grinding, suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and muttered to himself. You must be missing me. It's been so long since I went back to visit her. I wonder how she's doing. Before Zhou could find a way to kill Star-Lord Titan Gate and continue grinding, he heard screams and shouts coming from the city. What's happening? Zhou turned his attention and immediately detected a huge snake that was as red as fire in Regretless City. It slithered across the streets and roofs, opened its mouth, and swallowed a human. This is the devil snake they mentioned, right? As the snake was at the terror grade, the humans in Regretless City couldn't see it after its terror transformation. They could only be devoured by it. Many people knelt on the ground and loudly prayed to the Devil King instead of God. Seeing that the snake still wanted to devour more people, Zhou instant transmitted over. He held the summoned golden WYRM scissors in his hand and snipped the snake into two. Splash. Splash. After the snake died, its body exited its terror form and fell to the ground. Large amounts of snake blood dyed the nearby streets red, as though it had just rained blood. Your devilish excellency! Long live! When people saw the snake corpse and Zhou floating in the air, they immediately knelt towards him like pious believers, thanking him for saving their lives. They seemed to be certain that Zhou was Lost Paradise's Devil King. Zhou didn't wish to explain. He searched the snake corpse and found an essence energy crystal. There are essence energy crystals in dimensional creatures as well? Then, could there be companion eggs? Zhou suddenly had the urge to kill all the dimensional bigwigs to see if he could find companion eggs. Zhou was just musing. At the very least, he wasn't in the mood to experiment. The humans only dared to get up after he returned to the cemetery. They looked at each other with mixed expressions. Not long after Zhou returned to the cemetery, before he could even take out his phone, he saw Grim Demon fly back. What happened? Zhou sized up Grim Demon and couldn't help but frown when he realized that he was injured in several places. I'm fine. That snake didn't get the better of me either. Grim Demon recounted his experience. There was indeed a red snake in the mountain range behind Regretless City. Furthermore, there were many of them. Grim Demon wanted to visit somewhere further away, but after a few roundabouts, he was still discovered by the red snake. The average red snake was naturally not Grim Demon's match. Grim Demon even killed those at the same terror grade. However, when a calamity grade red snake appeared, Grim Demon had no choice but to escape. These red snakes are extraordinary. They must be related to the legendary Satan. Their bodies are much stronger than a typical creature at the same level, Grim Demon said. Just as Zhou was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the elder had arrived outside the cemetery with a few people. Your devilish excellency, I wish to seek an audience, the elder said respectfully after knocking on the door. What are you doing here? Zhou walked to the door and opened it. The elder hurriedly led the humans beside him to kneel and kowtow. After kowtowing, he pointed at the two girls beside him and said, Your devilish excellency, these are the most beautiful girls in our city. I hope you like them. What do you mean? Zhou looked at the two girls beside the elder. They looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. They were extremely beautiful. Their noses were high, and their big eyes were deep. They had West District features. With long brownish red hair, they exuded a different charm. What was even more shocking was that the two girls looked identical. They were twins. Your devilish excellency, you have protected our regretless city for so many years, preventing us from being harmed by creatures from the outside world. We only wish to repay you. Your devilish excellency, you haven't brought any maids with you. That must be very inconvenient for you. If there's anything you need, just instruct them, the elder said. There's no need. Zhou rejected it immediately. What day and age was it? Humans weren't inferior to anyone. There was no need for them to kneel to others. Zhou originally imagined that the two girls would be happy that they didn't have to serve him, but to his surprise, their faces turned pale when they heard his rejection. One of the girls rushed forward and hugged Zhou's calf. Your devilish excellency, please let us follow you. Do as you wish. Leave everything to us. Even if you want us dead, we will be absolutely willing. If you don't like us, take our lives. We are willing to do anything for you. Looking at the sincere girl, who looked like a crazy fangirl, Zhou was somewhat speechless. From the determined looks in the two girls' eyes, they would immediately commit suicide if Zhou didn't let them stay. Leave the two of them behind. You are dismissed, Zhou said to the elder. Your devilish excellency rest well. I won't disturb you any further. Only then did the elder relax. He didn't dare look up as he kept his head lowered and bowed before leaving the cemetery. He even closed the door behind him. What are your names? Zhou asked as he sized up the two girls. I'm Liz. She's my younger sister, Lim. The girl who had hugged Zhou's leg pointed at her sister. What can you do? Zhou asked again. Your devilish excellency, we can do anything you instruct us to do, Liz and Lim said at the same time with their heads lowered. Their cheeks were abnormally red. Chapter 1545 The Omniscient Devil King. I can get you two to do anything? Zhou sized up Liz and Lim and asked thoughtfully. Liz and Lim trembled as their cheeks flushed even redder. Their bodies trembled as they lowered their heads and said, It's our honor to be able to offer ourselves to the Devil King. Before the two of them came, the city lord had already explained plenty of things to them. It was because of this that they had such a vivid imagination. Your devilish excellency, you are the king of Lost Paradise. If we can give birth to your devilish excellence's son, we can break through the restrictions of the human body and let our descendants reach the mythical stage. We can fight those gods and devils, and no longer be fish on the chopping block. Whether our race can control our fates in the future will be up to you. Upon thinking of the city lord's serious tone, Liz and Lee couldn't help but grit their teeth. Although they were still very afraid, they puffed up their chests and displayed their beautiful faces in front of Zhou amidst trembling fear. If I were to let you die, would you be willing? Zhou asked. He could only use the cube to return, but 4 people were needed to enter the cube. Zhou still needed 3, so he was still vexing over the numbers. Liz and Lim immediately teared up when they heard that. They were extremely afraid. His devilish excellency is an omniscient existence. How can our schemes deceive him? Your devilish excellency, we were wrong. It's both our fault. It has nothing to do with our clansmen. If you want to punish us, punish us. It doesn't matter even if you want our lives, Liz and Lim said as they knelt on the ground and trembled. What did you do wrong? Zhou asked. We shouldn't have wanted. Liz said wanted a few times, but she couldn't continue. What do you want? Zhou asked with a frown. He imagined that the people from Regretless City were secretly plotting to harm him. Zhou was clearly reading too much into it. The people of Regretless City respected the Devil King like a god, so how could they dare harm him? We shouldn't have wanted to use your devilish excellency's seed, Lim said through gritted teeth. Thankfully, Zhou wasn't drinking water. Otherwise, he would have choked to death. He widened his eyes as he looked at Liz and Lim kneeling in front of him, unable to believe his ears. Zhou even believed that he had heard wrongly. He wanted them to say it again, but on second thought, it was impossible for him to hear wrongly. It was pointless saying it again. It would only make him feel even more awkward. Since you know your mistake, tell me. How should I punish you? Zhou deliberately asked in a cold manner. Your devilish excellency, please forgive our clansmen. We are willing to commit suicide to atone for our sins. Liz and Liam's faces were filled with determination. They pulled out daggers, hoping to end their lives. Did I say I want you two dead? Zhou indifferent voice sounded. Liz and Liam looked at Zhou in surprise, unsure what he meant. Only now did they realize how capricious the Devil King was. They couldn't infer anything via common human thought processes. They felt increasingly afraid and uneasy. Your lives no longer belong to you from now on, Zhou said to them. Yes, our lives are yours, your devilish excellency. Liz and Liam immediately knelt. Get up. Prepare some food before cleaning up this place. Zhou kept them because he wanted to use them when he entered the cube in the future. He didn't need them for the time being. However, Zhou was very curious about the food they ate. It was a perfect chance for him to sample it. Liz and Liam left the cemetery gratefully, as though they had been pardoned. They went back and told the city lord about the matter. The city lord and company were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they nearly peed their pants. Only when they heard the whole story did they feel a lot better. The Devil King is indeed an omniscient existence. How can he not know my scheme? I nearly harmed all the clansmen in the city. Thankfully, the Devil King gave us a chance. Liz, Liam, prepare the best food in our city. No matter what, we have to satisfy the Devil King. After the elder said that, he felt worried. He personally made the preparations and meticulously did everything to perfection. Finally, he handed the finished product to Liz and Liam and got them to take the food into the cemetery. Zhou was grinding when he saw each of them bring in a basin. The basins contained clear water with a few crystalline green leaves soaked in them. Your devilish excellency, please have your meal. Liz and Liam knelt in front of Zhou and raised the two basins above their heads. Are these leaves delicious? Zhou was puzzled, but he still reached out to take a leaf and put it in his mouth to chew a little. Just one mouthful made Zhou frown. Although the leaf wasn't terrible, it definitely wasn't delicious. It tasted similar to the vegetable leaves on Earth. Zhou didn't like Western food or raw vegetables. He looked at the two sisters and asked, Do you usually eat this? Your devilish excellency, this is a precious leaf of the jadeite grass. It's a very rare and delicious food. It's very rare to gather it, and it's impossible for ordinary people to eat it. Only during ceremonies and rituals will everyone get a little. Liz answered. Then what do you usually eat? Zhou asked again. Usually we eat the roots of the stone grass. Liz answered. Bring me the roots of the stone grass. Zhou really couldn't imagine that such vegetable-like leaves were the precious food they were talking about. How terrible would the food they usually ate be? The two sisters were horrified, believing that Zhou wasn't satisfied with their hospitality and wanted to beg for mercy. Zhou repeatedly said that he didn't blame them, and got them to retrieve the stone grass's roots before they left in disbelief. When they brought the stone grass's roots over, Zhou found them not bad. The roots were jade white, and were as thick as a finger. They were rather beautiful. However, when Zhou bit it, he immediately felt a bitter liquid flow into his mouth. Is this thing edible at all? Zhou suspected that the people of Regretless City were messing with him. How could something even more bitter than bitter melon be the food they usually ate? However, Zhou roughly scanned the area with Truth Listener, and knew that they weren't lying to him. Most of the people in Regretless City were eating this. Looking at the trembling sisters, Zhou sighed inwardly. The people in Regretless City have it worse than the people on Earth. Humans had stood at the top of the food chain for thousands of years on Earth. At the very least, they had experienced enjoyment. These people were at the bottom of the food chain in the dimension. They couldn't even eat meat, much less have enjoyment. Any dimensional creature was at the mythical stage. Who could they kill? This is for you. Zhou took out 2 pieces of bread and threw them at the sisters. Chapter 1546 Ancient Snake. Liz and Liam caught the bread and looked at Zhou in fear. They didn't know what Zhou had given them. At Zhou gesture, they realized that it was food. When they took a bite, their eyes widened in disbelief. Your devilish excellency. You are too good to us. This is the food of gods and devils, right? You actually rewarded us with the food of gods and devils. Even if we die, we won't be able to repay your kindness. Liz and Liam were so touched that tears came to their eyes, as they repeatedly thanked him. How pitiful. They are so touched just from eating bread. If I were to give you 2 meat buns, wouldn't you be so touched that your entire family would willingly become servants? Zhou thought. Clean up the cemetery after you are done eating. Zhou returned to the rocking chair he had taken out, and continued grinding. He wanted to give it another try and see if there was a way to bring people in and out alive. These people had suffered terribly. Zhou Wen really couldn't bear to exchange their lives for his chance to return home. Master, we shall take our leave. Zhou Wen didn't notice that Liz and Lim addressed him differently. They couldn't bear to eat the bread at all. They carefully put it away before cleaning the cemetery. From time to time, they would steal glances at Zhou Wen, who was lying in the rocking chair gaming. To them, everything about Zhou Wen was novel and mysterious. How naive! They actually sold their lives for 2 loaves of bread. What a joke! Grim Demon said with a twitch of his lips. There's nothing funny about it. It's the same for you guardians, much less them. Zhou Wen said. Nonsense. How can I be like them? Grim Demon was immediately displeased. How is it different? To them, bread is something they have never had before. Therefore, they will be touched. To you, the rare items that can enhance your strength will also make you work hard. In essence, they are just rare items. There's no difference, Zhou Wen said. How can it be the same? It's completely different, alright? Grim Demon retorted. Then tell me, what's different? Zhou Wen asked. There are many differences. The value of the items is different, and the effects are different, Grim Demon retorted. Zhou Wen ignored Grim Demon and continued gaming. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you faking death just because you can't win the argument? Speak. Grim Demon circled around Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen ignored him. He was so anxious that he flew into a rage. Zhou Wen treated him as air and ignored him. Grim Demon kept talking in a huff. If he hadn't realized that he couldn't beat Zhou Wen, he would have long slapped him. Suddenly, Zhou Wen frowned and looked up at the sky above the mountain city. You worms actually dared to kill my race's living beings. I originally wanted to raise you as food, but now that you have a death wish, all of you can die. A sharp and strange eunuch-like voice sounded. On the mountain peak behind Regretless City was a huge red snake. Its body was coiled around the mountain, and its huge head was hanging above Regretless City as it occasionally flicked its tongue. The snake was massive. Just its head was about half the size of Regretless City. The humans in the city were alarmed and many of them collapsed to the ground in fright. Such a huge snake only needed one mouthful to devour them all. Running was futile. Not good. Why is this fellow here? Grim Demon was alarmed when he saw the huge snake. He called out to Zhou Wen, hoping to get him to escape. Grim Demon had previously encountered this huge snake and nearly failed to return. Master, please save our clansmen. Liz and Lim rushed over and repeatedly kowtowed to Zhou Wen. I'll give you a chance now. You worm-like creatures have no ability to kill my race. Tell me, who killed it? Today, I can spare half of you. I'll only eat half. The snake's voice sounded again. Everyone was even more alarmed. The snake imagined that these humans would quickly yield and tell it who had killed the ancient snake. However, although everyone was trembling, no one exposed the culprit. All of them knelt on the ground and prayed in Zhou Wen's direction, as they muttered something about the Devil King. It looks like none of you wish to live. The snake was enraged. It opened its mouth and was about to devour a portion of the humans. They would naturally speak once they felt fear. However, before the snake could exert its strength, it heard a voice say, I killed that snake. The snake stopped and looked down at the source of the sound. A human stood on the roof of a stone building. The voice had come from that human. A mere human actually dares to lie in front of me. You do seem to have a death wish, and I'll fulfill your wish, the snake said as it sucked at Zhou Wen. A huge suction force sucked everything near Zhou Wen into the snake's mouth like a tornado. Liz, Lim, and the nearby humans were swept into the air as they screamed while flying towards the snake's mouth. Master! Liz and Lim were still shouting, while the others were calling Devil King. At this moment, no one exposed Zhou Wen. It was obvious that their fear of the Devil King was above the huge snake. Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned. The golden WYRM scissors transformed into a golden beam of light that slashed at the snake. The snake never expected a human to have such powerful strength. It was too late by the time it saw the golden WYRM scissors. Blood spewed out from the snake's body as it opened its mouth to bite at the golden WYRM scissors, hoping to swallow it. However, the golden WYRM scissors sliced the snake's head into two. The blood in the snake's body immediately flowed down the mountain like a waterfall. Boom! The snake's body also plummeted, just seconds away from crashing into the city. The snake's body was even bigger than Regretless City. If it was hit, the entire city would probably be destroyed. Roar! Tyrant Behemoth was summoned by Zhou Wen. Its huge body stood at the foot of the mountain as it held the snake's body with its claws, preventing it from falling. Long live the Devil King! The city lord led everyone to kneel in Zhou Wen's direction. They naturally regarded Tyrant Behemoth as a devil summoned by Zhou. From their point of view, as long as the Devil King was in the city, they wouldn't have to worry about the threat of dimensional creatures in the future. How could there be an existence stronger than the Devil King in the world? Master! Liz and Lean's eyes glistened as they knelt there and looked at Zhou with adulation. Chapter 1547 Devil King's Food. Tyrant Behemoth placed the huge snake at the foot of the mountain. Tyrant Behemoth easily tore apart the huge snake after it lost its energy and life. Not long after, Zhou saw that a portion of the snake's bones was blood red and emitted strange energy. It was likely the body of a calamity-grade creature. These parts were stored in the Chaos Bead by Zhou. They were good items obtained from a calamity-grade creature. After advancing to the calamity grade, he needed such high-energy flesh and bones to replenish his energy. Otherwise, he might really starve to death. Tsukuyami and company were examples. After leaving Earth, they had to hunt calamity creatures to maintain their energy. Inside the snake's corpse, he discovered a companion egg. It excited Zhou greatly. This was a calamity-grade companion beast, an extremely rare drop. There was too much snake meat left. Zhou only stored a portion in his chaos space. The rest was used to improve the lives of the people in Regretless City. Many people here had never eaten meat in their lives. They didn't even know how to barbecue. It was only when Zhou taught them barbecuing methods that they began eating roasted snake meat. Just a mouthful of snake meat without any seasoning was sufficient to make many people cry in excitement. Long live the Devil King! Many people praised Zhou as they ate the snake meat. In the distant valley, a tiny snake peeked its head out from the crack in the mountain. After watching for a while, it burrowed into the mountain and vanished. Your devilish excellency, this meat is delicious. I left you the best part. Liz ran over with a bowl of snake meat and offered it to Zhou. You can have it. Calamity-grade snake meat was definitely delicious, but they were like barbarians. They ate it directly after roasting it. Ignoring cumin and chili powder, they didn't even sprinkle any salt. Zhou wasn't used to this. Furthermore, their roasting standards were terrible. Some spots weren't properly cooked, while other spots were charred. Your devilish excellency, this is specially for you. If Liz were to eat it, she would definitely be cursed to death by everyone. Lean was much more lively. Although she still respected Zhou, she wasn't as reserved as before. Perhaps because he had saved Regretless City, the sisters felt that the Devil King already treated them like family. Come over! Zhou called out to Liz. Liz came over with a bowl and picked up a piece of snake meat. Master, let me serve you. Put it on the table. Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This place was too backward. There wasn't even a knife or fork to eat, much less chopsticks. All they did was grab food with their hands. Right, all they eat are grass, roots, and leaves. There's no need for utensils. Zhou thought about it, and understood their difficulties. All Liz could do was place the bowl on the table. Zhou took out his fork and knife, and sliced off the parts that weren't cooked and charred, leaving only a portion that was better roasted. Then, he took out his barbecue seasonings and sprinkled them on the meat before cutting it into small pieces, and slowly eating with chopsticks. Zhou preferred skewers, but these fellows roasted the meat in large chunks. He could only make do. Liz and Lean widened their eyes as they watched Zhou. They had never seen anyone eat like Zhou. They felt that the chopsticks were like divine artifacts. Master is indeed the Devil King. He looked so beautiful and elegant even when eating, Liz thought. As for Lean, she was in a daze as she looked at the meat. She had an acute sense of smell. The fragrance emitted by the seasoned roasted meat was completely different from the original meat. The smell made Lean's saliva involuntarily secrete quickly. She couldn't help but gulp as her stomach rumbled. They tried roasting meat, and when their technique was passable, they immediately delivered Zhou a piece of meat that was better roasted. They hadn't even had a bite. I don't want to eat this. Eat it. Don't waste it. Zhou put down his chopsticks and walked back to his rocking chair. He lay down and took out his phone to check his information. Thank you, Master. Liz and Lean saw that Zhou's chopsticks and fork were placed there, but they didn't dare use them. All they did was carefully lift the roasted meat with their hands. When the roasted meat entered their mouths, they first felt the saltiness from the salt and the spiciness from the chili powder, then the freshness of cumin. Finally, the tender meat and the fragrance of the meat juices seeped out and instantly filled their entire mouths. This complex taste in the two sisters' mouths inundated their taste buds. It was an experience they had never had. They felt as though their hearts had melted with this mouthful of roasted meat. Is this the food the Devil King eats? It's really delicious. It's great to be serving the Devil King. Even if I were to die now, I wouldn't have any regrets. The two girls felt that they had lived all those years in vain. If Zhou knew what they were thinking, he would probably be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just a bit of roasted meat was enough to exchange for 2 lives. It was as though human lives were worth nothing. However, Joe wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. He didn't know what they were thinking either. Joe was checking Tyrant Behemoth's stats. The stats after Tyrant Behemoth's evolution didn't exceed Joe's expectations. Tyrant Behemoth, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Extreme Strength, Mountain River Absorption. Life Soul, Violent Crown. Wheel of Destiny, Absolute Strength, S-Grade. Terror Form, Tyrant. Calamity Zone, Overlord Zone, Human Realm. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Constitution, 100. Essence Energy, 100. Talent Skill, Mountain Consuming, Rampage, Behemoth, Armor Breaker, Penetration, Ripping, Poison Fang, Bite, Ever Victorious, Unstoppable. Companion Form, Boxing Glove. The stats and skills were within Joe's expectations. He mainly wanted to see what the Calamity Zone was. From the introduction, the Overlord Zone was likely a domain that enhanced strength. Joe didn't study it too much. He would slowly experiment when he had the chance in the future. Now, what Joe mainly wanted to study was the huge snake companion egg. Joe had already stored the companion egg in game and checked its stats. Ancient Snake, Calamity. Life Providence, Devil. Life Soul, Snake Devil. Wheel of Destiny, Devil's Tongue, S-Grade. Terror Form, Blood Shadow. Calamity Zone, Temptation Zone, Hell Level. Strength, 278. Speed, 267. Constitution, 245. Essence Energy, 232. Talent Skill, Whale Devouring, Poison Fangs, Rend. Companion Form, Staff. Joe carefully studied the ancient snake's information and realized that it was a surprising companion beast. This was the first time he had seen a staff as a companion form. Previously, he had heard that there were magic staff-type companion beasts in the West District. The magic staff itself came with magical spells. However, the staff formed by the ancient snake was still somewhat different from ordinary magic staffs. Joe didn't think much of the ancient snake's skill, but its Calamity Zone seemed rather interesting. Chapter 1548 Accidental Kill. Legend has it that Satan transformed into an ancient snake and lured Adam and Eve into depravity. Is the temptation zone of this ancient snake related to that legend? Joe guessed. To know the exact effects of the temptation zone, he had to give it a try. Joe hatched the ancient snake and summoned it in its staff form. A snake-headed staff appeared in Joe's hand. It was about 2 meters long. The head of the staff was a snake's head, and its end was a snake's tail. In the middle was a coiled snake's body that was as red as blood. Its eyes were like 2 rubies that shimmered with a demonic glow. It looked extremely bizarre. Joe waved it a few times and injected essence energy into it, but he realized that the staff didn't have any long-range attacks or any spells. What kind of crappy staff is this? Is it expecting a mage to use a staff like a Daibua? Will that make me a mage or a warrior? Joe thought to himself. He entered a dungeon in game with the ancient snake and allowed it to take form. A huge ancient snake appeared in front of Joe. With such a huge body, it was definitely powerful in melee combat. However, what Joe wanted to know wasn't its melee abilities, but the capabilities of its domain. Dimensional creatures rushed towards Joe. Although the dimensional creatures were low-level creatures without even a single mythical creature, Joe still got the ancient snake to use its domain as a test of its abilities. Joe originally imagined that a companion beast like the ancient snake would cause quite a stir when it released its domain, but to his surprise, it didn't have any lighting effects. All he heard was a faint sound coming from the ancient snake's mouth. Although it wasn't loud, it was like the murmur of a devil. It left Joe vexed. Joe just felt frustrated. The other dimensional creatures that approached the ancient snake seemed to go mad as they fought each other. The scene devolved into pandemonium. Joe was overjoyed. Clearly, the temptation zone was a domain that could throw the enemy into disarray. It could even make the enemy kill each other. This reminded Joe of the dimensional creature on Merak Star. Its sound type ability made the golden WIRM scissors switch sides. There seemed to be some similarities. He walked deeper into the dungeon with the ancient snake. This feeling was indeed great. There was no need for him to do it himself, as the dimensional creatures began fighting themselves. He felt like a god playing with life. However, the temptation zone wasn't invincible. Joe attempted to get the ancient snake to use the temptation zone on him, but it was useless. All it did was pressure him mentally. The creature on Merak seems to have similar abilities, but the effects are stronger than the ancient snake's temptation zone. I wonder if using the ancient snake's temptation zone can resist Star-Lord Titan Gate's strength. With this in mind, Joe immediately launched the Big Dipper instance dungeon. Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf of the W Palace hadn't respawned, So Zhou Wen went straight to the Merak Star Palace and faced Star-Lord Titan Gate again. Star-Lord Titan Gate let out another terrifying roar, as a powerful shockwave surged over. Zhou Wen summoned the golden WYRM scissors and the ancient snake while he protected himself with the Chaos Egg. The golden WYRM scissors went against the sound wave, but the ancient snake stayed in place. It flicked its tongue, letting out a strange murmur. The ancient snake's murmurs weren't lethal. Star-Lord Titan Gate's roar vanished upon clashing with the murmurs. It was almost inaudible. The ancient snake had thick skin and flesh, so it could temporarily withstand it. What Zhou Wen was most worried about was the golden WYRM scissors flying back and attacking him ruthlessly. Strangely, nothing like that happened. The golden WYRM scissors quickly rushed over and chopped off Star-Lord Titan Gate's head with one strike. Killed Star-Lord Titan Gate. Discovered Dimensional Crystal. He died just like that? Zhou Wen found it unbelievable. Star-Lord Titan Gate only dropped 2 stack crystals. There were no companion eggs. It left Zhou Wen somewhat disappointed. However, killing Star-Lord Titan Gate was already a pleasant surprise. He couldn't demand any more. The golden WYRM scissors is really useful. As long as it can get close, it can slice apart anything at the same level. Zhou Wen's fondness for the golden WYRM scissors increased. Zhou Wen had also attempted the Venusian Instance dungeon. He was killed by the strange artifact every time. Up to now, Zhou Wen didn't know what the artifact was, nor had he won once. It was useless even if he had the hell-level golden WYRM scissors. He died the same way. After feeding the stack crystal to the companion beast, Zhou Wen arrived at the back of the Merak Star Palace. Indeed, there was a teleportation nexus there. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen chose to head to the third star, Phecta. There was little information about Phecta. It wasn't as famous as Dubhi and Merak. Zhou Wen only knew its name, but he wasn't too sure about its legends. Phecta Star Palace wasn't as exaggerated as the Merak Star Palace. It looked like an ordinary temple on Earth. Opening the door to Phecta Star Palace, he saw a person in green armor inside. Zhou Wen only remembered Phecta, but he couldn't recall the corresponding Star-Lord's name. Regardless of what Star-Lord the other party was, Zhou Wen only had one set of moves. He used the golden WYRM scissors and the ancient snake's temptation zone. The green-armored Star-Lord didn't seem to be as ferocious as Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf and Star-Lord Titan Gate. When the golden WYRM scissors flew over, he didn't seem to react at all. Crack! The green-armored Star-Lord was sliced into 2 by the golden WYRM scissors. Zhou Wen imagined that he had successfully passed the test and could head to the next Star Palace when he heard a crack. The golden WYRM scissors had snapped. How did that happen? Zhou Wen was alarmed. The golden WYRM scissors was one of the strongest at the hell level. Even a heaven-level creature would find it difficult to snap it. Furthermore, Zhou Wen didn't discover anything lunging at the golden WYRM scissors. It looked like it had snapped on its own. Thankfully, it was in-game. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss if the golden WYRM scissors had snapped. As for the green-armored Star-Lord that had been sliced into 2, his body strangely recovered when the golden WYRM scissors snapped as though he had never been injured. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as he got the ancient snake to charge over. The ancient snake's temptation zone didn't seem to be of much use to the green-armored Star-Lord. He stood there without being affected. The ancient snake bit down and swallowed him. The tiny body of the green-armored Star-Lord wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the ancient snake's teeth. Before Zhou Wen could rejoice, the ancient snake's massive body suddenly shrank rapidly. The green-armored Star-Lord appeared out of thin air from the ancient snake's body. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the now minified ancient snake. What's going on? What's wrong with this fellow? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. Chapter 1549. Something's not right. The green-armored Star-Lord stood there without any intention of taking the initiative to attack. He stared coldly at the blood-colored avatar as though he was saying, "Didn't you want to kill me? Bring it on!" Zhou Wen summoned Bamboo Blade and slashed at the green-armored Star-Lord. The green-armored Star-Lord didn't dodge. He stood there, allowing Zhou Wen free rein to slash at him. The bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand was as fast as lightning as he slashed at the green-armored Star-Lord repeatedly. With the bamboo blade's destructive power and Zhou Wen's strength, he had strength equivalent to the Calamity grade. He only left scuffs on the armor after slashing more than 100 times. He failed to really injure the green-armored Star-Lord. Wounds appeared on Zhou Wen's body one after another. The spot where his body was injured was where the bamboo blade had left a saber mark on the green-armored Star-Lord. Bang! Just as Zhou Wen stopped his saber, the green-armored Star-Lord suddenly punched the blood-colored avatar, killing it. The game screen went black. Zhou Wen didn't immediately enter the game again. Instead, he closed his eyes to recall the battle. The power of the green-armored Star-Lord appears reflective, But it's definitely not as simple as a reflection. No matter how strong a reflection is, it's impossible for him to identically transfer his injuries to someone else. The more Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. He liked such novel dungeons. It was very boring to always grind repetitive dungeons. He failed to figure out the problem despite plenty of thinking. All he could do was continue grinding dungeons. He didn't know how many times he tried, but the outcome was the same. No matter what kind of attack hit the green-armored Star-Lord, the injuries would return to him. It was unbelievable. He came up with all sorts of methods. He could only defend without attacking, otherwise, just injuring the green-armored Star-Lord would doom him. It was useless to blindly send himself to his death again and again, so Zhou decided not to grind the Big Dipper instance dungeon. He switched to other dungeons to change his train of thought. However, even if he couldn't kill the green-armored Star-Lord, Zhou still had a chance of returning home. He was probably the only one on Earth who could kill 2 Star-Lords in a row. "Master, here's your roasted meat." Lin delivered roasted meat during mealtime. "You can have it." Zhou had been having a lot of roasted meat recently, and was sick of it. He really couldn't force himself to eat it. "That's not too nice, right?" "This is for you, master," Lin said. "I told you to eat it. Do you dare say no? Just eat it in peace," Zhou said indifferently. "Thank you, master." Although Lin said that, she didn't eat the roasted meat. She continued looking at Zhou eagerly. When Zhou saw Lin's expression, he immediately understood what she was up to. He took out some seasonings and handed them to her. "Sprinkle them yourself." "Thank you for the reward, master." Lin held the seasoning bottles, and was so excited that she nearly couldn't say a word. Humans here are easily satisfied. When they come into contact with a flourishing earth, I'm afraid there won't be such simple happiness, Zhou thought. Lin took the seasonings and ran to Liz. The two of them sprinkled seasonings on the roasted meat, and ate until their mouths were covered in oil. "You're at the epic stage after all. There's no need for you to eat so messily." Zhou shook his head with a wistful smile. Suddenly, Zhou realized something. He looked at Liz and Lim again. Something's amiss. Liz and Lim are at the epic stage. To be able to reach the epic stage at their age means they are extremely impressive geniuses based on my experience on Earth. But how did they advance to the epic stage? The humans in Regretless City were too weak, so weak that Zhou didn't even realize a problem with them. However, on careful thought, most of the humans in the city were at the legendary stage. There were also quite a number of epic experts, but how had they advanced? There were no low-level dimensional creatures in a place like Regretless City. The weakest dimensional creature outside was at the mythical stage, but Regretless City couldn't even find a single mythical creature. How could they hunt? "Liz, let me ask you something. You need to answer truthfully." Zhou called her over and asked. "I'll answer anything, master," Liz hurriedly said. "How do the humans in your city advance all the way from the mortal stage? What tools do they usually use?" "What does advancing mean?" Liz asked in puzzlement. "Do you know about life providences and life souls?" Zhou asked after some thought. "Yes, isn't that something that comes with birth? There's no need to advance." Liz answered. "You have them from birth? Are you sure?" This time, Zhou was truly excited. It was unimaginably simple. Humans here were born at the legendary or epic stage. "Of course I'm sure. Everyone in our city has a life providence after being born. Some stronger children will even have a life soul at birth," Liz said after some thought. "How did these fellows do it? From the looks of it, I have to investigate." Zhou decided to figure out why the people in Regretless City receive such treatment. "Liz, what's your life providence and life soul?" Zhou asked her first. Liz and Lim walked over. Upon hearing Zhou ask them, they explained their life providences and life soul abilities in detail. The more Zhou listened, the more alarmed he became. Their life providences and life souls were very special. They were better than the life providences and life souls of many humans on Earth. "Get the city lord over." Seeing that Liz and Lim couldn't explain it clearly, Zhou planned on summoning someone useful over. Perhaps he could explain it clearly. Zhou learned some useful information from the city lord. It was said that the humans in Regretless City were indeed very weak in the past, but as time passed, they slowly became stronger. In the past, babies born were very normal. They were all at the mortal stage, but over the generations, babies born in Regretless City now had extremely powerful abilities at the legendary stage. There were even terrifying existences at the epic stage. The city lord couldn't explain the exact reason. "I had a few guesses before, but I couldn't confirm them," the city lord said after some thought. "Share them with me." Zhou was now very interested in these things. There are 3 reasons according to legend. One is that because we often eat grass roots, they improve our physiques and make us better. What about the second? Zhou felt that this theory wasn't reliable. He had recently tried everything they ate. There was nothing special about the grass roots. They weren't even considered ordinary dimensional plants. At most, they were considered mutated plants. The second theory is related to a treasure in Regretless City. Legend has it that there's a treasure buried there. Two ancestors brought it out of the Garden of Eden. The city lord said after some hesitation. Chapter 1550 Treasure Hunting in Regretless City. A treasure from the Garden of Eden? Joe frowned in thought. Legend has it that Adam and Eve were banished from the Garden of Eden because they secretly ate the forbidden fruit. What could they have taken out of the Garden of Eden? The forbidden fruit? This was the only thing Joe could think of. However, there were definitely many good things in the Garden of Eden. If they took something else along the way, it wouldn't be something Joe could guess. Regretless City looks very ordinary, but it has evilness lurking in it. There are two puppets in Adam and Eve's tombs. It also said that there's some treasure buried under the city that allows humans to have life providences and life souls. This place is really odd, Joe thought to himself. The city lord stole a glance at Joe and said cowardly. There's also a third guess. It said that this place is protected by your magical power, allowing us to have everything we have now. I believe that this is the truth. Everything we have is given to us by you, your devilish excellency. All right, you may leave. After Joe sent the city lord away, he thought about what he had said. The third possibility wasn't high, and the first was even more ridiculous. Joe had also eaten the roots of the stone grass. They were the roots of ordinary plants. Even if they had any effects, they could at best be treated as herbs. It was impossible to use them to evolve humans to such significance. The second possibility was most likely. However, Joe was very interested in what treasures lay beneath Regretless City. He wanted to know what kind of treasure could make humans have such a high starting point. How can I find it? Joe planned on trying. Truth Listener's ability was very strong. It could even pass through a thick mountain and hear a cave's interior. However, beneath Regretless City was just pure mountain. There were no caves. Since the item isn't in the mountain body, the most likely possibility is that it's in Regretless City. Joe used Truth Listener to constantly scan the area, not missing out on any detail, hoping to find some clues. Buildings in Regretless City had rather interesting styles. There were all sorts of statues, carvings, and murals. Joe repeatedly scanned them, but he didn't discover any power that could allow humans to evolve. Could it be that the treasure in Regretless City is related to the two puppets? After some thought, Joe realized that the most mysterious thing in Regretless City was likely the two puppets. If it was really because of the two puppets, Joe really didn't dare dig them out. Grim Demon's lesson was still fresh in his mind. Who knew what strange things would happen if he got the two puppets out? However, Joe wasn't willing to give up just like that. Now that he was establishing a city in Guide City, if there was really such a treasure, it would bring unimaginable benefits if he buried it in his city. Ignoring the improvements of newborns, just advertising the effects would bring Joe huge benefits. Which parent didn't want their descendants to gain an early advantage? Who didn't want their children to be better than others? The stronger one was, the stronger their descendants would be. When they learned that the children in Joe City were born at the legendary, or even epic stage, how many people would rack their brains to come up with ways to enter his city to have babies? Just this point alone was sufficient for Joe to gather a large number of human experts. Even if those human experts weren't willing to join Joe City, he could take the opportunity to earn large amounts of benefits. He could even exchange for resources that couldn't be obtained with money. In short, with this treasure, it was impossible for Joe not to develop his city. The crux of the matter was how to find this treasure. Also, he had to find a safe place to build a city and prevent easy entry. I'll do a search first. If there aren't any treasures, it's useless no matter how much I fantasize. The little beast looked like a cross between a ferret and a rat, with a squirrel-like tail. It looked very strange. The origins of this little beast were not simple. Previously, Tai Sui was bitten out of the metal walnut by this little beast. Furthermore, it could replicate a weapon like the orchid blade with identical material and effects. It was very magical. Back when Joe obtained this little beast, he had kept it in the chaos space. His subsequent research on its origins came up to nothing. However, Joe knew the beast's abilities very well. It had a rare earth escape technique, and was good at finding treasures. Now, Joe had no choice but to try using it. After all, he had raised it for so many years. This little beast's feral nature had decreased dramatically. It was considered close to Joe, but it was a little too cunning. Joe wasn't too confident in its loyalty. The moment the little beast came out, it looked around furtively. Perhaps because it hadn't come out for a long time, it felt a little uncomfortable and appeared a little reserved. However, after it sized up its surroundings, it gradually revealed its true nature and peeked everywhere. There's a treasure in this city. If you can find it, we'll split the treasure equally. In addition, I'll give you a mythical companion egg as a reward. Zhou first promised the little beast benefits. The little beast wasn't his companion beast, nor was it as loyal as Chick. It was difficult to entice it without offering some benefits. Upon hearing Zhou words, the little beast stood up like a human and gestured at him with its two tiny paws. Its actions were very simple. It extended its claws and flipped back and forth several times. You want 20? Isn't that a little too greedy? My final offer is 2, Zhou said. However, the little beast was very insistent. It waved its claws and gestured 20 again. It refused to give in at all. 3, 4, 5, 10. Zhou kept raising the price, but the little beast was very willful. It didn't lower its asking price at all. It kept at 20. Fine, 20 it is. However, the thing you find has to be the one I want. You can't randomly find something to fool me, Zhou said. The little beast nodded and looked around for a while. It sniffed the air and ran off in a certain direction. Zhou hurriedly followed the little beast and watched it sniff around. It looked like a police hound. After leaving the cemetery, the people on the streets immediately prostrated themselves at the Devil King when they saw Zhou. Wherever Zhou went, people knelt on the ground, making him uncomfortable. The little beast didn't care much. It circled the city randomly. After circling for a while, it actually headed for a cliff.